A consciousness awakens, remembering the smells, light, and chanting as it is violently wrenched from its previous existence. The soul reminisces about yearning for a stronger opponent, wanting to fight until total collapse, and dying in the heat of battle. Swearing an oath, the entity vows to find the one capable of truly killing them this time. Coughing in pain, a sickly girl awakens while a mysterious figure apologizes and asks her for a desperate favor. The man explains he used resurrection arts to place the soul into the hopelessly dying body of a wealthy Piz daughter. Unsure if the soul is a demon or villain, the man notes the host body only has a few days left to live. Desperate for his payment, he begs the newly awakened soul to simply survive until he collects his fortune and escapes the island. Turning his back, the man sarcastically invites the soul to kill him if they ever cross paths in hell. Panting heavily, the girl struggles to process the sheer absurdity of the sudden resurrection. She realizes she has been raised from the dead only to be forced into a frail, sickly vessel. Clenching her trembling hands, she sneers at the bitter irony of being brought back just to taste death a second time. A heavy, breathless silence falls as she stares blankly ahead to absorb her grim reality. With fierce determination, she curses the situation, vowing that anyone else might perish but she will absolutely survive. Suddenly, a frantic man violently shakes her, screaming Nia's name while she silently begs him to stop killing her. As her parents sob hysterically over their treasured pride and joy, Nia inwardly complains that they will either shake her to death or burst her eardrums. A composed butler swiftly intervenes, gently reminding the distraught parents that the young miss desperately needs her rest. The weeping father immediately agrees, ordering the butler to notify them the second anything changes. Left alone, Nia deduces that Piz signifies high society, noting her new parents' wealth and their dedicated butler. Accepting her new identity, she analyzes her frail body and realizes her Kai is completely frozen due to a severe lung illness. She focuses inward, feeling the stagnant, stale energy seeping deep within her blocked pathways. Asserting perfect control over her Kai, she expels the stale energy, confidently declaring that no illness can rival her revitalizing power. As her internal strength finally stabilizes, she gazes thoughtfully into the distance. She wonders if her mastery over Kai is etched into her very soul, questioning her true original identity. Brushing off the mystery, she assumes her memories of warfare, massacres, and bathing in blood will naturally return over the years. A serene landscape view sets a tranquil tone for the passing days of her recovery. Standing solemnly, she promises the original Nia that she will fiercely live out the days the sick girl never got to see. The sprawling, magnificent estate of the Liston family stands proudly under the open sky. The low, rumbling hum of an approaching airship suddenly echoes through the clear air. 4-year-old Nia complains about her bland diet of liquid foods and salt, dreaming of the day she can finally eat a heavily seasoned steak. Reflecting on her seamless adaptation, she confidently decides her impression of the sickly Nia Liston is absolutely flawless despite lacking any of the girl's memories. The butler awkwardly notes her dramatic increase in liveliness, prompting Nia to wonder if she should act more cutesy to sell the innocent facade. Staring out at the massive garden, she marvels at the sheer scale of a fourth-order Piz property. Surprised by her advanced vocabulary, the butler teases her for not acting like a 4-year-old, leading her to stubbornly defend her lack of knowledge regarding the order system. The butler explains the Altoaya Kingdom's 15-tier hierarchy, revealing that the Liston house is one of the rare elite families holding the prestigious Fourth Order. He further elaborates that peers have jurisdiction over Sky Islands, noting that her family owns this specific island and 17 surrounding territories. The rumbling hum of a large airship engine cuts through their informative conversation. As an airship descends, the butler announces that Master Neil has returned from his summer dormitory. Nia observes the ship's unusual wooden exterior, to which the butler clarifies that it hides cutting-edge technology simply because her brother prefers the vintage aesthetic. Relying on the butler's assurance that they are on good terms, Nia curiously wonders what her older brother Neil is actually like. Suddenly, Neil bursts onto the scene, happily shouting Nia's name as he rolls into view. Greeting her brother with wide eyes, Nia internally admires his handsome looks and predicts he will be a ladykiller when he grows up. Neil lights up with relief and joy, amazed that she has recovered enough to finally go outside. While Nia outwardly thanks the staff for her recovery, she secretly credits her own Kai manipulation and notes Neil's genuine surprise. Playing the sweet sister, she urges him not to let her keep him and suggests he head inside to change and rest. Touched by her polite consideration, Neil beams with overwhelming affection. Unable to contain himself, he rushes forward and engulfs her in a tight, smothering embrace. He affectionately rubs his cheek against hers while Nia stoically endures the aggressive cuddling. Peering over his shoulder, she locks her cold gaze onto the two armed guards standing nearby. Assessing their stances, she arrogantly concludes she could take out 3 such men with her left hand without even standing up. Rhinox the butler questions her strange muttering, prompting her to defensively wonder if being too strong is a crime. Neil finally releases her, stepping back with a bright, satisfied smile. Kneeling down to her eye level, he asks if she gets bored staying confined to her bed all day. He suggests giving her the Magivision, though Rhinox hesitates because their parents haven't officially permitted it. Feigning innocent ignorance, Nia tilts her head and asks what they are talking about. Reaching into his jacket, Neil excitedly pulls out a sleek, rectangular black device. He gently places the mysterious object directly into Nia's waiting hands. The device instantly activates, projecting a glowing, holographic screen that leaves Nia staring in awe. Rhinox reminds them that her father banned the device to protect her from strong imagery, but Neil argues she used to love it. Inspecting the fragile crystal board, Nia inwardly scoffs that a light headbutt could easily shatter it into pieces. Neil eagerly demonstrates how to swipe through images and play music while Nia wonders where the beautiful landscapes are located. Thrilled at the chance to kill time and learn about the world, she silently praises mankind for inventing such wonders while she was dead. Assuming her improved health makes the device safe, Neil decides to leave it with her and check with their father later. Nia confidently promises to make his generosity up to him, using a haughty tone that leaves Neil mildly amused. A serene view of the Grand Liston estate establishes a quiet transition. In the darkened confines of her room, the Magivision screen glows brightly. Rhinox abruptly confiscates the device, strictly enforcing the rule against watching past curfew. A rapid montage shows Rhinox relentlessly interrupting her viewing sessions, cementing his status as an absolute control freak. Deprived of the bloody beast battles she actually wants to watch, she reluctantly asks the butler what he would prefer. Rhinox confesses his fondness for romance, leaving the ancient warrior bewildered as to why anyone likes such drawn-out sentimentality. Chuckling at her confusion, Rhinox notes her mature tone but reminds her that a 4-year-old cannot grasp the intricacies of feelings. Seething in silence, the ancient soul endures the utter humiliation of being lectured by a mere teenager. She settles for a repetitive nature promenade and a wine guide, secretly jealous of the man drinking alcohol at noon. Tapping the screen, she accepts the limited content because the device remains her only vital source of worldly information. Deciding it is time to formally thank her brother, she orders Rhinox to take her out to the garden. Approaching the courtyard, the sharp, cracking sound of a wooden training sword echoes through the air. Neil aggressively swings his wooden blade, practicing heavy strikes. He steps forward and delivers a brutal, smashing blow against a stationary training dummy. Panting from the exertion, he continues his forceful but unrefined assault. Rolling quietly onto the scene in her wheelchair, Nia politely asks if she may intrude on his practice. She coolly instructs her brother that swords are meant to be pushed and sliced rather than smashed, warning him that his crude form will only chip his blade. Neil stares in complete disbelief, utterly paralyzed by his little sister's sudden intervention. Requesting the wooden sword from her stunned brother, Nia confidently instructs him to hold it perfectly horizontal. Gripping the wooden hilt with both tiny hands, she takes a quiet step forward and meticulously shapes her kai while calming her breathing. A dense, invisible aura of pure martial energy violently swirls around her small frame as she prepares to strike. Unleashing her gathered power, she brings the heavy wooden blade crashing down with explosive force. The wooden sword violently connects with the sturdy training dummy in a devastating downward slash. A flawless, blinding slice tears straight through the thick wooden dummy, severing it effortlessly. The bisected upper half of the training target slides off its base and heavily crashes into the dirt. Witnessing an impossible physical feat from a sickly 4-year-old, Neil gapes in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Suddenly losing her balance from the immense exertion, the tiny girl wobbles backward into the panicked, waiting arms of Rhinox. Cursing her painfully weak grip, Nia realizes the sword slipped from her hands and deduces that she desperately needs more physical exercise despite her kai. Staring at the cleaved wood, she quietly acknowledges that a halfway cut is a major achievement for her current frail state, though she prefers fighting barehanded anyway. Turning back to her astonished brother, she coldly advises him to switch to a heavy, blunt weapon like a club if he insists on using brute-smashing attacks. Promptly ordering her flustered butler to wheel her away, she formally excuses herself and leaves Neil standing in the courtyard. Left entirely alone in the quiet garden, Neil stares down at the perfectly bisected wooden stump in lingering disbelief. Wheeling her inside, an incredibly skeptical Rhinox asks where she learned swordplay, prompting her to lazily blame her vast martial knowledge on picture books. When the butler correctly points out that picture books do not teach advanced aura techniques, Nia stubbornly orders him to stop prying into her womanly secrets. Secretly, the ancient warrior acknowledges that offering those combat tips was the absolute least she could do to support her brother's diligent martial training. Time passes peacefully as a brilliant golden sunset eventually washes over the sprawling Liston family estate. Inside the brightly lit manor, an elegant birthday cake topped with gently burning candles is carefully prepared for a grand celebration. The beautifully frosted cake boldly displays a cheerful birthday message dedicated entirely to the recovering young miss. Sitting formally at the dining table, Nia receives a chorus of joyous birthday wishes from her beaming, emotional parents. Tears of joy fill her parents' eyes as they declare her survival a literal miracle, promising to permanently free her from bed rest if her next checkup goes well. Quietly thanking them, she inwardly credits her miraculous recovery to consistent meals and relentless Kai circulation rather than mere luck. Savoring her long-awaited freedom from a bland liquid diet, she happily digs into a delicious plate of warm solid food. Fantasizing about eventually devouring bloody steaks, her culinary daydream is interrupted when her parents ask if she has considered their recent proposal. Snapping back to attention, she eagerly nods her head and firmly confirms that she is completely fine with their request. The solemn reason behind this incredibly important familial discussion actually stretches back an entire painful year. A grim flashback reveals the original, tragically frail Nia desperately gasping for breath on her miserable deathbed. Standing over her failing body, her devastated parents openly weep as they realize they have entirely run out of medical options. In a final act of utter desperation, they boldly resolve to broadcast a public plea for help using the newly invented Magivision network. Utilizing their immense wealth, Nia's parents actually operate the very broadcasting company that officially manages the Liston transmission channel. Having recognized the limitless potential of visual broadcasting early on, they became elite pioneers of a network currently linking only the capital and their territory. Despite exorbitant production costs, they strategically sold expensive crystal panels to wealthy aristocrats to forcefully build an exclusive viewing audience. Because their desperate broadcast successfully attracted the mysterious man who saved her, they now feel deeply obligated to publicly announce her miraculous cure. Understanding the immense debt she owes her new family, the reincarnated warrior resolutely accepts her duty to help their struggling broadcasting business. Staring into a hand mirror with fierce determination, she mentally prepares to personally announce her vibrant well-being on live television. Chaos instantly erupts across the grand estate as frantic broadcasting crews aggressively set up heavy camera equipment for the live shoot. Her apologetic father gently comforts Neil for the overwhelming noise ruining his first day of winter break, but the supportive brother happily brushes it off. Swarmed by the excited production crew, the tiny protagonist is repeatedly called forward to finally make her grand public debut. Spotting a familiar face, the crew eagerly points out that Benderio from a promenade in Liston has arrived on the set. Benderio smoothly introduces himself to the young star, while Nia brightly notes that she sees his face on Magivision every single day. Discussing the show's relaxed style and frequent drinking scenes, Benderio laughingly explains that it serves as a highly effective advertisement to sell regional alcohol and specialties to the viewers. Realizing she completely fell for the marketing tricks, Nia silently stews while a staff member hesitantly asks her father about her makeup. The concerned staff member points out her unique appearance, specifically questioning if they need to do something about her stark white hair color. Gently touching her pale locks, Nia silently acknowledges that her hair color is completely different from that of her parents. She internally deduces that treading the razor's edge of death for so long exhausted her life force and mana, bleaching her hair entirely white. Speaking up with sudden resolve, she firmly requests to keep the color because it serves as undeniable proof of her fierce fight against the illness. She solemnly declares that her pale hair stands as a testament that Nia Liston tried her absolute hardest to stay alive. A heavy, emotional silence falls over the room as her parents and the broadcasting crew absorb the raw weight of her touching words. Flashing a gentle, confident smile, the young girl proudly states that she doesn't find her battle-won hair color shameful at all. Overcome with immense emotion, her mother covers her mouth as tears immediately well up in her eyes. Unable to hold back their overwhelming love, both parents pull the resilient young girl into a deeply emotional, tearful embrace. Smiling warmly through his own tears, her father completely agrees and assures her that she can keep the hair color as long as it makes her happy. Shifting the focus back to the production, the enthusiastic cameraman orders everyone to look at the lens and officially kicks off the live shoot. Stepping perfectly into the spotlight, Nia flashes a bright and charismatic smile directly into the recording lens. The professional production crew meticulously films the young girl, capturing every angle of her miraculous public debut. The live feed smoothly transmits across the visual network, displaying the healthy, smiling girl on a sleek Magivision crystal panel. An ominous narration notes that broadcasting the sickly girl's miraculous recovery is merely the very first stepping stone for the boundless future of Magivision. Foreshadowing her blood-soaked destiny, the narrator lists her future legendary titles before officially declaring the beginning of the long, violent history of Nia Liston, the Merciless Maiden. A hopeful voice asked the siblings to appear on Magivision again. The broadcasters eagerly expressed a strong desire to work together again. Massive advertising is strictly required to make Magivision a universal standard. Crystal panels are overwhelmingly expensive and constantly require costly mana stones. Neil calmly stated his upcoming school return actively leaves him zero time. Neil confidently declared Nia flawlessly embodies the absolute potential of Magivision. Eager viewers are already excitedly looking forward to seeing children broadcasted. Neil loudly proclaimed nobody else could possibly serve as a perfect billboard. An adult silently marveled at the young boy's truly flawless logic. Conceding sudden defeat, the adult admitted the boy's reasoning was completely bulletproof. Nia humbly stated she simply wanted to beautifully repay her parents. A contemplative silence quickly settled as the girl deeply considered paths. The adults gently urged Nia to safely prioritize herself without worry. Defending her devotion, Nia insisted safely helping her family was necessary. Trailing off, the warrior secretly stewed over the upcoming monumental challenge. Internally panicking, Nia realized she completely lacked clues to promote Magivision. Her battle-hardened instincts instantly defaulted to violently crushing strong opposing warriors. A tense silence painfully stretched as Nia tried restraining violent fantasies. Neil correctly deduced his strong sister was completely lost on promotion. Shifting focus, Nia lightly teased her brother about unread fan letters. Poking fun, Nia relentlessly mocked the young boy's awkward romantic popularity. Brushing letters aside, Neil solemnly revealed their family's precarious financial situation. Neil openly admitted their parents definitely recognized Magivision's massive potential profits. The young heir strongly suspected the House of Liston became entirely dependent. He strictly emphasized Liston's capital was meant exclusively for vital maintenance. Neil openly confessed his terrifying fear regarding illegally gambled civilian taxes. Alarmed by claims, Nia immediately demanded their exact current financial situation. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Neil estimated they could safely survive longer. Delivering cold truth, he bluntly warned failure meant the house's annihilation. Neil urged her not to worry about their parents' monumental debt. Desperate for quick fixes, Neil pathetically considered marrying into wealthy families. Twitching with sudden disgust, the young heir awkwardly comforted his status. Throwing his own savings, Neil frantically brainstormed wild angles to survive. Shattering his desperate spiral, Nia fiercely ordered her older brother to stop. Nia realized his tragic intelligence made him deeply fear exploiting fans. Stepping up, Nia firmly declared bearing such massive burdens was her duty. Smiling at violence, Nia gleefully imagined slaughtering giant beasts for quick cash. Vehemently rejecting her fantasy, Neil passionately shouted protecting her was his duty. A heavy, dark tension fiercely hung in the air during their standoff. Admiring his arrogance, Nia resolved to broadcast his absolute cuteness entirely worldwide. Acknowledging her limits, Nia realized broadcasting her face universally was the best way to help. A month later, a sleek airship soared steadily and majestically through the bright, open sky. Gazing out the window, Nia marveled intensely at the sheer number of drifting sky islands. Rhinox explained the world was once a massive continent before an archbeast violently shattered it. Continuing his history lesson, the butler noted this drastic shift forced wildly unique ecosystem evolution. Impressed, Nia learned some islands served as resource-rich dungeons for daring adventurers exploring dangerous labyrinths. Checking her well-being, Rhinox gently asked if she had completely adjusted to flying the airship. Wondering about defying gravity, Nia learned embedded mana stones seamlessly compensated for the turbulent wind. Expressing deep concern over her exhausting schedule, Rhinox urged the young girl to speak up. Recalling a chaotic shoot, Nia vividly remembered a desperate fan screaming for her handmade cookies. A crew member warmly approached and handed Nia detailed documentation for the sword restoration workshop. Skimming the heavy text, Nia quickly noted repairing blades seemed like an incredibly complex process. A sudden guilty wave washed over her as fragmented memories resurfaced of violently shattering weapons. Sweating profusely, the reincarnated warrior frantically denied her destructive past, blaming someone else entirely. Rinox announced their arrival just as Nia awkwardly muttered her frantic, guilty denials entirely aloud. Stepping into the bright spotlight, Nia cheerfully welcomed her audience to another exciting television episode. Wasting no time, the enthusiastic host eagerly invited viewers inside the Master Sword Restorer's workplace. A knowledgeable guide patiently explained their meticulous multistage process for fixing severe structural weapon defects. The sharp, rhythmic clanging of heavy hammers against steel echoed loudly throughout the busy workshop. Observing a highly skilled worker, Nia silently and deeply craved a brutal taste of swordsmanship. The guide explained they additionally repaired less popular items like leather goods and artistic objects. Astutely analyzing their business model, Nia casually suggested their sign misled customers regarding metal exclusivity. Smiling warmly, the guide redirected focus by reminding Nia of their earlier participation television promise. The master craftsman proudly stepped forward, presenting a specialized short sword prepared exclusively for her. Nia's bright eyes instantly widened with pure, unadulterated excitement at the sight of the weapon. Feigning innocent nervousness, the craftsman completely crushed her hopes by assigning her wooden scabbard polishing. Disappointed but compliant, Nia meticulously scrubbed the scabbard while the master expertly worked the blade. Praised for her surprising dexterity, Nia thanked him and curiously asked about his restoration progress. The master confidently ground steel against a spinning whetstone, completely unaware of her predatory scrutiny. Focusing her hardened warrior gaze, Nia silently analyzed the exact angle of his grinding technique. Narrowing her sharp eyes, she effortlessly detected microscopic flaws in his blade edge alignment with clarity. The craftsman continued rhythmic sharpening, utterly oblivious to the monstrous expertise silently judging his movement. As bright sparks flew endlessly, Nia's unwavering gaze remained intensely locked on subtle steel imperfections. Finishing his masterstroke, the craftsman lifted the freshly polished blade to carefully inspect the edge. Testing pristine sharpness with a soft cloth, he admired his own handiwork with swelling pride. The director finally yelled cut, successfully signaling the end to another exhausting but productive shoot. The weary crew members exchanged polite bows and warmly thanked each other for hard work. Dropping her childish persona, Nia bluntly questioned why his personal sword wasn't actually battle-ready. Surprising the seasoned worker, she coldly pointed out his skill should easily cleave a shield. Scoffing at the absurd observation, the master gruffly dismissed how a kid could understand combat. Apologizing for his previous impoliteness, the master craftsman conceded that Nia had a valid point regarding his combat skills. Shrugging off the tension, Nia internally smirked and confidently noted that she could easily back up her bold words. The craftsman took the bait completely, eagerly challenging her claims as an alarm blared loudly in the busy workshop. Proclaiming that his swordsmanship was definitely not just for show, the master challenged Nia to prove her own skills. Ignoring the butler's frantic protests, Nia insisted that she could not possibly leave a workshop without taking a single swing. Seizing the opportunity, Nia decisively snatched a nearby weapon to demonstrate her formidable battle-hardened capabilities. Hefting the heavy blade, she thoroughly enjoyed its solid weight and noted how much better it felt than wood. A heavy silence filled the workshop as Nia confidently raised the large blade to execute a flawless execution posture. Channeling her immense inner energy, the young girl readied herself to unleash a terrifyingly precise strike. With blinding speed, Nia swung the massive sword downward, unleashing her monstrous and absolute warrior strength. The heavy blade crashed down violently, shattering an anvil with a thunderous clonk that rattled the entire room. A cloud of thick dust burst outward as the devastating impact cleaved directly through the solid structure. Examining the weapon critically, Nia casually complained that the poorly balanced blade felt uncomfortable and lacked true quality. Rinox frantically interrupted the destruction, urgently reminding Nia that they needed to rush over to their next television shoot. Maintaining her polite television persona, Nia gracefully thanked the completely stunned craftsman for the wonderful workshop tour. Leaving the trembling workers behind, Nia confidently strode out of the ruined facility with absolute composure. Beaming with pure joy, Nia celebrated her renewed stamina and cheered about finally getting to swing a real sword. The heavy metal airship engines hummed loudly as the production crew prepared for their long journey back home. Flying high above the clouds, the majestic vessel cruised steadily toward the noble estate of the House of Liston. Her father happily announced that Nia's skyrocketing popularity was successfully driving up the sales of expensive crystal panels. He noted that while commoners could not afford them yet, various merchants, theaters, and administrative buildings showed massive interest. Smiling brightly, Nia expressed genuine happiness that her exhausting broadcasting efforts were successfully helping her noble family. When her father offered a reward, Nia quietly lamented that she could not request a brutal brawler to fight. Celebrating the positive trend, her father happily revealed that Magivision was finally becoming profitable enough to save their house. Shifting the conversation, her father revealed that a prominent new figure was desperately requesting to work with her. Clarifying the details, he asked Nia if she remembered Lady Lame from her very first etiquette shoot. Nia instantly recognized the prestigious third-order noble who had previously taught her proper societal manners. Her father explained that Lady Lame possessed powerful connections to a highly famous theatrical group called the Ice Rose Troupe. Overhearing the conversation, the estate maids gasped in absolute shock at the mention of the legendary acting troupe. The excited maids squealed with pure joy, wondering if Nia would meet the incredibly famous Ice Prince duo. Confirming their suspicions, her father smiled and noted how much the maids clearly adored the charming acting troupe. The ecstatic maids fell to their knees, desperately begging Nia to accept the once-in-a-lifetime theatrical opportunity. Shaking with overwhelming excitement, they begged Nia to imagine how truly magnificent she would look as a famous actress. A massive passenger airship taxied slowly down the runway, preparing to transport the young noble to the mainland. The heavy mechanical gears ground together loudly as the massive vessel prepared for its long-distance flight. Propelled by powerful mana stones, the great ship soared smoothly through the sky toward their grand destination. The bustling metropolis of Altoaya finally appeared below, showcasing the staggering scale of the kingdom's massive capital city. Stepping into the crowded streets, Nia marveled at the giant city while the butler begged her to stay close. Refusing his offer to hold hands, Nia coldly urged the butler to hurry toward their meeting with Lady Lame. Sinking into comical despair, the tearful butler lamented that Nia had become completely distant since abandoning her wheelchair. The meeting officially begins outside the elegant exterior of Restaurant Black Lily. Stepping into the private room, the elegant man politely introduces himself to the young noble. Julian Roadheart reveals himself as the leader of the Ice Rose Troupe, while his younger sister Lucaida introduces herself as a fellow performer. As the starstruck maids internally squeal at seeing the famous duo in the flesh, Nia gracefully thanks them for the wonderful opportunity. When asked about their connection to Lady Lame, the noblewoman clarifies that she is actually the aunt of the two performers. Lucaida enthusiastically explains that Nia's spectacular Magivision appearances deeply impressed them, prompting her to ask their aunt to arrange a stage collaboration. Narrowing her eyes, Nia immediately requests that the famous troupe show her far less deference moving forward. Asserting her professional stance, she sternly points out that treating her differently than other stage performers is completely unfair. Admitting her distaste for excessive courtesy, Nia successfully convinces Julian to drop the formalities and simply use her first name. Smiling with satisfaction, Nia warmly returns the greeting and officially accepts him as her new leader. The seasoned performers exchange a subtle, impressed glance at the young girl's remarkable composure and maturity. Smiling warmly, Julian silently acknowledges the terrifyingly sharp intellect hiding behind her innocent facade. Maintaining her flawless child persona, Nia happily enjoys the restaurant's exquisite refreshments in silence. Breaking the comfortable silence, Julian confesses that inviting the young noble was originally his sister's bold idea. Staring intently at the young girl, Julian gravely states that he would never discuss such complex matters with an ordinary child. Admitting she perfectly matches their high expectations, Julian decides to come clean while Nia bluntly asks about their true motives. Smirking internally, Nia confirms her own sharp suspicions that seasoned professionals would never recruit a complete rookie without a massive ulterior motive. Knowing her cute appearance alone wasn't enough to secure a theatrical role, the young warrior coldly demands they get straight to the point. A heavy, serious tension completely shatters the previously cheerful atmosphere as Julian braces himself to drop a massive revelation. Asking her not to take offense, the troupe leader hesitates briefly before preparing to reveal their grand, hidden intention. An angry senior actress viciously scolds Nia for arriving late to the bustling theater. The furious woman demands that rookies arrive early to clean, ruthlessly dismissing Nia's prestigious noble status. Apologizing insincerely, Nia agrees to amend the situation while the senior actress sneers about arrogant newcomers not knowing their place. Observing the tense exchange, Julian quietly confirms that the young girl perfectly matches the intriguing rumors he heard. Flashing back to their private restaurant meeting, Julian bluntly admits they intend to exploit Nia's soaring popularity and unshakable nerve. Unfazed by the bold confession, Nia coolly remarks that the troupe leader certainly does not mince his words. Julian explains he chose absolute honesty after witnessing her firm, commanding presence during her recent Magivision broadcasts. He reveals that his aunt praised Nia as an unusually brave child who lets absolutely nothing shatter her composure. Shifting to business, Julian explains they already cast a highly promising lead actress for their upcoming play. He solemnly notes that this highly anticipated production will serve as the young prodigy's very first leading role. Acknowledging her immense talent, he assures Nia that the girl possesses all the necessary skill and fierce motivation for the stage. Interrupting his praise, Nia sharply guesses that their talented new star is simply far too passionate about her acting. Confirming her sharp deduction, Julian admits the passionate actress completely neglects her surroundings during performances. He confesses they desperately need a child actor who will not be mentally crushed or physically overpowered by her overwhelming stage presence. Grasping the situation entirely, Nia nods and notes that this terrifying dilemma forced them to search outside their usual talent pool. Julian explains they hoped Nia could withstand the intense actress while using her massive television popularity as a convenient stepping stone. Internally cheering at her rising fame, Nia silently celebrates her expanding influence across the massive capital city. Breaking down their manipulative strategy, she clearly summarizes their desperate need for a famous meat shield to elevate their nameless star. Acknowledging the underhanded nature of his exploitative plan, Julian formally asks if she will still help their struggling troupe. A sharp clink rings out as Nia calmly sets her delicate teacup down on its matching saucer. A heavy, suffocating tension fills the private room as the young warrior stares him down with terrifying intensity. Maintaining her flawless aristocratic facade, Nia gracefully adjusts her posture without breaking eye contact. Internally praising her own acting skills, she effortlessly recalls the strict etiquette lessons required to hold her teacup with perfect grace. Exhaling softly, Nia casually grants them permission to execute their manipulative plan however they see fit. Dismissing their hidden motives entirely, she coldly declares that she only cares about performing the job she was hired to do. Formally accepting the dangerous offer, Nia casually shifts the conversation to compliment the restaurant's incredibly aromatic tea. Flashing a cunning smile, she proudly reminds the stunned performers that exploitation is a two-way street that will inevitably boost her own popularity. Snapping abruptly back to the harsh present, Nia diligently scrubs the theater floor on her hands and knees. The rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps echoes nearby as her previously calm demeanor violently shatters. A low, monstrous growl escapes her lips as absolute, murderous rage finally boils over in her reincarnated soul. Clenching her fists with terrifying force, the former warrior decides she absolutely cannot tolerate this humiliating abuse for another second. Trembling with unadulterated bloodlust, Nia rises from the floor and vows to brutally murder the arrogant senior actress. A harsh command to stop instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Diligently mopping the floor, Nia calmly endured the senior actress's harsh scolding. Declining Ap's offer to help, Nia insisted that cleaning was simply fun. Smiling warmly, she silently noted that a pristine environment was perfect for martial arts. Heavy, purposeful footsteps suddenly echoed throughout the quiet rehearsal space. The highly anticipated lead actress finally arrived with an intense, overwhelming stage presence. Clapping loudly, Julian officially began the rehearsal and ordered everyone to stretch out. Struggling with immense stiffness, the passionate actress stubbornly refused Nia's polite offer to help. Ignoring her loud protests, Nia forcefully stretched the screaming girl to fix her posture. The dramatic stage rehearsal for the play officially commenced under Julian's watchful eye. Surprisingly cooperative, the passionate star suggested they meticulously review the entire dramatic scene again. Watching in absolute shock, the bitter senior actress mentally complained about the confusing situation. Grudgingly accepting the strange new dynamic, the senior actress brushed off the shocking change. The dedicated theatrical troupe continued their intense, focused practice session without further interruption. Sweeping across the stage, the actors poured their absolute souls into the emotional performance. Delivering her lines flawlessly, the lead star radiated overwhelming passion and undeniable natural talent. Eager for absolute perfection, the passionate lead quickly asked Nia to repeat their scene. Interrupting the intense practice, Renette politely reminded the young noble about her tight schedule. Packing her gear, Nia cheerfully confirmed she had to leave for an upcoming shoot. Nia calmly explained she wanted to seize the rare opportunity to film inside the capital. Bursting into the room, Lucaida excitedly announced they could finally proceed with their plan. The young star gasped in pure shock upon realizing they would actually advertise the troupe. Confused murmurs rippled through the cast as they processed the massive television advertising opportunity. Seizing the momentum, Julian aggressively commanded his lead actress to accompany the young noble. Lucaida frantically ordered the sweaty actress to wash up and wear a stunning dress. Sensing her sudden panic, Nia smoothly offered to share her luxurious hotel bath beforehand. The flustered young star hurriedly prepared herself for her very first major television appearance. Meanwhile, the dedicated broadcasting crew efficiently set up their magical equipment on the streets. Smiling brightly for the camera, Nia enthusiastically hosted a wondrous segment about making pasta. Clapping his hands loudly, the satisfied director successfully signaled the end of the segment. Praising her absolute professionalism, the crew cheered Nia for an incredibly energetic morning shoot. Scanning the area, Nia quickly decided the majestic castle backdrop was perfect for advertising. Waiting patiently, the young noble wondered why Charlo's makeup routine was taking so long. Stepping closer, Renette quietly reported that dangerous street thugs were harassing the lead actress. The loyal maid explained she purposefully avoided interfering to maintain her strict attending duties. Praising her maid's perfect discretion, Nia calmly ordered her to instantly notify the guards. Taken aback by the cold command, the surprised maid completely hesitated for a brief moment. Frantically begging, Renette urged the young warrior to personally rescue the struggling future star. Gesturing toward the massive crowd, Nia lazily argued that someone else could easily save her. Completely losing her patience, the desperate maid angrily ordered Nia to just go save her. A tense silence fills the area as a completely blank moment sets the stage for a dramatic confrontation. The maid squints suspiciously, grunting as she silently judges her master's cleverly hidden intentions. Renette glares directly at Nia and strictly warns her not to try anything reckless while she is away. The sharp maid calmly points out Nia's unhealthy obsession with fighting, specifically mentioning her evening martial arts training and gleeful swordplay. Renette presses further, demanding to know if the young noble secretly plans to take on the street thugs barehanded instead of staying back. She accuses Nia of silently jumping for joy at the perfect opportunity to beat people up without facing any consequences. Caught completely off guard by the incredibly accurate deduction, Nia awkwardly stammers and avoids eye contact. Trembling with excitement, Nia loudly argues that fighting weak thugs is only entertaining if she holds back, insisting she is absolutely not jumping for joy. Desperately waving her hands, Nia promises she would never do something so reckless and urges the maid to hurry up and save Charlo. Renette stares her down with intense suspicion before finally relenting to the urgent, dangerous situation. The stern maid turns away in silence and prepares to sprint off to handle the street gang alone. Peeking nervously around the corner, Nia waits impatiently until her protective maid completely vanishes from sight. Seizing her golden opportunity, Nia quickly asks director Benderio for a short break while the crew prepares for the next television shoot. Without wasting a single second, the young warrior eagerly dashes off toward the dangerous alley at full speed. Sprinting through the streets, Nia revels in the absolute thrill of impending battle, feeling more excited than ever since awakening in her frail new body. Deep within a dark alleyway, Charlo struggles fiercely and demands to be released from the menacing thugs holding her captive. A sleazy gangster mocks her stunning dress and casually orders her not to be shy while promising they are just going to have some fun. A sudden, polite cough interrupts the violent assault and completely startles the arrogant gangsters. Stepping confidently into the alleyway, Nia innocently asks the thugs if she can join in on their fun. Panicking at the sight of the young child, Charlo frantically screams at Nia to stay back and immediately call for help. A burly thug eagerly grabs Nia by the shoulder, flawlessly falling right into her brutal, deceptive trap. Threatening his hostages, the thug warns the others to listen or he will violently snap the little girl's arm in half. Smiling darkly, Nia calmly declares that his physical grab officially counts as an attack, legally permitting her to act in total self-defense. Shifting her weight effortlessly, she politely advises the thug that he needs to grip much tighter if he actually wants to hurt someone. A sickening crack echoes loudly through the alley as Nia brutally twists his arm completely beyond its natural, physical limit. The thug screams in sheer agony as his shattered limb twists violently, realizing too late that he is the one getting severely hurt. Disappointed by his pathetic fragility, the warrior casually kicks the screaming man aside and admits she prefers much stronger opponents. Staring down the remaining gang, Nia confidently orders them to draw their weapons and use their numbers to compensate for their massive weakness. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, another thug angrily steps up and demands to know if the little girl thinks this is some kind of joke. Without the slightest hesitation, Nia launches herself forward and taps her foot fiercely against the cobblestone. She seamlessly slides right past his clumsy guard with absolute, blinding speed. Delivering a devastating upward kick, Nia brutally shatters the thug's jaw in a single, flawless fluid motion. The sheer explosive force of the impact violently launches the massive man straight into the air. He crashes heavily back down onto the hard pavement, completely incapacitated by the singular, monstrous strike. Landing gracefully, Nia exhales sharply as the remaining thugs stare at her in absolute, frozen horror. Smiling with pure satisfaction, the reincarnated warrior realizes that kicking ass in good conscience is genuinely the best feeling in the entire world. Stunned by the brutal display of absolute power, the surviving thugs stagger backward in complete, stuttering disbelief. Terrified and confused, one of the gangsters screams wildly and demands to know who the hell this monstrous child truly is. Pointing frantically at the crest on his jacket, the arrogant thug asks if Nia has any idea who she is currently dealing with. Leaning in with an excited, bloodthirsty grin, Nia asks if they belong to the mafia, praying they are part of a massive organization that will provide endless violent fights. Leaning in with a chilling smile, Nia assured the terrified thug she wouldn't hurt him yet, asking if he had strong friends. Staring down the trembling man, she coldly demanded he gather as many strong fighters as possible for a massive brawl. Promising a warm welcome, the young warrior excitedly announced she would return to crush them all in exactly 2 weeks. Threatening dire consequences if he broke their promise, Nia locked eyes with the thug to ensure absolute compliance. Stammering in sheer terror, the broken thug agreed before Nia cheerfully ordered a stunned Charlo to follow her away. Walking down the sunlit street, Nia stretched her arms overhead and gleefully celebrated how incredibly fun the brutal encounter was. Clasping her hands together in pure joy, the reincarnated warrior admitted she almost burst with sheer excitement during the fight. The massive city clock tower stood tall against the clear sky as the bustling capital returned to its peaceful daily routine. Standing nervously before the magical camera, Charlo awkwardly delivered her promotional lines welcoming viewers to the Ice Rose troupe. Clapping loudly, the director successfully called cut and praised the young actress for finishing her very first television advertisement. Ignoring the crew, Charlo bluntly confronted Nia and demanded to know what the hell actually happened in the dangerous alleyway. Calling out Nia's obvious bloodlust, Charlo accused the young noble of causing violent mayhem rather than actually trying to help. Shrugging casually, Nia admitted her motives were split between helping and letting loose, prompting Charlo to accept the rescue anyway. Waving goodbye to her new friend, Charlo departed while the television crew asked Nia if she was ready to resume filming. Heavy footsteps echoed against the stone floor as someone purposefully walked down a grand, dimly lit corridor. A physical calendar rapidly shed its pages, visually marking the swift passage of time toward the highly anticipated theatrical performance. Clapping his hands to dismiss the exhausted cast, Julian announced that they only had 3 days left to rest. Begging shamelessly, Charlo desperately asked to visit Nia's hotel again despite Julian sternly denying her request to work overtime. Feigning absolute terror of the dark streets, Charlo cleverly manipulated the situation to ensure she could stay the night. Glaring from the shadows, a jealous maid silently cursed the cunning actress for dragging Nia into an unhealthy sleeping arrangement. A massive, luxurious crystal chandelier sparkled brightly inside an opulent, high-class room overlooking the glowing capital city. Reclining elegantly on a plush sofa, a mysterious young woman casually sipped from an expensive crystal wine glass. The magical crystal panel hummed to life, broadcasting Charlo's nervous theatrical advertisement directly into the luxurious royal chamber. Smirking at the television screen, the third princess of the Altoaya kingdom noted that her long wait was finally over. Swirling her fine wine, Princess Hildatora locked her piercing gaze onto Nia Listen's televised image with intense, calculating interest. The heavy wooden door clicked open as a rugged, imposing man stepped into the opulent room to answer his boss. Smiling sharply, the powerful princess formally welcomed Ansel and confirmed that she had indeed summoned him for a job. Rejecting her polite offer to sit down, Ansel maintained his strict professional guard and coolly asked about the lucrative mission. Brushing off his stoic demeanor, Hildatora casually mentioned that she had a highly profitable and dangerous assignment prepared for him. Tapping her ornate fan against her chin, the princess brought up curious information regarding a street gang called the Zigzag Dogs. Interrupting her dramatic storytelling, the impatient mercenary bluntly demanded she skip the fluff and cut straight to the chase. Leaning forward with cold authority, Hildatora ruthlessly ordered Ansel to completely wipe out the entire Zigzag Dog street gang. Surprised by the brutal request, Ansel listened closely as the royal abruptly commanded him to spare their lives during the massacre. Crossing his massive arms, the pragmatic fighter questioned if she was truly willing to properly finance a 100-man brawl. Assuring him of the massive payout, Hildatora dangerously noted that the violent gang wipeout was only part of the mission. Staring coldly at her hired muscle, the princess strictly commanded him to kidnap the famous young noble, Nia Listen. Ansel easily recognized the wealthy target, noting that the famous P's daughter was constantly plastered across the capital's news broadcasts. Frowning at the dangerous royal demand, the principled mercenary firmly and immediately declined the illegal kidnapping portion of the contract. Clarifying his strict boundaries, Ansel explained that while gangbusting fell under territorial protection, abducting children violated his professional code. Clicking her tongue in extreme annoyance, Hilda Tora compromised and viciously ordered him to just beat the child up instead. A shadowy figure decisively agrees to deal with the newly assigned targets. Standing menacingly in the dark, the figure prepares for the violent mission. Confirming the targets are a gang and Nia Liston, the assassin crushes a document. The crumpled paper hits the floor as the assassin prepares to move. Meanwhile, an excited woman chatters loudly about being deeply and hopelessly in love. She passionately declares her heart and soul belong forever to a departed lover. The scene shifts to a grand, brightly lit stage performance in progress. The audience erupts into enthusiastic, roaring applause for the talented performers. The thunderous clapping continues to echo as the massive crowd cheers wildly. A performer bows deeply, gratefully soaking in the overwhelming admiration. The next day, Charlo's manager thanks Nia for bringing massive success to the show. Acknowledging her excellence, he praises her for perfectly executing her demanding job. Expressing pleasure in their collaboration, he urges her to call if she needs help. Walking away, a dark, sinister grin slowly spreads across her face. She gloats that her target barely survived and celebrates never seeing her face again. Justifying violence, she angrily recalls the target being cold after spending nights together. Agreeing to hurry, she mentions an upcoming tour with Neil and her grandfather today. She notes they will leave for Liston early next morning, exactly 2 weeks later. Glaring intensely, she implies that tonight is finally the perfect night for action. Staring over the city skyline, she gleefully anticipates having her long-awaited fun. Suddenly, a companion firmly insists on accompanying her on the mission. She turns around in stunned silence, completely shocked by the sudden interruption. Questioning if they were monitoring her, she learns the hotel simply lacks a bath. Realizing the secret is safe from Rhinox, she stubbornly refuses to back down. Warning them not to interfere, she vows to proceed after waiting 2 agonizing weeks. Nia asks why Charlo wants to tag along if her presence won't change the fight's outcome. She realizes Charlo simply refuses to let her walk into a dangerous situation completely alone. Relenting, Nia permits Charlo to follow on the strict condition that she watches from afar. Charlo agrees to the non-negotiable terms, and the 2 girls set off into the night. Charlo questions their direction, but Nia expects the local thugs to happily show them the way. Right on cue, menacing thugs corner the 2 girls in a dark, empty alleyway. Nia effortlessly beats them, falsely claiming she used a secret technique to hide her true strength. Arriving at a dimly lit establishment, Nia confirms they have finally reached the gang's hideout. She notices the eerie silence and wonders if the gang actually gathered people as instructed. Instructing Charlo to stay behind on a rooftop, Nia prepares to advance into danger alone. A massive, ominous building stands completely silently in the dark, awaiting her arrival. Entering the hideout, Nia is immediately greeted by a deeply shocking and gruesome sight. She stares in utter confusion at the brutally beaten bodies of gang members scattered everywhere. A mysterious man steps from the shadows, acknowledging that she actually kept her word. He kicks a fallen thug, declaring that weaklings who lose to children are dead weight. Observing his ruthless behavior, Nia calmly deduces that he must be a real mafia enforcer. The man admits an ordinary girl wouldn't have survived, validating his thug's pathetic failure. Kicking the thugs again, he spares their lives only because Nia arrived to distract him. He turns his menacing attention fully toward Nia, coldly asking how they should handle her. He scolds her for damaging their reputation and failing to grasp the gravity of her situation. Unfazed, Nia cleverly flips the script by asking if he intends to compensate her instead. The man sighs in sheer exasperation, angrily pointing out that she stole his exact line. Nia complains that she came to fight because her fists desperately crave the taste of blood. Cracking her knuckles, she decides to aggressively extract her promised compensation directly from him instead. Enraged by her blatant arrogance, the man furiously vows not to go easy on her. Nia gleefully returns his threat, promising to torture him until he begs for mercy. Staring him down with intense murderous intent, she coldly declares that he is already dead. A fierce, rapid-fire exchange of blows begins in the darkness. The relentless assault continues as heavy strikes echo through the silent hideout. A flurry of desperate, echoing punches rains down mercilessly on the young girl. Pausing his onslaught, the mafia enforcer confidently praises his own destructive handiwork. Thrilled by his opponent's supposed struggle, he gleefully praises the divine sight of a weakling giving their all without hesitation. He maniacally declares that watching her squirm is absolutely adorable. Suddenly stepping back, his smug expression shatters into sheer, bewildered confusion. Staring in shock, he demands to know why the battered little girl is smiling at him. Struggling to comprehend the impossible, he questions if his landed attacks were completely useless all along. His panic rising, he frantically asks how she wasn't instantly blown away by his very first punch. Unfazed by his barrage, Nia calmly suggests that he is simply too weak to blow away a little girl. Lecturing him on true power, she explains that the strong have a duty to effortlessly stop attacks to demonstrate the next level of strength before delivering a crushing defeat. Angered by her arrogant words, the man firmly grips his hidden weapon. Lunging forward with lethal intent, he violently roars that he is going to kill her now. Pausing her counterattack, Nia spots a strange object suddenly materializing in his grasp. As he swings a massive pipe at her, she wonders how he could have comfortably hidden such a large weapon. He strikes with incredible force, hoping to completely shatter her arrogant defiance. She fiercely stares down the incoming attack with absolute, unwavering composure. Catching the heavy blow effortlessly, she remarks that his weapon merely seems like an ordinary metal pipe. As he wildly hammers away in a blind rage, she casually theorizes if his summoning ability meant it was a magical weapon after all. Bleeding and wheezing pathetically, the battered enforcer desperately asks if he is truly that weak. Brushing off his existential crisis, she states there is no shame in losing since she is just overwhelmingly stronger. A terrifying, dark aura suddenly violently erupts from her small, fragile frame. Eager to expend some energy before bedtime, she taunts him to keep attacking so she can enjoy playing with him a bit longer. The shadowy pressure of her overwhelming Kai completely suffocates the terrified gangster. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Charlo violently shrieks in terror as a polite voice greets her from the shadows. Stepping into the light, the maid corrects Charlo's casual address and formally introduces herself. Revealing her duty as an attendant and guard, she calmly explains she must always remain faithfully by Nia's side. When asked if she plans to stop the violence, the maid immediately refuses. Listening to the brutal smacking echoing from below, the maid admits she isn't strong enough to intervene and wouldn't dare interrupt Nia's fun. Declining to scold her terrifying young master, she asks Charlo to keep her presence a secret before heading back to the hotel. As a horrifying barrage of slaps continues below, the maid humorously notes she doesn't want Nia's future escape plans to become too clever. A sudden, strange noise breaks through the continuous rhythm of brutal beatings. A heavy, sickening thud echoes loudly across the silent courtyard. Utterly destroyed and unable to endure the humiliating torture, the sobbing man begs her to just kill him. Cheerful and satisfied, Nia declares the one-sided beating over and congratulates him on surviving exactly 38 slaps. Dusting off her hands, she casually announces her departure from the blooded crime scene. Glaring at her retreating back, the broken man weakly threatens that she will not be let off the hook for this outrage. She stops dead in her tracks, letting his pathetic words hang in the heavy air. Completely unbothered by his hollow threats, she regretfully mentions having to go home tomorrow but cheerfully asks if he wants to play again next time she visits the capital. Nia tells the defeated man to keep the bar running and be ready to give her a warm welcome next time she visits. The heavily beaten man bluntly tells her she has a screw loose. Cheerfully agreeing with his assessment, Nia notes it will be absolutely perfect to have a dedicated place to come and fight. She pauses her exit and curiously asks where he pulled that strange pipe from. The man explains that it is simply a contract weapon, a well-known concept though very few can actually use them. Realizing it must be a form of magic, Nia confirms that contract weapons can simply be summoned out of thin air. Satisfied with his honest answer, she bids him a polite goodbye and promises they will definitely meet again. She turns her back to the broken enforcer and begins to confidently walk away into the shadows. Still sitting on the floor in absolute defeat, the man silently watches her depart. Just as she is leaving the room, a sudden realization makes her stop dead in her tracks. She abruptly turns around and casually tosses a heavy object back toward the bewildered man. A heavy bag of money dramatically lands right beside the stunned enforcer. Staring down at the unexpected compensation, he demands to know what the hell this is all about. Nia simply advises him to wait a while before going outside and admits she is genuinely surprised he hasn't fainted yet. The heavy wooden door creaks loudly as she finally exits the quiet, blood-stained hideout. Stepping out into the cool night, she cheerfully greets the massive mob of armed thugs eagerly waiting for her. Smiling menacingly at the assembled crowd, she sweetly asks if they have been waiting long. Up on the roof, Charlo worriedly asks the silent maid if they should intervene and do something. The maid dismisses the concern entirely, confidently stating that even 100 people couldn't possibly stop Miss Nia. The gang leader steps forward, demanding to know where the suit-wearing man named Ansel is so they can finally settle a score. The thugs suddenly recognize Nia as the girl who beat up their guys, while Nia happily realizes she is also their main target. Believing the strong shouldn't let people fight Ansel while he's weakened, she decides they desperately need to fight her at full power instead. Thrilled by the numbers advantage, she declares this situation absolutely perfect since one opponent simply wasn't enough to satisfy her. Cracking her knuckles in sheer anticipation, she gloats that she will get to have a glorious feast after all. A terrifying, overwhelming bloodlust erupts from her small frame, visibly shocking the surrounding gang members. The tough goons stare in absolute terror as her monstrous aura entirely consumes the narrow alleyway. Laughing maniacally, she violently launches herself into the fray and orders them to put their guard up before they get brutally squashed. Meanwhile, away from the fight, two men confidently discuss Ansel's progress while casually strolling through the city streets. They excitedly outline a basic extortion plan to kidnap the Piz daughter and force the House of Liston to pay massive damages for her safe return. By ordering Ansel to secretly wipe out the Zigzag Dogs gang, they scheme to maliciously pin those extra damages on Nia Liston as well. They note that in this fading age of peerage, a massive public scandal involving kidnapping and gang violence would absolutely devastate a noble family's reputation. Smirking at their foolproof plan, they conclude the Listons will lose everything whether they fail to rescue her or foolishly try to expose the truth. One man gloats that this intricate, twisted scheme is the absolute easiest way for them to make a massive profit. He suddenly stops mid-sentence as they arrive at their destination and peer into the alley. The men stare in stunned silence at the brutal, unbelievable aftermath of a completely one-sided massacre. Dozens of gang members lie completely unconscious and heavily battered across the bloody, ruined pavement. Standing triumphantly amidst the massive pile of defeated bodies, Nia looks up and excitedly asks if she is getting seconds. The greedy schemers freeze in sheer horror as the blood-soaked little girl turns her terrifying, glowing gaze directly upon them. Paralyzed by the unbelievable destruction before him, one of the masterminds can only utter a single word in complete disbelief. Sweating profusely in the cold night air, the shocked men stammer and desperately ask what in the world just happened here. The two men look at the unconscious bodies scattered across the alley, wondering where Ansel is and if he defeated them all. Dismissing the mystery entirely, the leader decides it doesn't matter and insists they focus purely on capturing their target. Stepping forward with a fake smile, the mastermind cheerfully greets Nia Liston and asks if she knows him. Playing along innocently, Nia excitedly asks if he is a fan who recognizes her from Magivision. Eagerly confirming he is a huge fan, the man deceitfully suggests they go somewhere else to have a little chat. Dropping the innocent act, Nia bluntly declines the offer by stating she was taught never to go anywhere with strangers. Checking her clothes for blood splatters, she casually mentions that she already met Ansel and left him sprawled on the bar floor. Glaring coldly at the stunned men, she mockingly requests that they send a stronger assassin next time. Sweat forming on his face, the mastermind internally panics over the absolute impossibility of a little kid taking down a legendary underworld fighter. As he struggles to process the situation, he suddenly recalls hearing a recent rumor about her getting into trouble with the Zigzag Dogs gang. Checking herself for bruises, Nia remains completely unbothered while the man desperately tries to remember the exact details of the gang rumor. A terrifying memory flashes in the man's mind, recalling frantic reports of a ridiculously strong white-haired girl who brutally attacked the gang. Staring in pure horror, he slowly connects the dots between the terrifying underworld rumors and the small girl standing directly before him. An overwhelming, suffocating dread washes over him as he realizes exactly what kind of monster he is dealing with. Completely unaware of the danger, a clueless henchman impatiently asks the boss if they are still proceeding with the kidnapping plan. Heart pounding violently in his chest, the terrified boss hesitates before weakly ordering his men to capture the kid. A large thug confidently steps forward, condescendingly telling the young lady to be nice and come quietly. Before he can finish his sentence, a sudden, blindingly fast blur of movement interrupts the massive thug. With a heavy, sickening thud, the huge henchman abruptly collapses face-first onto the cold pavement. Utterly confused by the sudden collapse, another henchman jokingly asks his fallen comrade if he had too much to drink. Another heavy thud echoes through the alleyway as the second henchman also drops instantly to the ground. The remaining thugs freeze in dead silence, completely unable to comprehend how their allies are effortlessly falling. Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice speaks directly from behind the terrified boss. The boss snaps his head around in sheer panic, realizing she has completely bypassed his entire crew in a fraction of a second. Appearing right beside him, Nia remarks on the nice night while the boss screams in pure shock at her impossible speed. Smiling sweetly, she casually offers to let him go simply because she is feeling unusually generous. Shaking violently in pure terror, the paralyzed boss can barely process her terrifyingly calm demeanor. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs in the air as he stares helplessly into her cold, dead eyes. Stomping her foot down with a heavy thud, Nia warns the trembling man not to even think about running before giving his answer. Stepping closer with an overwhelmingly intimidating aura, she absolutely commands his undivided attention. Leaning in, she firmly instructs him to make sure his people keep their mouths shut because she doesn't want anyone knowing she was there. Cocking her head to the side, she sweetly asks if he can manage that simple request or if there is going to be an issue. Completely broken and utterly terrified, the man frantically nods his head in absolute, unquestioning submission. Satisfied with his terrified obedience, Nia slowly backs away and vanishes into the dark shadows of the alley. The next day, two people casually stroll through town, discussing how the local gangs have suddenly become significantly less active. One mentions bizarre rumors about the gangs being terrified of kids with white hair, while the other simply brushes it off as a mystery. Listening from afar, Nia smirks to herself, thoroughly amused by the terrifying reputation she secretly left behind. Exhausted from her secret nocturnal activities, she dramatically flops face-first onto her soft, luxurious bed. Snuggling deep into the comfortable pillows, she happily accepts her maid's polite offer for a warm cup of tea. Resting peacefully in her quiet room, the dangerous warrior finally relaxes in her fragile new life. Reflecting on the past, Rinox notes it has been a full year since Nia nearly died. Nia thoughtfully agrees that time really does fly by incredibly fast. She wonders if the original girl would be proud of her impersonation over the past year. Suddenly stepping forward, Rinox politely interrupts to make a formal request. Nia guesses she wants to sleep in her bed, which Rinox furiously attempts to justify. Nia rejects her out of fear of being kissed, sending the flustered maid into a rant. Coughing awkwardly, Rinox sets the sleeping issue aside to ask her actual question. Looking perfectly serious, Rinox formally asks if Nia would mind training her. Surprised by the sudden shift, Nia asks what kind of training she means. Rinox insists a loyal guard should never be weaker than the master they protect in battle. Nia silently studies her dedicated maid, carefully considering the weight of the request. She realizes Rinox witnessed her evening practice and accurately identified their massive skill gap. Acknowledging that discerning strength requires true skill, Nia deduces Rinox is secretly quite capable. Rinox accepts the harsh methods, fearing she might lose the right to stand beside Nia. Impressed by her absolute resolve, Nia calmly agrees to the demanding proposal. Declaring Rinox her first disciple, she expects the maid to never bring shame to her name. Bowing respectfully, the newly appointed disciple fiercely vows to strive with everything she has. Smirking internally, Nia realizes she must be careful not to completely break her fragile new student. Time flashes by as Nia turns 6, keeping busy with plays, social gatherings, martial arts, and starring in her Magivision show while a new Fifth Order house joins the rising MV business. Reaching this milestone age means the young star must officially enroll in the prestigious Altoaya school. Arriving at the massive capital city airship dock, a bustling crowd of families and students gathers around the Grand Academy. Observing the sheer volume of children, Nia notes that every 6 to 12-year-old in the kingdom is legally obligated to study in a royal institution. Exceptional students who complete the mandatory base course can earn coveted invitations to the middle, top, and regal tiers. Taking in the enormous campus, she realizes that all students traveling from outside the capital must live in the school dormitories. Recalling her parents' awkwardly distant goodbye, Nia casually admits to herself that she completely lacks any homesickness. She suspects her parents are simply too overjoyed that she survived her illness to ever question her bizarre, emotionally distant personality. Shrugging off the upcoming academic challenges since she rarely uses her head for anything but headbutts, her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by someone shouting her name. Turning around, she warmly greets her older brother Neil after a long time apart. Before they can catch up, an unfamiliar, blushing girl steps out from behind Neil's back. Assuming the worst, Nia teasingly asks if the nervous girl is his lover, instantly sending Neil into an embarrassed panic. The mystery girl timidly attempts to introduce herself, but freezes the moment she makes eye contact. Her eyes widen in sheer, starstruck awe as she loudly recognizes Nia Liston. Ignoring the sudden murmurs of the surrounding crowd, the frantic fan immediately grabs Nia by the hand and bolts away. As Neil desperately chases after them, the disguised maid Rinok stops an eager attendant, assuring her that the runaway girl means no harm. The energetic girl drags Nia across the vast, sunlit campus grounds at breakneck speed. Finally stopping to catch their breath, Nia cheerfully laughs off the sudden kidnapping, genuinely thrilled to get some decent exercise. Neil finally catches up, angrily scolding the girl until a calm, authoritative voice commands his absolute silence. Stepping out from the shadows of a nearby tree, an elegant young woman formally requests permission to introduce herself. Sweeping her dress in a flawless, regal curtsy, she proudly reveals herself as Hildatora Altoaya. Smiling with polite grace, the royal heir warmly welcomes the famous Nia Liston to the academy. Nia immediately recognizes the name, recalling key information fed to her by her underworld contacts. She remembers Benderio describing a young capital princess who was rapidly gaining massive popularity on Magivision. Apologizing for the unannounced ambush, the surprisingly approachable princess maintains her perfect, charming smile. Hildatora steps closer, deeply honored to finally stand face-to-face with the legendary child star. Turning her attention to the breathless kidnapper, the princess greets Relialet Silva and thanks her for bringing Nia along. Relialet stammers a nervous apology, confessing she doesn't watch the royals channel because her strict parents heavily limit her television programs. Cutting through the pleasantries, Nia bluntly asks the royal princess why she orchestrated this secret meeting. Appreciating the direct approach, Hildatora drops her polite facade and prepares to speak her true mind. She passionately declares her ultimate goal is to wield her royal power to make Magivision an integral, unavoidable part of everyday life. Launching into a sudden history lesson, she explains how the once unstoppable ether empire of Misgarith collapsed the moment airships were invented. Staring intensely, she notes that a land is nothing without its people, and losing citizens brings catastrophic devastation. The princess explains that airships finally gave commoners the power to flee their isolated sky islands and escape greedy, oppressive rulers. Because the masses can now simply fly away, the absolute authority of royalty and peers has drastically plummeted across all nations. She concedes that the Altoaya kingdom survived better than most because they historically maintained a smaller divide between nobles and commoners. Gripping her teacup tightly, a dark shadow crosses the young royal's face. Hildatora grimly reveals her terrifying realization that if nobles continue losing authority, society will eventually realize they don't need rulers at all. Staring dead into Nia's eyes, the princess declares that the only way to survive is to realize that whoever controls Magivision will control the world. Thoroughly intrigued by the young royal's ruthless ambition, Nia grins fiercely and demands to know her grand plan. Hildatora confidently reveals her grand plan to spread Magivision throughout the entire kingdom before eventually involving other nations. She explains her ambitious dual dream of returning authority to the nobility and manipulating public opinion to secure a firm grip on the entire world. Nia silently absorbs the overwhelming magnitude of the young princess's sweeping geopolitical ambitions. Staring intently into Hildatora's eyes, the reincarnated warrior carefully evaluates the underlying motives behind this massive proposal. Realizing the royal family's precarious position, Nia concludes that Hildatora simply cannot allow their ancestral authority to die out peacefully. She internally marvels at the 7-year-old's terrifying appetite for wanting absolute control over the entire world. A dark, excited grin slowly spreads across Nia's face as she admits she absolutely loves that kind of ruthless ambition. Nia vividly envisions a beautifully violent future where MV's success leads to a gory beast-fighting tournament that she can eventually conquer. Hildatora asks for their direct assistance, explaining that collaborating will create synergy and significantly expand their tactical options. She notes that the three of them are currently the most prominent MV figures and the platform desperately needs new supporters and rivals to progress. Pointing decisively, the princess declares that joining forces will allow them to guide all the latecomers who inevitably follow in their footsteps. Nia silently wonders if Hildatora is truly this ambitious on her own or if she just desperately wants to support her royal father's reign. Brushing off the complicated political maneuvering, Relialet eagerly steps up and offers her full support to spread Magivision to the masses. Pleased by the enthusiasm, Nia quickly agrees to help as well, officially cementing their new broadcasting alliance. Nia considers that working together toward the surprisingly decent, albeit lifelong, goal of global Magivision domination doesn't sound too bad. The scene shifts to the grand main gate of the Altoaya School's base section as the students prepare to part ways. Preparing to commute back to the royal castle, Hildatora excuses herself and promises to discuss Magivision details next time with the Dawnbound girls. Before departing in her carriage, the princess confidently announces her incredibly ambitious goal to hit a 10% adoption rate across all territories within a single year. Watching the royal carriage rattle away down the cobblestone path, Relialet hesitantly turns to Nia to express a sudden realization. Sweating nervously, Relialet admits she didn't realize Hildatora was essentially winging her massive dreams without any concrete plan. Nia thoughtfully ponders the princess's aggressive timeline, questioning if the 7-year-old is acting on her own genius or being manipulated from the shadows. Reflecting on the currently slow adoption rates across the territories, Nia realizes that hitting 10% within a year will be incredibly difficult. Turning to Relialet, Nia firmly suggests they desperately need to develop a solid business strategy to actually pull this off. Confused by the sudden shift to corporate strategy, Relialet innocently asks what Nia means by that. Nia bluntly asks if the House of Silver is financially stable, assuming they must have spent an absolute fortune establishing their broadcasting station. Relialet becomes extremely flustered while Rinox violently clicks her tongue in the background to subtly warn Nia about being rude. Pretending to clear her throat, Rinox successfully stops Nia, who internally scolds her maid for almost starting a fight with a sensitive child. Relialet's attendant politely intervenes to save face, confirming that the broadcasting costs were indeed a massive financial burden even for their noble family. Seeking confirmation, the nervous Relialet asks her maid Asura if their house is actually in a similarly precarious financial situation. Asura reveals they took a massive loan using islands as collateral while an older sister's company also heavily invested its own funds. Nia nods in perfect understanding, realizing the House of Silver is just as desperate for Magivision to succeed as they are. Suddenly puffing out her chest with renewed confidence, Relialet points an accusing finger directly at Nia's face. Despite agreeing to work together for the princess, Relialet fiercely declares that she absolutely refuses to lose to her new rival. Without waiting for a single response, the deeply embarrassed young girl instantly turns and sprints away at top speed. Asura bows deeply, profusely apologizing for her young lady's completely sudden and bizarre competitive outburst. The maid calmly explains that Relialet was highly impressed by Nia's MV appearances and feels fiercely competitive because they are exactly the same age. Pleading for patience, Asura promises to severely reprimand the girl herself if she ever crosses the line during their rivalry. Watching them leave, Nia sharply orders Rinox to stop suggesting they assassinate the annoying girl, humorously noting they might actually become good friends. The imposing exterior of the base course female dorms for peers stands quietly in the fading afternoon light. Finally alone in her private dorm room, Nia heavily drops her bags with a relieved sigh, successfully concluding her chaotic first day. Discussing their new living arrangements, Rinox notes that peer dorms feature an extra room to accommodate a single attendant, keeping them separated from commoners. Rinox excitedly declares this the beginning of their cohabitation, but Nia bluntly tells her to never call it that. Ignoring Rinox's creepy request to go to bed together, Nia sharply orders her to stop acting weird and help unpack the luggage. Marveling at the luxurious private bath, Rinox notes that commoner dorms completely lack such high-end amenities. Reminding her attendant they need to go buy supplies, Nia firmly shoots down Rinox's persistent attempt to get into bed together. Refusing to waste any time, Nia notes they just need to pick up her tailored uniform since all standard school supplies are available on site. Stepping out into the grand hallway, the two suddenly spot a familiar face waiting nearby. Smiling politely, Relialet approaches Nia and formally greets her. Nia confirms she is heading out to pick up her uniform and asks if Relialet is going to the shops as well. Relialet excitedly reveals she is staging a broadcast shoot to show off her very first uniform, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Realizing her own crew failed to plan an epic shoot, Nia quickly decides to piggyback off the other territory's clever idea. Nia boldly asks to join the shoot, explaining it will increase her outreach while perfectly presenting a friendly relationship between their rival families. Stepping forward suddenly, Nia seizes both of Relialet's hands in a terrifyingly tight grip. Staring intensely, Nia insists they aren't actually friends but forcing everyone to believe they are will easily increase Magivision's adoption rate. Dragging the crying girl forward, Nia cheerfully announces they shouldn't keep the uniforms waiting while Relialet screams in agony over the iron grip. Relialet tearfully begs her to stop before her hand twists off, which Nia happily accepts as full consent. Rinox suggests inviting Nia's brother Neil to the casual shoot, noting that family presence will leave a much better public impression. Nia agrees to force a reluctant Neil to participate for the family's sake, leaving an exhausted Rhinox to deal with a towering stack of creepy fan letters. Staring dead into her maid's eyes, Nia commands Rhinox to use absolutely any means necessary to ensure Neil attends the broadcast. Embracing the dark mission, Rhinox fiercely vows to do whatever it takes for the glory of the House of Liston. Standing proudly in front of the camera crew, the girls gracefully show off their pristine new school uniforms. Posing elegantly, Reliolette smiles brightly for the Magivision audience. With the shoot successfully wrapped, Reliolette graciously thanks Nia and apologizes for inserting herself into the broadcast. Asserting her authority, Reliolette abruptly commands Nia to accompany her to lunch with her sisters. Reliolette formally dismisses her loyal maid Asura, instructing her to go have her own lunch in the meantime. Seeing Rhinox completely burnt out by the insane fan letters, Nia decides it would be rude to decline and leaves her exhausted maid behind. The two dismissed attendants walk away together to enjoy a much-needed private break. Arriving at a quiet cafe, Asura and Rhinox settle down at a table to chat away from their masters. Meanwhile, a distinctly tense atmosphere settles between the two maids as they sit across from each other. Dropping the pleasantries, Asura leans in intensely and asks Rhinox exactly what kind of person Miss Nia truly is. Feigning complete ignorance, Rhinox plays dumb and asks the opposing maid to clarify her vague question. Revealing herself as a practitioner of the sky-shattering fist, Asura explains she has a strict duty to pass her martial knowledge to her masters. Because of her keen martial senses, Asura confidently declares she can easily tell that Miss Nia is abnormally strong. Leaning closer, Asura bluntly asks if Nia received her elite combat education directly from Rhinox. Smirking at the assumption, Rhinox vaguely admits she isn't too far off, carefully hiding the secret that she is actually Nia's disciple. Shifting the interrogation, Rhinox asks about Reliolette, noting that the young girl clearly treats Nia as a fierce rival. Asura easily confirms this, revealing that Reliolette constantly boasts about being much cuter and far more popular than Nia. Asura quickly backpedals, urgently clarifying that those arrogant boasts are strictly Reliolette's words and not her own. Closing her eyes with a deeply serious expression, Asura prepares to deliver her final, honest thoughts. Opening her eyes with unwavering loyalty, Asura proudly states that she completely agrees with her young lady's bold claims. The two maids glare at each other as the tension violently snaps. Rhinox furiously declares Miss Nia is infinitely cuter than her red-haired creature. Asura calmly questions if the general public will actually share that biased opinion. They heatedly debate whether the public prefers a composed child or a wild doggy. A terrified waiter awkwardly delivers food while they fiercely debate Nia's actual age. The waiter nervously thanks them and hastily retreats from the overwhelmingly hostile atmosphere. The two maids angrily march side by side down the quiet city sidewalk. Rhinox aggressively demands to know why Asura is following her toward Nia's location. Their brisk walking suddenly accelerates into a fiercely competitive and chaotic foot race. The violently loyal maids aggressively clash shoulders as they furiously sprint ahead. Rhinox violently vows to prove who is cuter by using her fists one day. Later that morning, Nia successfully finishes preparing for her first day of classes. Fully dressed in her pristine uniform, Nia calmly asks if they are ready. Stepping out confidently, she excitedly declares it is time to begin her school life. The giant man confidently invites the girls to join his sky-shattering fist club. Annoyed by his arrogance, Nia furiously considers punching the towering martial artist right in the face. Rhinox swiftly intervenes, declaring that Nia is already learning her exclusive martial arts style. Nia mentally praises their pre-planned excuse, knowing no one would believe she is actually Rhinox's master. The martial arts club leader stares down at them in confused silence. Smiling deviously, Nia unexpectedly proposes that Rhinox should have a direct match with the giant man. She declares that if Rhinox loses, she will seriously consider training under his club style. The man eagerly accepts the challenge while a nervous Rhinox hesitates. Nia commands her disciple to demonstrate the results of her grueling year of Kai training. Promising a delicious reward for winning, Nia raises the stakes for her nervous student. If Rhinox loses, Nia threatens her with a hellish, day-long nightmare training plan. Misinterpreting Rhinox's terrified shivering as excitement, Nia aggressively orders her into the ring. The surrounding students murmur in confusion as the two fighters prepare to clash. A large crowd quickly gathers, eagerly anticipating the sudden martial arts showdown. The man arrogantly boasts that this public spectacle will easily attract many new club applicants. Annoyed by his blatant advertising stunt, Reliolette questions if this match is truly a good idea. Asura calmly observes Rhinox, confidently assessing that the maid is much stronger than the giant man. Nia realizes Asura can expertly sense Kai, deducing the rival maid is highly skilled. Evaluating the rival maid's strength, Nia notes Asura would be a perfect opponent for Rinox. Relialet and Nia lock eyes, fiercely sizing up each other's formidable bodyguards. Confident in her own maid, Relialet boldly claims Asura would easily win a fight. Treating her student like a precious plant, Nia internally vows to crush anyone who mocks Rinox. The massive club leader and the composed maid quietly take their combat stances. With a sudden shout, the brutal martial arts duel officially begins. A blindingly fast blur of motion erupts as Rinox instantly launches her devastating attack. The giant man freezes completely, entirely unable to react to the maid's overwhelming speed. Asura calmly praises the flawless technique, declaring the fight instantly over. Relialet watches in total confusion as she realizes Rinox delivered a lightning-fast low kick. Nia notes the man couldn't even tense his muscles before the brutal strike landed. Trembling in sheer agony, the massive club leader clutches his leg and groans in defeat. Having secured her victory, Nia cheerfully asks Rinox what she wants to eat as her reward. Ignoring Rinox's request for home cooking, Nia decides to visit a fancy restaurant and invites Relialet. The defeated martial artist violently quivers on the ground, completely forgotten by the departing girls. Later that afternoon, the group secretly gathers inside a quiet room after school. Princess Hildatora officially begins the first major discussion regarding their Magivision adoption plans. She admits lacking technical knowledge but highlights the importance of targeting wealthy areas. Startled by Nia's extreme politeness, the princess casually requests to just be called Hilda. Dropping the formalities, Nia directly asks Hilda which specific wealthy areas she plans to target. Hilda launches into a history lesson, explaining that Magivision started with crystal panels displaying video. She notes these devices were originally for wealthy communication before pivoting to mass broadcasting. Discussing the origins of their technology, Hilda explains that while prototypical crystal panels used natural formations, new research makes it possible to grow them with magic. She gravely notes that despite the breakthrough, the growing process remains extremely costly. Elaborating on the history, she reveals the government planned further research because the manufactured panels possess the potential to become commonplace. Unfortunately, the budget ran dry as they heavily struggled to find eager investors beyond the House of Liston. Summarizing their current standstill, Hilda notes the House of Silver is the very first recent addition to their stalled efforts. Realizing an average family cannot afford a single crystal panel, Relialet desperately asks if there is any way to lower the prohibitive costs. She eagerly asks how magic grows the crystals, prompting Hilda to admit that is their biggest issue. Refusing to let other nations steal their secrets, the government keeps the specific manufacturing details highly confidential even from royalty. A heavy, contemplative silence falls over the room as the young girls deeply ponder their impossible financial hurdle. Suddenly, Hilda perks up with a brand new thought. Mentioning her family's channel broadcasts adventure content, Hilda accidentally sparks Nia's intense, bloodthirsty excitement. Hilda explains that adventurers make massive profits by selling gathered beast parts, allowing lucky individuals to get rich quickly. Eager for violence, Nia boldly suggests making their own money through fighting to pay for the panels. Hilda immediately rejects the dangerous idea, preferring to strictly avoid relying on an unstable job driven by random commissions. Stepping forward from the shadows, Rinox quietly raises a finger to interrupt the brainstorming session. The stoic maid politely asks if she may add a suggestion of her own. Surprised by the attendant's initiative, Hilda warmly grants her full permission to speak. Rinox describes a famous adventurer whose exceptional skills naturally attracted several wealthy sponsors to fund his activities. Drawing a clever parallel, she advises that focusing on Magivision's unique selling point will effortlessly attract much-needed supporters and donators. Concluding her strategic analysis, Rinox firmly states it is entirely impossible to increase the adoption rate without first raising the product's fundamental desirability. Finally grasping the maid's brilliant logic, Relialet realizes they desperately need to focus heavily on the shows themselves. Hilda eagerly agrees they must broadcast compelling shows that people actually want to watch. Rubbing her chin in deep thought, the young princess ponders what kind of content normal citizens actually crave. Seizing the opportunity, Asura quietly leans in to capture Nia's attention. Shielding her mouth, the loyal maid simply whispers the word romance. Nia stares back at her attendant in complete, utterly baffled silence. Unleashing a massive, lightning-fast rant about human mating instincts, Asura forces Nia to angrily yell at her for whispering something so ridiculously long. Despite her annoyance, Nia thoughtfully considers the unexpectedly intense genre suggestion. Rinox cheerfully suggests romance, but Nia instantly dismisses the genre as incredibly boring. Violently complaining that adults crying over pathetic love stories makes her want to punch them, Nia completely ignores Rinox's defense of the popular genre. Dramatically lecturing them about the itchy, tearful vexations of love, Yahello makes Nia seriously question what an 8-year-old who has never been in love is actually talking about. Blushing furiously, Yahello violently shakes her fists and angrily demands the two smirking girls stop mocking her. Refocusing the chaotic group, Hilda seriously admits they are definitely onto something with the romance angle. Staring intensely at her shocked peers, Hilda boldly declares they are going to need something incredibly raunchy to achieve real results. A heavily blushing Yahello frantically stammers in pure shock while Nia curiously asks if the princess actually means nudity. Envisioning nude couples writhing in bed, Hilda accidentally causes Yahello to shriek in sheer terror. Panicking over government funds and societal depravity, Yahello loses her mind while Nia mercilessly mocks the so-called master of love. Coughing awkwardly, Hilda hastily decides to set the highly inappropriate idea aside and asks for alternative options. Calming down, Yahello astutely points out that professional broadcasters are already multiple steps ahead of their amateur brainstorming. She wisely suggests inviting an actual professional from the broadcasting company to guide their future strategic meetings. Hilda clenches her fists, admitting she has spent a long time thinking about how to make Magivision sell, but even adults cannot figure it out. Looking down despondently, she wonders if their grand ambitions are simply not meant to be. Nia calls out to the dejected princess, preparing to offer a fresh perspective. Pointing confidently, Nia suggests they completely change their strategic approach. She notes that while they are currently obsessing over what people want to watch, they are ignoring other aspects of the platform. Nia challenges Hilda to consider what sort of programs ordinary people would actually want to take part in. Caught off guard by the novel concept, Hilda quietly repeats the idea of audience participation. Nia prompts the princess to remember the chaotic events that unfolded during their recent uniform showcase. Recalling the memory, Hilda realizes a whole bunch of shy and eager children naturally joined them during the shoot. Nia explains that those children instinctively wanted to appear on Magivision too. A sudden shock of realization visibly strikes the young princess. Hilda bolts upright in her chair as the brilliant idea fully clicks in her mind. She excitedly declares that giving viewers programs they can actually participate in will guarantee mass interest. Slamming her hands on the table, Hilda joyfully announces to Nia and Relia that this revolutionary plan is going to work. Startled by the sudden outburst, Relia asks what just happened while Nia notes Hilda is simply happy to receive any viable idea. Nia calmly instructs her maid to ensure the ecstatic princess safely reaches her royal carriage. Turning her attention back to Relia, Nia casually asks if the Silver Territory hosts any illegal underground casinos. A roulette wheel spins in Nia's mind as she connects viewer participation directly to the thrill of fighting and betting. Relia recalls how a massive crowd naturally gathered when Rinox fought the sky-shattering Fist Club leader. Nia excitedly proposes a brutal show where adventurers battle dangerous beasts to the death. Relia quickly shoots down the idea, insisting that most people absolutely do not want to see gore on television. Enraged by the censorship, Nia violently grabs Relia and demands to know how a fight can exist without blood splattering everywhere. Nia furiously asks who told Relia that the Silver Channel does not show fountains of blood and decapitated limbs every single day. Utterly confused and terrified, Relia asks why they would ever broadcast something so horrific. Disgusted by the lack of bloodlust, Nia mercilessly flings the screaming girl across the room. Relia crashes into the wall while Nia coldly declares that the House of Silver disappoints her even more than the martial arts club. 2 quiet weeks pass as Nia sits at her desk without receiving a single word from Hilda. A loud clapperboard snaps shut, signaling the successful end of another broadcast shoot. A staff member cheerfully praises Nia's hard work, to which the young star politely expresses her gratitude. The director reveals that the capital's broadcasting company is considering renting out dedicated rooms for the Liston filming crew. Surprised by the generous offer, Nia asks for more details about the potential crew accommodations. The director explains that the space would essentially serve as their own quasi-broadcasting station in the capital. He notes this would make filming outside of Liston much more manageable by eliminating the exhausting half-day travel times. Nia expresses hope that the negotiations succeed, agreeing that reducing long trips is vital for her health. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Nia casually pivots the conversation toward her new interactive proposal. Looking up innocently at the director, she mentions having an important question to ask him. The director strokes his chin as he listens to her pitch about shows where viewers can directly participate. He quickly grasps her strategic intent to artificially inflate audience interest through interactive broadcasting. Finding the idea genuinely fun, the director eagerly agrees to pitch the concept to the capital's broadcasting station. Later, over a delicious meat dinner, an adult happily notes that Nia seems to be thoroughly enjoying her new school life. A man apologizes that only he is present instead of her parents, but Nia warmly reassures him that he feels like family to her by now. Jokingly asking if she intends to start calling him daddy, the man cheerfully admits her warm response makes him want to give her pocket money. Playing along, Nia smirks and calls him daddy, boldly demanding an unexplored island instead of mere pocket money, which he laughs off as an incredibly ambitious request. The two casually stroll down the peaceful streets, enjoying the pleasant afternoon atmosphere together. They continue their relaxed walk through the bustling capital, blending in perfectly with the surrounding crowd. Rinox steps up beside her master, politely asking if they are returning to the dorms or heading to a new destination next. Nia suggests they find a place to enjoy a relaxing cup of tea first, prompting Rinox to ask if she has a specific establishment in mind. Pausing to consider her options, Nia notes she doesn't want to spend too much money before a sudden, bright idea strikes her. The group arrives outside a shady, run-down establishment ominously named the Twilight Rat, their footsteps clicking softly on the stone path. The battered wooden sign for the tavern hangs quietly in the shadows, marking the entrance to the underground hideout. A heavy wooden door creaks open slowly, piercing the tense and gloomy atmosphere inside the dimly lit tavern. As light footsteps click across the floorboards, the terrified tavern patrons frantically scramble under tables to hide from the incoming guest. A clueless thug aggressively demands to know who the kid is, only for a panicked patron to violently shush him and warn that she will kill them if noticed. The clueless man angrily questions the sudden panic, but the terrified patron begs him not to drag anyone else into his suicidal death wish. Stepping confidently up to the wooden counter, Nia cheerfully greets the stunned bartender, Lily. Smiling warmly at the nervous woman, Nia casually remarks that it has been a long time since they last crossed paths. Turning her gaze to the side, Nia greets the battered Ansel with a menacingly polite tone, noting it has indeed been a long time. Lily warmly congratulates the bartender on successfully running the tavern for the past 2 months. The bartender graciously thanks Fressa and formally welcomes Lily back to the establishment. Lily explains that her new school schedule in the capital allows her to visit the tavern much more frequently. The bartender admits he took her advice to open a cheap bar since his previous defeat completely ruined his underworld reputation. Expecting a hostile reunion, the bartender thoughtfully slides a freshly poured drink across the counter to his former rival. Staring down at the glass of simple fruit juice, Lily mentally curses the former assassin for acting like a goody two-shoes. Setting the glass down onto the wooden counter, she silently prepares to shift the conversation. Casting a terrifying gaze over the silent tavern, she casually asks the room if anyone has the guts to fight her. A patron quickly rejects the offer by pointing out that absolutely everyone in the room already knows how monstrously strong she is. Sighing heavily, the bartender completely refuses the challenge by stating he stands no chance and prefers working a proper job. Frustrated by their cowardice, she mentally screams that they must continue their bloody crusade to rule the world. A massive, arrogant thug suddenly looms over the small girl and mockingly questions her identity. Smirking down at her, the thug brags that he could easily snap her neck and mocks the terrified patrons for fearing a little girl. The bartender calmly attempts to defuse the situation with a free drink while noting the thug isn't even worth their time. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the thug aggressively challenges the bartender to step outside for a violent brawl. The loudmouth boasts he will brutally beat the bartender into hiring him as a bouncer for half the bar's income. Unbothered by the screaming man, Lily casually grants the bartender full permission to take out the trash himself. Moving with blinding speed, the bartender instantly delivers a devastating punch directly to the loudmouth's face. The massive thug violently slams onto the floorboards in complete, unconscious defeat. Dusting off his hands, the bartender offers her a bit of juicy information in response to her desperate plea for a strong opponent. He casually reveals that a highly illegal underground tournament will soon take place at the nearby Black Arena. He vividly describes the venue as a twisted bloodsport arena designed specifically to entertain depraved nobles seeking death and gore. Thrilled by the horrific description, the bloodthirsty girl gleefully declares that this violent event is absolutely perfect for her. Leaning aggressively over the counter, she furiously demands to know why he kept such an amazing place a secret from her. The bartender calmly explains that he kept it hidden because he knew she would immediately try to participate in the bloodbath. He warns that the depraved nobles attending the arena would easily recognize her and instantly report the scandal to the House of Liston. Shocking the young star, the bartender reveals he owns a crystal panel and actively follows her popular Megavision broadcasts. When questioned about his motives, he admits he only brought it up to actively prevent her from accidentally stumbling into the dangerous arena. He sternly warns that causing a massive public scandal there would completely destroy her noble family's hard-earned reputation. Swallowing her intense bloodlust, the young noble reluctantly agrees that protecting her family must always remain her top priority. He suggests she might safely watch the tournament as a child, but she stubbornly insists on fighting in the arena. Shaking uncontrollably with the desperate urge to fight, she makes a completely unconvincing promise to strictly remain a spectator. A friendly woman suddenly pats the squirming girl on the head and asks if she is throwing a tantrum over the underground arena. Finding the childish tantrum incredibly cute, the woman casually asks if the young girl actually wants to participate in the tournament. Before the girl can answer, the woman cheerfully assures her that arranging a spectator seat would be incredibly easy. Realizing the bartender was holding out on her, the furious girl aggressively accuses him of deliberately waiting for her to beg. Waving off her angry accusations, the bartender casually claims he had a perfectly valid reason for delaying the generous offer. Staring at him silently, the young girl quickly pieces together his unspoken concerns regarding her safety. He explicitly points out that a child with striking white hair would instantly attract unwanted attention, requiring a flawless disguise. Conceding to his completely logical argument, she promptly agrees to go make the necessary preparations. Stopping before leaving, Nia calls out to Fressa with one final, bizarre request. She abruptly demands the bartender show her her underwear. Shocked but compliant, Fressa lifts her skirt to reveal her undergarments. Thanking her, Nia explains she ditched her attendant under the guise of looking at risque underwear, so she figured she should at least actually look at some. Disappointed, Nia notes the underwear was merely cute and practical, prompting Fressa to indignantly defend her bar's professional standards. Dismissing the complaints, Nia cheerfully bids her farewell and promises to return. Her light footsteps echo as she casually walks away from the underground bar. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the tavern the exact moment the door shuts. Stepping out from the dark shadows, Rhinox fiercely demands to know if the bartender fed Nia any unnecessary information. Fressa calmly denies spilling secrets and firmly suggests the menacing maid leave if she isn't going to buy a drink. Ignoring the request, Rhinox vows to slaughter everyone if Nia gets hurt or her identity leaks, a threat Fressa casually brushes off. Fressa sighs that they use a discreet nickname to protect the girl, noting the maid's complete lack of conversational skills. Glaring coldly, Rhinox asserts she is only there to deliver a strict warning as Nia's devoted guard. Fressa sarcastically suggests the maid just accompany Nia inside next time since the girl tries so hard to ditch her. Rhinox responds to the taunt with a chilling, dead-eyed glare. Unfazed by the killing intent, the bartender reminds Rhinox that her master is waiting and politely tells her to get out. The fiercely loyal maid turns silently and exits the tense establishment. Exhaling deeply, Ansel and Fressa agree the terrifying maid gets stronger every visit and pray she never goes on a rampage. Later back at the dorms, an utterly stunned Rhinox questions if she misheard her master. Nia bluntly reiterates her absolute intention to visit the illegal black arena. Desperately pretending she misheard, Rhinox blames the room's acoustics and begs her to repeat the insane statement. Sighing in exasperation, Nia states for the third time that she is going to the underground fighting ring. Refusing to accept reality, Rhinox weakly asks to hear it one more time. Staring dead into her maid's eyes, Nia repeats her unwavering command. Dropping the act, Rhinox desperately asks if bursting into tears and groveling will change her master's mind. Rhinox threatens to tell Nia's father, but Nia cleverly counters that she will simply use her status as a child to call the maid a liar. Shifting tactics, Rhinox points out that stepping into the arena as a famous public figure will instantly expose her violent nature. Rhinox warns that such a massive scandal would completely destroy both their noble house and the entire Megavision industry. Reminding Nia that her innocent image is the channel's lifeline, the maid questions what will happen if she shatters that profitable illusion. Realizing the massive political fallout, Nia admits ruining Princess Hildatora's grand plans would be highly inconvenient. Conceding to logic, Nia backs down, causing Rhinox to visibly light up with sheer relief. Instantly shattering that relief, Nia triumphantly declares her flawless compromise is to merely watch the illegal fights. Frustrated, Rhinox firmly explains that a noble child simply has absolutely no business being in such a depraved place regardless of her actions. Rhinox challenges how she plans to sneak in alone, completely unaware Nia already secured a flawless disguise. A sudden, frantic knocking at the door violently interrupts their heated argument. Bursting into the room, Princess Hilda excitedly announces she has finally formulated a brilliant plan. Panting heavily, the frantic princess hastily chugs a cup of tea offered by a perfectly composed Nia. Slamming her cup down, Hilda proposes hosting a massive martial arts competition and broadcasting it live to millions. A dark, overwhelmingly bloodthirsty thrill immediately washes over Nia's face. Staring intently into the distance, Nia savoringly repeats the word as a terrifying new ambition takes root. Nia quietly processes the sudden realization. Realizing a school martial arts competition means fighting weaklings, Nia completely ignores Rhinox begging her to return to her senses. Disappointed by the lack of lethal combat, Nia sarcastically praises the great plan while Hilda questions her sincerity. Hilda explains that most parents desperately want to see how their children are doing at the academy. She notes that strict school rules and busy schedules prevent parents from visiting except during long breaks. Hilda proposes hosting a broadcasted student competition so busy parents can watch from crystal panels at local hotels and bars. Relia realizes the ability to watch distant events is Magivision's absolute strongest selling point. Nia cheerfully praises the ruthless tactic of exploiting parental love for profit, causing Hilda to yell at her phrasing. Hilda reveals the broadcasting company initially doubted her plan and questioned how an 8-year-old could invent such a scheme. She fiercely defended the fair exchange, arguing both the parents and the network mutually benefit. Relia bluntly states the only issue with the brilliant plan is Hilda's incredibly smug face. Shifting focus, Nia asks the princess exactly what she needs from them. Later that night, Rhinox corners her master with a very serious tone. Ignoring Nia's complaints of exhaustion, Rhinox forcefully brings the conversation back to the illegal black arena. Nia stubbornly insists she is going anyway while Rhinox firmly denies giving her approval. Emitting a dark aura, Rhinox stands up as Nia decides to remind her stubborn disciple who the master truly is. Glaring fiercely, Nia commands her disciple never to go against the word of her master. Rhinox snaps back, declaring her duty as an attendant overrides their master-student dynamic to protect the Liston family from shame. Completely defeated by Rhinox's flawless logic, Nia sweats nervously in silence. Rhinox aggressively questions if Nia already has a concrete plan or an accomplice assisting her. Deflecting the interrogation, Nia claims she still needs to successfully negotiate with a certain person first. Nia proposes going to the arena if her secret negotiations succeed, but Rhinox instantly denies the request. Even when Nia promises to abandon the idea completely if negotiations fail, Rhinox firmly orders her to give up immediately. A tense, heavy silence fills the dorm room as the two lock eyes. Furious at the unfair treatment, Nia aggressively growls that Rhinox isn't even listening to her. Snarling right back, Rhinox roars that she doesn't need to listen because nothing will ever make the reckless plan acceptable. The two violently scream at each other well into the early morning hours. The next day after school, a loud voice aggressively commands someone to join them. Watching a crowd fiercely pressure Relia to join their club, Nia gets exhausted flashbacks of her own argument from the previous night. A boy wielding a wooden sword arrogantly insults the sky-shattering fist while aggressively demanding they join the sword-fighting club. Approaching the chaotic scene, Nia asks Relia if she knows these annoying boys, which Relia completely denies. Relia explains she originally beat 2 recruiters in a fight, but they keep returning with more members every single time. The arrogant boys surround them, boasting that bare hands cannot beat weapons while demanding Nia join them as well. Throwing her arm out defensively, Relia bravely steps in front of Nia to shield her from the armed boys. While Relia frantically warns the boys that Nia is incredibly dangerous, Nia secretly finds the girl's protective gesture overwhelmingly adorable. Sweating but determined, Relia glares fiercely at the encroaching swordsman. Relia aggressively orders the boys to leave immediately before the terrifying Nia locks eyes with them. Desperate to prevent a massacre, Relia begs the confused boys to run away while she is still actively holding Nia back. Nia is utterly confused about why Relia is protecting them, completely forgetting her own terrifying, bloodthirsty rants from earlier. Stepping forward with an intense glare, Nia calmly questions the honor of 6 armed boys deliberately surrounding 2 defenseless girls. Reminding the boy of his arrogant claim that bare hands cannot beat weapons, Nia aggressively demands he take his combat stance. She coldly adds that it doesn't matter if he refuses to get ready. Moving with blinding speed, Nia effortlessly snatches the wooden sword right out of the boy's stunned hands. Holding his stolen weapon, she casually asks what his next move is now that he has lost the crutch he relied on so heavily. The humiliated bullies stand frozen in stunned, terrified silence. Having made her point, Nia carelessly tosses the sword aside and tells Relia it is time to leave. A commanding voice suddenly barks out, ordering the girls to wait. A confident teenager steps forward, introducing himself as Sanoil Bad, the middle-course student in charge of training the 6 boys. After observing her incredible kick, Sanoil formally challenges Nia to a fight while a panicked Relia mutters that this is bad. Relia frantically warns Nia that she cannot win, revealing Sanoil topped the middle-course swordsmanship division in last year's tournament. Unimpressed by the weak division, Nia commends his bravery for challenging her but declines because she simply doesn't have the time. She explains she is on her way to the sky-shattering fist training hall and cannot risk letting her strict attendant catch her lingering around. Ignoring Relia's frantic protests, Nia calmly permits the upperclassman to draw his sword as long as he is fully prepared to lose. Sanoil aggressively raises his wooden sword, locking his eyes on the small girl in a focused combat stance. He violently charges forward, unleashing a powerful and sweeping strike aimed directly at his tiny opponent. Instead of dodging the brutal attack, Nia effortlessly steps up and balances her tiny foot perfectly on top of the swinging wooden blade. Pushing off the trapped weapon with a light hop, she launches herself gracefully into the air toward the shocked swordsman. Before Sanoil can even process the impossible movement, Nia gently presses her small hand directly against his vulnerable throat. She cleanly disarms him in mid-air, effortlessly ripping the heavy wooden sword out of his desperate grip with a single fluid motion. Tossing the stolen weapon away, she lands gracefully and politely asks if this humiliating defeat has satisfied his desire to fight. Bidding him a nice day, she orders a bewildered Relia to lead the way while Sanoil furiously demands to know what she just did. Arriving at the martial arts club, the giant assistant instructor spots Nia and immediately shouts her name in sheer panic. The giant man frantically asks if her terrifying attendant is present for a rematch, but Nia casually reveals Rinox is taking some time off. Slumping in profound disappointment over missing the maid, the giant ignores his observing students while Nia politely asks him for a quick favor. Raising 2 small fingers, Nia quietly prepares to outline the specific details of her brand new request. The giant man stares down at Nia, demanding to know exactly where she heard about the illegal arena. Surprised that she knows about the Black Arena, he questions if the underground fighting ring has tried to recruit her before. Nia playfully brushes him off by claiming she heard it from a certain bar, but he firmly insists it isn't a place a child should know about. Reminding her that she is only 6 years old, she counters that she shares his intense desire to meet strong opponents. She excitedly mentions the upcoming tournament, tempting him with the high probability that many incredibly strong fighters will gather there. Hooked by the promise of strong opponents, the giant man groans and admits he cannot deny the appeal of the event. Seizing her opening, Nia bluntly demands that he take her to the arena by pretending she is his daughter. The man reels back in complete shock at the absurd request while Nia calmly explains her plan to masquerade as a child observing real battles. She mentally notes that this infiltration strategy perfectly aligns with Ansel's earlier proposition to pretend to be a guest's relative. Furious at the ridiculous suggestion, the man aggressively refuses to go along with such a humiliating scheme. Unfazed by his rejection, Nia leans in and offers to teach him how to reach the next level of strength if he helps her. She stares intently into his eyes, effortlessly exploiting his desperate hunger for true power. The man freezes in place, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming temptation of her offer. Sweating profusely, he releases a heavy, defeated groan as his willpower crumbles. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a menacing swordsman questions an organizer about whether killing is permitted in their arena. The organizer nervously asks him to avoid murder because deaths are an organizational nightmare, greatly annoying the lethal warrior. Scoffing at how meek the underworld has become, the swordsman presses the organizer to admit that avoiding murder still means it is technically allowed. Gripping his sword, he coldly declares that his only reason for fighting is to consume the strong and increase his own power. He proposes a brutal compromise, promising to kill only those stronger than the organizer's bodyguard while letting the weaklings live. Intimidated by the swordsman's terrifying aura, the organizer quickly agrees to the bloody terms. The organizer abruptly ends the meeting and walks away with his bodyguard, leaving the furious swordsman shouting after them. The swordsman angrily yells that they cannot just walk away from his scheduled meeting. Walking away, the organizer assures his bodyguard Nastin that they will simply dispose of the swordsman if he causes any problems. Nastin glances back, questioning his boss's confidence about them being stronger than the man called Dragonclaw. The organizer confidently places his trust in Nastin, but the bodyguard hesitates as he recalls the swordsman's weapon. Nastin urgently warns his boss that there is something deeply wrong with Dragonclaw's blade. The bodyguard explains that he felt a sinister, unnatural energy radiating from the abnormal sword. Staring into the gloom, Nastin grimly notes that nothing good ever comes from wielding cursed weapons. A cold, ominous wind howls through the empty alleyway as the dangerous tournament approaches. An announcer declares that a martial arts tournament for base and middle core students of Altoaya School will happen in 2 weeks. They announce that applications will be accepted over the next 7 days, starting today. The announcer reveals the tournament will be broadcast live across all Megavision panels in Altoaya. Interested students are directed to apply at the on-campus booths to quickly secure their spot. Discussing the broadcast, the director commends the bold idea of advertising a school event to the entire capital. He notes that while their main target is the parents, the extra attention will definitely help Megavision sell. Acknowledging the massive workload, the team prepares for a very busy few weeks ahead. 1 week later, Relia excitedly reports that the public reaction has been absolutely amazing. She notes that participant interviews successfully drove many students to sign up, while numerous parents have already asked about crystal panels. Relia adds that the rarity of Megavision drew heavy interest from commoner children, and even students treating it as a joke are still driving engagement. Hilda confirms the success, sharing that her own territory has received eager purchase inquiries for the panels. Nia chimes in, revealing her father sent a letter confirming identical results back in the Liston territory. Nia cheerfully declares their plan to exploit children for Megavision promotion a massive success, prompting Hilda to urgently correct her ruthless phrasing. Overcoming a few interview mishaps, Relia laughs about children begging to work on MV instead of answering the actual interview questions. Nia smirks, noting they might one day recruit those eager students to appear on the platform. Given the overwhelmingly positive results, Hilda suggests it makes perfect sense to continue filming inside the school. Relia sighs heavily as Nia bluntly proposes exploiting the children until everyone gets entirely sick of them. Hilda suggests squeezing every last bit out of the parents but worries about school purists, leading a horrified Relia to question if she is the only ethical person in the room. Brushing off the ethical concerns until after the competition, Hilda decisively shifts the meeting to the main topic. The two girls suddenly stop and stare intensely at Nia, leaving her completely confused. Slamming her hands down, Relia angrily demands Nia explain her disastrous interview with Samuel Bad, the favorite to win the tournament. The flashback shows Samuel constantly staring at Nia, forcing her to awkwardly ask him to look at the camera instead of her. Agreeing to small talk after the interview, the entranced swordsman keeps his eyes locked on her as she asks where he is from. He casually mentions hailing from a small island near her home, never once breaking his intense stare. When asked about his chances of winning, Samuel entirely dismisses a victory, fixating on a much younger and stronger student instead. Snapping back to the present, Relia reveals massive rumors claim Samuel and Nia are a couple, completely shattering his reputation as a single-minded swordsman. Nia demands to know why Rinox kept this a secret, and the maid flatly admits she actively hid the obnoxious country boy so Nia wouldn't even think about him. When Relia asks if she finds him handsome, Nia casually replies she is too used to her brother and requires a much stronger partner. Flipping the conversation, Nia excitedly asks Hilda if she has a handsome fiancé waiting for her. Hilda groans in disgust, explaining that as a princess, her parents likely arranged a typical political marriage with someone as old as her father. The princess desperately clings to the hope that there might be some decent-looking middle-aged men out there. Overwhelmed by romantic frustration, Relia wraps her arms around herself and screams into the air. Ignoring Nia and Hilda eating pie, Relia dramatically cries out for a fine gentleman to sweep her off her feet with passionate love. Relia angrily scolds the girls for completely ignoring her emotional outburst, but Hilda calmly replies she didn't want to get burned by that intense passion. Annoyed by the romance rant, Nia coldly threatens to arrange the worst possible marriage partners for her, legitimately terrifying Relia. The next day, Nia approaches the towering assistant instructor of the sky-shattering fist. The massive man abruptly executes a perfect 90-degree bow, loudly thanking Master Nia for gracing them with her presence. Nia begs Gandalf to stop the embarrassing display, but he firmly insists age plays absolutely no role in martial arts superiority. Staring at the giant man practically glowing with devotion, Nia visibly cringes at the sheer intensity of his respect. She points out that calling her master implies he is completely abandoning his own style, then casually asks if he is actually going to help her. Commanding the giant man to speak normally and play his role as her father, Nia fiercely snaps at him when he nervously considers shaving his head to look the part. Shifting the conversation, the towering martial artist confirms he found some highly interesting information regarding the upcoming underground tournament. Leaning in closer, he asks Nia if she has ever heard of a mysterious fighter known as the Sword Demon. Shaking her head in ignorance, Nia guesses the man must be some sort of incredibly powerful sword master. Confirming her suspicion, the giant explains that the Sword Demon is a famous adventurer who built a terrifying reputation under that very moniker. Thrilled by the prospect of clashing with named fighters, Nia eagerly celebrates the news of the Sword Demon's participation. Noting that the dark tournament perfectly aligns with the school's competition night, the giant reluctantly promises to escort her safely into the arena. Fidgeting nervously on his feet, the towering man hesitates before making one final request. Begging for a quick training session, he eagerly awaits her command as Nia cheerfully agrees and orders him to take his combat stance. Shouting his thanks with overwhelming respect, the giant instantly breaks character, forcing Nia to angrily remind him he is supposed to be acting like her dad. Time rapidly accelerates as a few days of frantic, busy preparations unfold at the academy. A massive crowd finally gathers beneath the bright stadium lights to witness the highly anticipated Altoaya martial arts competition. Despite chaotic scheduling issues, the tournament successfully concludes with Sanoil dominating the weapons division and Lilim claiming the no-weapons victory. With the footage secured and the broadcast scheduled for tomorrow, the exhausted organizers eagerly await the upcoming surge in Magivision's adoption rate. Later that night, absolute silence blankets a dark, peaceful dorm room. Lying completely motionless in her bed, Nia carefully listens to the quiet air to confirm her strict attendant is finally asleep. Suddenly, a pair of glowing, determined eyes snaps open in the pitch-black darkness. Ready to execute her secret infiltration, Nia swiftly sits up and prepares to move. Moving with ghostly silence, the young warrior lightly hops up onto the windowsill to make her escape. Her tiny footsteps tap softly against the roof tiles as she stealthily sprints away from the academy grounds. Down below, a hidden figure stands silently in the shadows, closely watching the girl vanish into the moonlight. Stepping out from the darkness, a heavily sighing Rhinox realizes her stubborn master actually went through with the reckless plan. Lamenting Nia's dangerous behavior, the fiercely loyal maid slips quietly into the night to secretly tail her. Meanwhile, Nia arrives at the rundown exterior of the Twilight Rat and confidently pushes the heavy wooden door open. A quiet click echoes through the dim tavern as Ansel calmly invites the young noble inside. Instructing her to wait, the bartender steps away to retrieve the necessary disguise materials. While he gathers the supplies, Nia casually asks if she can change her clothes right there in the open. A sharply dressed giant suddenly bursts into the room, cheerfully greeting Lily as he arrives for his escort mission. Warning the giant that his tightly tailored suit looks ready to rip, the bartender instructs Nia to sit down for her makeover. A glass bottle pops open sharply as the bartender prepares a special, dark liquid. Brushing the dark dye thoroughly through Nia's stark white hair, he completely masks her most recognizable noble feature. The giant watches the transformation in complete awe, his massive muscles causing his fancy suit to creak violently. Turning around to display her new jet black hair, Nia calmly asks the room to evaluate her new look. Annoyed when they note she simply looks average, Nia aggressively reminds them that she is supposed to look like a completely different person. When the bartender demands payment for the expensive dye, Nia stubbornly promises to pay him back only when she is older and legally allowed to fight for prize money. Refusing to wait for standard interest, the clever bartender demands an official IOU instead. Nia pauses in silence, carefully calculating the financial trap. Accepting the terms, Nia agrees to sign 2 separate IOUs while the giant's strained suit continues to creak loudly beside them. Fully disguised, the tiny girl and her towering father confidently march down a dark, ominous stone corridor toward the underground arena. Arriving at a heavily guarded iron door, a stern bouncer blocks their path and formally demands to see the giant's invitation. Opening the scene, the title page introduces the underground narrative with a simple courtesy credit. Guiding his wealthy guests forward, an unseen host politely instructs them to follow as a heavy iron door creaks open. Descending deeper into the sinister facility, their rhythmic footsteps echo sharply against the cold stone stairwell. A heavy security gate grinds open with a metallic shriek, granting the VIPs access to the hidden depths. Stepping out onto a luxurious balcony, the guests silently observe the sprawling underground arena laid out before them. A restless, violent energy fills the massive Colosseum as the dense crowd murmurs in bloodthirsty anticipation. Suddenly, blinding spotlights and intense pyrotechnics erupt across the arena floor to signal the event's explosive start. Taking in the grand spectacle, a spectator marvels at the breathtaking scale and atmosphere of the underground fight club. Inhaling the foul scent of violence, an excited guest nostalgically revels in the raw blood, sweat, and primal lust permeating the arena. A booming announcer welcomes the roaring crowd, promising a brutal night where flesh will be torn and lives lost in mortal combat. As the audience erupts into a frenzied cheer, the announcer urges everyone to enjoy the visceral bloodsport to the absolute fullest. Wasting no time, the ecstatic host officially kicks off the carnage by introducing the very first contestants of the night. Massive steel gates grind upward with a deafening screech to release the blood-hungry fighters into the combat pit. Stepping into the brutal spotlight, Red Fist Drejan flexes his lethally dyed hands as the frenzied crowd screams for a kill. Opposing him is Ubi, the blindingly fast master of the Adra kicking style, who draws thunderous cheers from the bloodthirsty mob. Turning his attention to the business at hand, the private attendant politely asks if the VIP guests will be placing any wagers tonight. With practiced precision, the staff member drops a heavy stack of high-value gambling chips onto the luxurious viewing table. Embracing the vice, one guest confidently bets everything on the tattooed fighter, while their anxious companion nervously hesitates to gamble. Teased for betting against their friend, the terrified companion admits they simply cannot afford to lose their meager food money. Shattering the hesitation, a wealthy patron confidently pushes a massive pile of chips forward to completely back Red Fist. The sheer volume of the high-stakes bet leaves the nervous companion staring at the small fortune in absolute, stunned silence. Sensing the overwhelming tension radiating from the table, a concerned voice softly calls out to Nia as the gravity of the wager sets in. Sweating profusely under the pressure of holding the highest-value chips, the terrified father mentally begs himself to keep it together. When asked if he wants to stop betting, the trembling man admits he has never seen such wealth and cannot handle the mounting anxiety. Declaring he has had enough, the anxious man cuts the betting short, even as the attendant reminds them the lucrative main event is starting. Suddenly, a sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the tension, demanding the attendant's immediate attention. Snapping to a rigid posture, the diligent servant swiftly turns to address the demanding young lady's request. Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl casually flicks a handful of high-value casino chips through the air. Moving with lightning-fast reflexes, the highly trained attendant effortlessly snatches the flying chips directly out of midair. Stunned by the immense tip, the servant stammers a profound thanks as the girl casually praises his excellent service. Overwhelmed by the staggering generosity, the servant drops into a deep bow of complete, unwavering submission. Explaining the tip was merely polite etiquette, Nia prepares to eagerly enjoy the upcoming matches in private with her honored companion. The announcer hypes the next bout by introducing Miss Servant, a teenage fighter stepping into the bloody arena to test her fearsome strength. Leaning forward in absolute shock, the spectators' eyes widen as they recognize the masked young girl entering the violent pit. Analyzing the fighter's solid stance, Nia notes the girl's raw potential and visibly senses the dense kai enveloping her small frame. Nia calmly remarks on the masked fighter's hidden strength, deeply confusing her companion who utterly fails to see the girl's true power. Stepping out to meet her is Scarlet, the flashy witch of the night, cracking a wicked whip that aggressively hungers for fresh blood. Dismissing the flashy dominatrix as purely theatrical, Nia confidently predicts the masked teenage servant will easily claim victory. Brushing off her companion's doubts, Nia firmly orders him to keep his eyes glued to the arena because the brutal fight will end instantly. Stammering in utter disbelief, her companion points frantically toward the ring as the violent, highly anticipated spectacle finally erupts. Hesitating slightly, the companion questions their own eyes as they gaze down into the bloodthirsty arena. Pointing directly at the masked fighter, the companion nervously asks Nia if the combatant is actually her personal attendant. The arena erupts into deafening cheers as the announcer screams in disbelief that Miss Servant just sent Scarlet flying with a single devastating fist. Stunned by the sudden, brutal conclusion, the companion wonders aloud if they misheard the announcer's shocked commentary. A massive victory declaration officially crowns Miss Servant as the undisputed winner of the lightning-fast bout. Completely bewildered by the sheer impossibility of the situation, the companion trails off in utter shock. Reeling from the announcer's verdict, the companion struggles to process the unbelievable outcome that was just declared. The entire arena is left reeling as the absolute reality of the violent spectacle fully sets in. Realizing the true identity of the disguised fighter, the horrified companion dreads the fact that it is actually the butler Rhinox. Shifting back in time, the narrative flashes to the tense atmosphere of the underground waiting rooms shortly before the explosive match. Stepping through the shadowy corridors, Rhinox admits he prepared for this exact scenario while desperately hoping he wouldn't actually have to fight. Adjusting his gear, the disguised butler laments that his silent resistance completely failed to make Miss Nia reconsider crossing such a dangerous line. Suddenly, an arrogant fellow fighter approaches the disguised Rhinox, loudly demanding to know the newcomer's name. Without a second's hesitation, Rhinox viciously strikes the aggressor and coldly orders the stunned fighter to get out of his face. The brutal impact sends the instigator collapsing heavily against the floor in a pathetic, crumpled heap. Observing the swift display of violence, a sinister new challenger smirks and takes keen interest in the disguised butler's impressive strength. Stepping out of the shadows, the bloodthirsty combatant eagerly declares that they have finally found someone truly worth killing. A silent transition sets the stage for the dramatic continuation of the underground tournament. The companion assumes the disguised attendant is here as a bodyguard, while Nia realizes her butler definitely spotted her in the VIP section. Tilting her head in genuine confusion, Nia wonders why her attendant would try to protect her when she is clearly the stronger fighter. Reflecting on her butler's stubborn nature, Nia realizes it makes perfect sense why he would infiltrate the underground tournament. Recalling Rhinox's stern vow to keep her away from such shameful places, she deduces he entered solely to act as her bodyguard. Still baffled by the logistics, Nia wonders how a mere butler managed to get scouted for a deadly underground fight club. Admitting she never expected Rhinox to go this far, Nia sighs heavily, wishing she could be down there joining the violent fun. Dismissing the regular fighters as no threat to her butler, Nia remains concerned only about the dangerous combatant known as the Sword Demon. The booming voice of the arena announcer suddenly interrupts her thoughts to introduce a highly anticipated special guest for the main event. The crowd erupts as the announcer welcomes Asuma Hinoki, the Sword Demon, a legendary adventurer renowned for slicing golems in half. Surprised by the swordsman's relatively youthful appearance, Nia leans forward just as the imposing fighter fiercely draws his weapon. Instantly recognizing the sinister aura radiating from the blade, Nia grimaces in open disgust at the sight of a cursed sword. She mentally notes that cursed swords possess a violent will of their own, often hijacking their bearer's mind to fulfill a singular lust for killing. Scorning the very existence of such evil weapons, the martial artist firmly believes battles should never be reduced to mindless, reservationless slaughter. Conceding that many cursed swords hold legendary status, Nia decides it is acceptable only if the wielder maintains complete control over the blade's dark will. However, she coldly vows to shatter the cursed weapon herself if the swordsman loses control and begins indiscriminately attacking people. The arena roars as Asuma effortlessly secures his sixth consecutive victory, displaying absolute, overwhelming combat dominance. Analyzing the brief skirmish, Nia observes that while the cursed sword amplifies his power, Asuma himself is a genuinely skilled martial artist. Noting that he hasn't actually killed a single opponent yet, she deduces he still retains some reason, though his true mental state remains a mystery. Gripping the viewing railing in deep frustration, the battle-hungry warrior fiercely wishes she could trade places and fight in the arena herself. Suddenly, Asuma points his bloody blade at the roaring crowd and demands absolute silence. Staring intensely across the pit, the Sword Demon loudly declares his explicit wish to fight Miss Servant next. The entire arena, including Nia's companion, falls into a stunned, breathless silence at the unexpected and bold challenge. Shrugging off the shock, a spectator excitedly remarks that testing the mysterious masked girl against a champion will be excellent for future betting odds. Nervous about the terrifying matchup, Nia's companion asks if her attendant can truly handle a man who barely had to try in his previous fights. Before Nia can even question if Rhinox will accept the deadly duel, heavy footsteps confidently echo through the tense arena. The crowd roars back to life as Miss Servant fearlessly steps out into the ring, silently accepting the violent challenge. Staring each other down, the two formidable warriors emit a palpable, deadly intent as they prepare to violently clash. Building the intense suspense to a fever pitch, the announcer raises his hand to signal the start of the highly anticipated bout. With a dramatic pause, the official gears up to unleash the bloodthirsty fighters upon one another. Screaming into the microphone, the announcer violently drops his arm and orders the brutal match to begin. Moving faster than the mortal eye can follow, Asuma instantly vanishes from his starting position in a blur of terrifying speed. Miss Servant stands completely still as the Sword Demon effortlessly closes the massive distance between them. In a furious blur of motion, Asuma violently slashes his cursed blade downward with devastating, bone-crushing force. The heavy impact violently kicks up a massive cloud of dust, completely obscuring the devastating strike from the audience. A tense, suffocating silence washes over the VIP box as the spectators strain to see through the settling debris. The announcer stammers in absolute shock as the dust finally clears to reveal an utterly impossible sight. Standing perfectly unscathed, Miss Servant has effortlessly caught the razor-sharp cursed blade barehanded, stopping the lethal strike dead in its tracks. Shaking with adrenaline, Nia's companion frantically asks if she saw the impossible feat, while Nia simply smiles and calmly praises the flawless parry. Clenching her fists in a mix of pride and sheer jealousy, Nia mentally curses the combatants for teasing her battle-hungry spirit with such an incredible display of martial skill. A silent transition sets the stage for the dramatic continuation of the underground tournament. Startled by the unexpected approach, the swordsman pauses as a footstep echoes across the arena. Nia calmly asserts the match is over, prompting the bewildered swordsman to question her presence. Reminding her this arena permits killing, the sword demon sees no reason to stop. Acknowledging the duel's purity, Nia respectfully declares Rinox lost in the most honorable way. She recounts how the swordsman flawlessly parried her attendant's jab before landing a lethal strike. Praising the combat display, she firmly states their battle is exactly why she must intervene. Challenging his bloodlust, Nia asks if executing a weak opponent with immense potential is wasteful. Glaring at the dark weapon, she questions whether this execution is his own genuine desire. She sneers at the foolish notion that indiscriminately slaughtering defeated enemies will make him stronger. Reacting to her provocation, the sinister blade aggressively gleams as the tense atmosphere violently sharpens. Intrigued by her impossible knowledge, the swordsman demands to know how a child understands cursed swords. Nia orders her injured attendant to focus inner Kai on her right arm to stop bleeding. Realizing the girl is too overwhelmed to listen, Nia forcefully takes matters into her hands. Placing her hand over the wound, she unleashes a powerful surge of Kai into her attendant. The radiant spiritual energy flows through the limb, instantly stabilizing the severe physical damage. Explaining she guided the flow, Nia instructs Miss Servant to maintain focus on the arm. Straightening up to face the dangerous swordsman once more, the tiny martial artist prepares for battle. Expressing gratitude for sparing Miss Servant, Nia cheerfully promises the swordsman a small reward. Knowing a true fighter craves nothing else, she vows to show him a far greater strength. Pointing to her glass bottle, the insulted swordsman questions if she intends to fight with that. Smirking, Nia explains a makeshift weapon protects his reputation by making his defeat slightly less humiliating. Chuckling at her overwhelming confidence, the seasoned warrior remarks she speaks as though victory is certain. Acknowledging she is no ordinary child, the sword demon eagerly challenges her to prove her skills. Catching him off guard, Nia casually asks who forged his sinister blade. Hearing the name Kudo Sasanoshuk, she praises the blacksmith for crafting beautiful early weapons. Visibly relieved, Nia states Kudo's early blades lack the malice required to possess their wielder's mind. She explains the blacksmith's later works became concentrated with murderous intent before he tragically died. Flashing a sinister smile, Nia declares this excellent news as she won't need to shatter his sword. A suffocating tension blankets the arena as the massive swordsman and tiny girl lock eyes. Striking with blinding speed, the sword demon unleashes a slash Nia effortlessly deflects. Refusing to back down, the warrior launches another strike, only to be seamlessly parried away again. In a frantic blur, the master swordsman unleashes a rapid flurry of lethal slashes. Staring in disbelief, the seasoned killer realizes his legendary blade completely fails to cut her bottle. Sweating under pressure, he watches this monstrous child flawlessly deflect every single deadly strike. Deciding she has seen enough, Nia calls an end while the terrified swordsman stammers in shock. Without another word, the tiny powerhouse viciously drives her makeshift weapon directly into his face. The devastating impact distorts his features, instantly neutralizing the fearsome champion before he reacts. Collapsing like a broken puppet, the legendary fighter crashes heavily into the blood-stained dirt. Absolute shock paralyzes the Colosseum as the invincible champion falls to a 4-year-old. Setting the stage for the aftermath, the narrative quietly shifts away from the chaotic arena floor. Transitioning to the immediate present, the urgent consequences of the brutal tournament begin to rapidly unfold. Frantic rattling echoes down the pristine corridor as medical staff rush to transport the critically injured attendant. Shouting urgent commands, the medical team scrambles to sterilize the gruesome wound and desperately control the attendant's heavy bleeding. A panicked doctor tries to intercept the approaching child, sternly warning the little girl that she absolutely shouldn't be in the trauma ward. Ignoring the doctor's protests, Nia casually presents the severed arm and bluntly asks if they can reattach it since it remains perfectly fresh. Sensing a strange and potent energy, the stunned healer asks for Nia's assistance, noting he could desperately use the immense power she already poured into the severed limb. Acknowledging the healer's sharp eye, Nia confirms she used her own Kai to flawlessly preserve the arm and lock the vital blood safely inside. Warning that magical healing is incredibly resource-intensive, the pragmatic doctor pauses the emergency to bluntly ask if the tiny girl can even afford the steep price. Dismissing his financial concerns without a second thought, Nia orders him to proceed, declaring that a true master must always fiercely protect their loyal servant. Accepting her absolute resolve, the astonished healer agrees to perform the costly procedure without any further hesitation. Channeling profound mystical energy, the doctor unleashes a radiant healing spell directly over the gruesome, bloody wound. A brilliant flash of pure light engulfs the medical bay as the potent restorative magic takes full and immediate effect. Intense magical power pours continuously into the severed joint, forcefully binding torn flesh and shattered bone back together. Gasping in sudden astonishment, the recovering attendant realizes her severed arm is already perfectly healed and fully reattached. Deeply impressed by the incredibly rapid recovery, Nia calmly praises the doctor's remarkably excellent fusion technique. The bewildered doctor stares in utter disbelief, prompting Nia to casually explain she merely used her Kai to massively boost the attendant's natural cellular regeneration. As a loud ruckus suddenly erupts outside the sealed room, the pragmatic doctor dismisses his medical curiosity and immediately pivots back to the topic of his lucrative payment. The heavy clinic doors burst violently open as a frantic man screams hysterically that his beloved daughter is trapped inside the medical ward. Recognizing the panicked voice, Nia sheepishly realizes she completely forgot about her terrified father during the chaotic aftermath. Pacing down a quiet, moonlit corridor later that evening, Nia's anxious companion nervously asks if she is absolutely sure about her recent, costly decisions. When scolded for blowing her entire fortune on Rhinox's medical treatment, Nia casually shrugs it off, admitting she had absolutely no other use for the massive pile of cash anyway. Basking in the glorious aftermath, the grateful attendant wildly praises her master's incredible fight, claiming she would have been sliced to ribbons in the exact same position. Mildly amused that the servant was actually counting the deadly swings, Nia playfully advises her to at least try dodging next time before the attendant curiously brings up her barehanded combat claims. Beaming with overwhelming pride, Nia confirms she is actually far stronger fighting barehanded and loudly complains that the makeshift glass bottle only got in her way. Suddenly stopping dead in her tracks, a heavy, ominous silence violently descends upon the tiny martial artist. Alerting her completely confused companion, Nia narrows her sharp eyes and quietly declares that they are no longer alone in the dark. Sensing the rapidly creeping hostility, she quickly identifies the unseen stalkers as dangerous enforcers sent directly from the unforgiving Black Arena. Unfazed by the impending ambush, the ancient warrior sighs heavily, casually admitting that severe retaliation was entirely expected after her massive disruption. Taking immediate, authoritative control, Nia orders Gandalf to flee straight back to the bar, though he visibly hesitates out of deep concern for her safety. Firmly stating she will personally settle things right here, Nia sharply cuts off his protests by reminding him they absolutely cannot drag innocent Ansel into their violent mess. Anticipating the ruthless enemy might try to take hostages, she strictly orders Gandalf to prioritize guarding the recovering Rhinox at all costs. Bowing deeply to her absolute authority, the reluctant companion silently obeys her stern command and swiftly retreats into the concealing shadows. Small, confidently paced footsteps echo loudly through the deserted alleyway as the tiny warrior steps boldly forward to face her hidden ambushes. A tense, suffocating silence grips the narrow alleyway as a group of imposing, heavily armed thugs slowly emerges from the inky darkness. Standing completely unfazed before the menacing gang, Nia smirks wickedly and mockingly asks to what she owes the absolute pleasure of their sudden company. Stepping aggressively into the harsh light, the gruff gang leader coldly informs her that she simply needs to settle a massive debt before leaving the premises. Explaining the violent situation, the enforcer snarls that she completely ruined their highly lucrative betting plans by unexpectedly destroying the heavily favored Asuma Hinoki. Understanding their twisted criminal logic, Nia listens silently as the furious thugs demand she violently compensate them for their staggering financial losses. Feigning a brief, mocking moment of guilt, Nia calmly admits her fault, freely acknowledging she rudely crashed a brutal fight she had absolutely no business joining. The gang leader sneers that a simple apology won't cover their massive financial losses. Pointing out her youth, Nia explains she only came to observe matches for training. When the thugs question why they should let her leave, Nia boldly challenges them. She confidently warns them that some people are simply too dangerous to mess with. Cracking the ground beneath her, Nia releases a terrifying wave of immense physical pressure. Staring them down, she coldly asks if they truly want to test her limits. Unfazed, the gang leader insists they cannot simply swallow such a catastrophic financial loss. He explains that allowing a child to ruin their underworld reputation is utterly unacceptable. Proposing a deal, Nia promises to completely comply if they land a single hit. Annoyed by their hesitation, the tiny warrior sighs and simplifies her brutal underground ultimatum. Mocking their sudden cowardice, she bluntly asks if they will actually fight or flee. Pushed to the brink, the enraged thugs draw weapons and accept the deadly challenge. With a furious roar, the heavily armed gang simultaneously charges at the tiny girl. Razor-sharp weapons violently slice through the air as they initiate their coordinated lethal assault. Effortlessly dodging the deadly strikes, Nia agilely hops between the heavily armed underground criminals. A massive blade narrowly misses her face as she fluidly evades the brutal crossfire. Spotting an old-fashioned concealed weapon, Nia casually deflects the lethal thrust with minimal effort. Chuckling darkly, Nia admits their coordinated assault is slightly exceeding her incredibly low expectations. Suddenly, a crackling surge of mysterious energy violently erupts from one of the attackers. Caught slightly off guard, Nia dashes back as an attacker aggressively grapples violently forward. A hidden combatant uses the blinding distraction to launch a devastating and cowardly sneak attack. A vicious blade suddenly slashes out from the chaotic flurry of synchronized enemy movements. The unexpected strike connects, drawing a gasp of pain from Nia as she lightly lands. Recovering instantly, the tiny warrior glares at her bleeding scratch and quickly analyzes them. Realizing the treacherous trick, she notes the attacker was secretly dual-wielding hidden lethal blades. Unleashing a terrifying aura, Nia violently declares her absolute hatred for the hidden weapon. She recognizes the second blade as the vile type of cursed sword she completely despises. Looming over the dual-wielding enforcer, Nia coldly asks if the possessed thug is even conscious anymore. Confirming her suspicions of the weapon's dark influence, she arrogantly declares this exact lack of control is why she absolutely despises cursed swords. A terrifying, overwhelming aura violently erupts from the tiny girl, instantly suffocating the entire alleyway in sheer dread. Consumed by the vile blade, the mindless enforcer lunges forward with a desperate, heavy thrust. Moving with blinding speed, Nia effortlessly deflects the brutal assault while slipping straight past his guard. The possessed thug fiercely retaliates, wildly swinging his corrupted blade in a frenzied bid to slice her apart. Gracefully evading the chaotic flurry of steel, the tiny warrior ducks beneath the lethal arcs with flawless precision. Seizing a wide opening in his erratic stance, she viciously prepares to counterattack with absolute martial dominance. A furious flurry of brutal impacts echoes through the shadows as she systematically dismantles the imposing warrior's guard. Staring blankly at the pathetic display of combat prowess, she coldly dismisses the possessed thug's desperate efforts as completely boring. Sighing in disappointment, she notes the swordsman is entirely unremarkable and mocks him by claiming the regular mafia grunts put up a much better fight. Disgusted by a warrior who allows his weapon to control him, she calmly sentences the failure to a brutally precise barrage of exactly 100 rapid strikes. A sharp, agonizing snap shatters the heavy silence as her devastating onslaught violently breaks the cursed weapon's structural integrity. Stripped of his dark power and beaten to a pulp, the shattered enforcer violently collapses into the dirt as a pathetic heap. Glaring down at the broken blade, she scoffs in deep contempt at how the supposedly terrifying weapon snapped like a fragile twig. Mocking the unconscious thug's foolish ambitions, she questions what he ever hoped to actually achieve by relying on such a third-rate cursed sword. Turning her terrifying gaze back to the paralyzed mafia enforcers, the tiny warrior eagerly asks if they are finally ready to continue their brawl. Before the carnage can resume, the terrified gang leader frantically throws up his hands and loudly begs for the violence to end. Desperately negotiating for their lives, the leader promises they will entirely forget tonight's events and completely erase her from their radar if she just lets them live. When a foolish underling tries to protest the cowardly retreat, the panicked boss violently shuts him down by demanding if he is completely blind to her monstrous strength. Sweating profusely under her suffocating aura, the leader grimly warns his men of the absolute slaughter that awaits them if the fight continues. Stating the terrifying reality with absolute certainty, he bluntly declares that every single one of them will be brutally massacred. Praising the leader's wise decision to surrender, Nia accepts the truce and prepares to leave while issuing a final directive for the defeated swordsman. Promising to hunt the sword demon down herself if he ever becomes a genuine threat, she commands the enforcers to pass along the chilling warning. Leaving the battered alleyway behind, the victorious martial artist seamlessly vanishes back into the concealing shadows of the city. Slumping against a nearby wall once safely away, a heavy sigh escapes her lips as the intense adrenaline of the chaotic night finally begins to fade. Blinking rapidly against the sudden fatigue, the massive physical toll of channeling such immense power starts weighing heavily on her tiny vessel. The scene quietly transitions from the dark, violent streets to the peaceful sanctuary of a dimly lit bedroom. A soft ray of morning light gently pierces the quiet room, signaling the chaotic events of the bloody underground tournament have finally passed. Slowly waking up in a warm bed, the injured attendant immediately ignores her own condition to anxiously ask if Nia is feeling dizzy. Suddenly jolting upright in sheer panic, the attendant violently clutches her right shoulder as phantom pain tears through her supposedly severed limb. Staring down at her perfectly intact arm in absolute disbelief, the bewildered servant questions if the entire brutal dismemberment was simply a vivid nightmare. Shattering the illusion, Nia bluntly confirms her attendant genuinely fought the sword demon and had her arm violently severed before paying to magically reattach it. Marveling at the flawless medical work, the stunned attendant whispers in or just as Nia quietly calls out her name with sudden seriousness. Dropping her usual arrogant demeanor, the tiny master surprisingly bows her head and offers a genuine, heartfelt apology to her loyal servant. Overwhelmed by the gesture, the attendant admits she never expected her tiny master to go as far as fighting in a death match just to protect her. Expressing profound regret for her own reckless actions, the attendant realizes she should have found a much safer way to communicate and convince her master. Burdened by heavy guilt, Nia mentally chastises herself for dragging her servant into completely unnecessary danger solely because of her own bloody curiosity. Lamenting that her desperate attempt to intervene only caused far more trouble, the attendant sadly agrees that her master's assessment is entirely true. Instantly returning to her demanding self, Nia playfully scolds the attendant for losing but begrudgingly admits she actually fought exceptionally well for a disciple. Recalling the brutal underground duel, Nia coldly reflects that a single strike with her glass bottle was all she needed to finish him off. Her quiet thoughts are suddenly interrupted when the recovering maid gently calls out her master's name. Shocking her master, the attendant boldly declares that a simple apology is not nearly enough to make amends. Pressing her advantage, the maid smugly points out she hasn't accepted the apology yet and forces Nia to formally admit her guilt. Amused by the theatrical display, Nia questions if the maid is merely pretending to feel bad and asks if she should keep apologizing. Startled by the sharp observation, the attendant completely breaks character and anxiously asks if Nia was faking her remorse too. Furiously abandoning her composure, the maid screams that she absolutely had to pretend because she lacked any other choice. Launching into a passionate rant about servant etiquette, she explains that accepting a straightforward apology would make her look unforgivably arrogant. Desperately lecturing her master, the dramatic maid insists Nia must act mindful of her lowly position and forcefully create the perfect opportunity for forgiveness. Violently slapping the mattress, the tearful servant screams about the sheer terror of facing a lethal sword by-handed just to protect her master. Breaking down completely, she confesses her elaborate humility was just a desperate ploy to squeeze out more apologies and praise for her hard work. Confused by the absurd emotional outburst, Nia coldly commands her weeping disciple to immediately get over here. Whacking the bed in utter frustration, the demanding servant screams that she has earned the right to at least sleep alongside her master. Throwing a massive tantrum, she aggressively points at the mattress and orders Nia to sleep right next to her. Despite Nia pointing out her boundless energy, the frantic maid repeatedly screams that she is completely unwell and just wants to share the bed. Concluding the maid will be perfectly fine if she has enough energy to complain, Nia bluntly orders her to get up since they are not in their dorm. Snapping out of her hysterical fit, the bewildered servant looks around and completely forgets her previous complaints. Glancing around the unfamiliar room, Nia awkwardly points out the early morning hour and states they need to head back to their actual beds. Blushing furiously, the sheepish maid timidly asks if they can continue their sleeping argument once they return home. A sudden rustling noise interrupts their bickering as Ansel steps into the dimly lit room. Apologizing for occupying the bed for so long, Nia politely explains to Ansel that she rarely stays out drinking this late. Formally introducing her unnamed maid to the tavern owner, Nia hints that the loyal servant might visit the establishment on her behalf in the future. Acknowledging the discreet introduction, Ansel offers a silent nod of mutual understanding. Thanking Ansel and Fressa for their generous hospitality, Nia warmly bids them a good night as she prepares to leave the Twilight Rat. Exchanging cheerful farewells, the duo steps out into the crisp morning air while the tavern door softly chimes behind them. A massive, exhausting yawn stretches across a sleepy student's face as the new day officially begins. Questioned about her visible fatigue, Nia wearily admits she stayed up nearly all night and is completely out of it. Declining an invitation to watch the tournament broadcast out of fear she will fall asleep, Nia promises to catch a rerun later. The heavy wooden door clicks softly shut as the exhausted master finally retreats into her private dorm room. She groggily steps into the quiet, sunlit space with only one thought on her mind. Staring at her occupied bed in deep annoyance, Nia grumbles that she explicitly told her blood-deprived maid to eat and sleep in her own room. Sprawled out under the covers, the deeply unconscious maid mumbles happily about her master's comforting scent. Sighing in total defeat, Nia accepts the maid's stubborn plot to sleep together and reluctantly prepares to share the mattress. With a sudden shift of movement, the tiny master forcefully wedges herself directly into the occupied bed. Delivering a swift and brutally precise strike, Nia instantly knocks the startled maid completely unconscious. Satisfied with her ruthless solution, Nia smugly ensures her servant's wish is technically granted while guaranteeing she won't wake up anytime soon. The narrative immediately transitions away from the dorm to a bustling, sun-drenched city street. A massive crowd gathers around a public display as a proud father excitedly points out his son on the magical screen. Marveling at the cutting-edge technology, the captivated onlookers eagerly discuss the live broadcast device known as Magivision. Watching the intense tournament replay, a fond spectator quietly observes how much the young fighter has truly grown up. Cheering wildly from the sidelines, the group loudly encourages Neil during the lively broadcast. A massive wave of excitement washes over the audience as they erupt into deafening cheers. Flashing forward 1 week later, an executive proudly announces that they finally have the official viewership numbers. Sighing in massive relief, the group celebrates as their ambitious broadcasting project is officially declared a great success. Basking in the great news, they eagerly anticipate heading into their summer break without a single worry weighing them down. Confirming they have completed absolutely everything required for the first term, the conversation quickly shifts over to Hilda. Expressing a strong desire to visit the local broadcasting station to negotiate a rental offer, the girls eagerly agree to tag along. Pausing the excitement, a skeptical voice questions if they seriously intend to speak directly with the station's actual owner. A sudden wave of intense hesitation washes over the group as the true gravity of that meeting heavily sets in. Shocked by the towering royal connections, they realize the station owner is actually the previous king and grandfather to one of the girls. Dreading the unbearable pressure of dealing with high royalty, they quickly pivot to meeting the head of filming or the second prince instead. Casually snacking during the intense discussion, Nia chuckles and asks if her friends really despise dealing with the royal family that much. Brushing off their deep royal anxieties, Nia terrifyingly points out that even kings are just humans who will bleed if you punch them hard enough. Frantically begging her not to assault the sovereign monarch, her terrified friends groan when Nia stubbornly claims the king's safety depends entirely on his own behavior. Spiraling into absolute chaos, the group loudly debates the utter illegality of harming the king while one girl cheerfully finds the treasonous idea incredibly exciting. Viciously calling out the king's scandalous behavior, his own daughter bitterly complains that he always has time to chase women but completely ignores his family. Hitting a massive sore spot, the princess furiously snaps her writing utensil while declaring her royal father is utterly garbage at parenting. Shifting the narrative forward, a few peaceful days rapidly pass by as the school term finally wraps up. Wrapping up their critical business affairs, the ambitious group successfully holds their highly anticipated meeting with the capital's head of filming. Bidding brief but warm farewells to all the new friends they made, the girls prepare to temporarily part ways for the long summer. Packing up her belongings, Nia officially returns to the Grand Liston estate alongside her eccentrically dressed older brother. Stepping out into the brilliantly sunny weather, the highly anticipated and seemingly relaxing summer break finally begins. Tossing her bags aside, Nia sighs in deep, nostalgic relief as she settles back into the familiar comforts of her own sprawling bedroom. Questioning her fiercely loyal maid, Nia asks if she wants to visit her family for the holidays, but the servant insists sending letters is perfectly fine. Glaring intensely at her tiny master, the fiercely overprotective maid bluntly admits she is absolutely terrified of what kind of violent trouble Nia might cause if left unsupervised. Still incredibly bitter about their previous argument, the stubborn maid aggressively accuses Nia of entirely avoiding their promise to officially share a bed. Blaming her massive blood loss for her unnaturally deep sleep, the maid refuses to believe Nia actually snuck into her bed without her noticing. Completely ignoring her rambling servant, Nia eagerly daydreams about spending quality time with her wealthy family during the long vacation. Clenching her tiny fists in absolute excitement, the battle-hungry martial artist thrills at the prospect of finally dedicating all her free time to brutal combat training. Planning wonderful new ways to relieve her accumulated school stress, Nia sinisterly plots to violently train her older brother and his personal maid. Her glorious vacation dreams shatter instantly as she stares in absolute horror at a grueling schedule demanding 32 filming shoots in just 2 weeks. Trying to rationalize the hellish workload, her attendant calmly explains that a massive backlog of broadcasting work simply accumulated while she was busy studying. As the door clicks open to announce Bendirio's arrival, Nia angrily curses the insanely compressed schedule, even while guiltily admitting she technically asked for it. Striding confidently into the luxurious room, the sharply dressed Bendirio arrives with a massive stack of demanding paperwork. Dropping a towering stack of fresh proposals onto the table, the relentless producer casually demands Nia pick at least 3 more grueling projects. Glaring at the terrifying mountain of extra work, Nia clears her throat and tightly addresses her dearest producer with thinly veiled hostility. Completely snapping under the immense pressure, the tiny girl violently threatens the producer by inviting him outside for a deeply private chat with her bare fists. Laughing uproariously at her terrifying physical threats, the completely unfazed producer mockingly declines her wonderful suggestion in favor of staying right where he is. Plunged straight into a relentless filming hell, the exhausted crew suffers through endless chaotic shoots while silently swearing violent vengeance against their cruel producer. Miraculously surviving the brutal 2-week production gauntlet, the utterly exhausted cast and crew finally raise their glasses in a massive, desperately earned celebration. The chaotic hum of chatter and electronic buzzing fills the busy atmosphere of the broadcasting station. A quiet anticipation settles over the exhausted crew as the final recording preparations fall into place. Bustling activity gives way to a tense countdown as the massive production finally approaches its long-awaited conclusion. Erupting into tears of sheer relief, the exhausted makeup crew wails that the grueling nightmare is officially over. Sobbing staff members openly weep in pure joy, celebrating their survival and praising the heavens that they can finally return to their families. Smirking at the dramatic aftermath, Bendirio asks if Nia is enjoying the party while noting that 37 shoots in 2 weeks nearly broke everyone. Glaring murderously at the smarmy producer with a raised fist, Nia forces the nervous man to quickly retreat from the celebration. Despite the collective hatred for the ruthless producer, a quiet realization settles over Nia regarding his true underlying motives. Reflecting on their recent success, she understands the school competition broadcast successfully opened countless new doors for the Magivision technology. Validating Hilda's brilliant commercial strategy, curious parents have already started purchasing their own crystal panels to watch the students. Acknowledging that Bendirio only packed the schedule to strike while the iron was hot, Nia begrudgingly accepts the hellish workload she technically requested. Breaking her bitter train of thought, a loyal attendant gracefully steps forward to present the tiny master with her requested food. Checking on her physical condition, the servant gently reminds Nia about her impending trip to the Silver Territory scheduled for the very next day. Dismissing his concerns, Nia confidently states the upcoming filming trip with her friends will not be nearly as grueling as the past 2 weeks. Bowing politely, the attendant agrees with her optimistic assessment and suggests they simply focus on fully enjoying tonight's well-earned party. Transitioning to a bright new horizon, the sun brilliantly illuminates the majestic and sprawling estate of the House of Silver. Panting heavily under the glaring sun, an exhausted Nia introduces a brand new segment of her broadcast as she prepares to explore the local marketplace. Struggling intensely to catch her breath, a completely exhausted companion weakly calls out Nia's name from off-screen. Complete panic suddenly erupts across the area as a frantic voice screams that the terrifying Nia is fast approaching their location. Gazing into the sky, Neil excitedly points out a colossal berg ray to his sister. He marvels at the terrifying mega beast, betting that a single graze of its massive tail could easily level their entire island. Staring intently at the giant creature, Nia silently wonders if it is the exact same ray she knew from her previous blood-soaked life. A crew member's voice suddenly interrupts her thoughts, announcing their imminent arrival at the majestic Silver Territory. A sprawling, luxurious estate comes into clear view as their transport gracefully descends from the clouds. The massive wooden airship smoothly docks at the estate's private landing platform to finalize their long journey. Stepping off the vessel, the siblings are warmly greeted by Lord Silver, who expresses his absolute pleasure at seeing them. Expressing deep gratitude for the House of Liston's ongoing support, Lord Silver urges the siblings to treat this visit like a proper vacation. Bowing politely, Neil formally thanks Sir Vixen for the generous invitation and places them in his esteemed care. Stepping forward with a bright smile, Relia eagerly greets Nia and declares they have a massive amount of broadcasting work to discuss. Reviewing their demanding proposals, Nia mentally groans at the crushing realization that her true vacation will only begin in the month's final 5 days. Breaking the casual tension, a curious guest politely asks if Miss Recap was once again unable to attend today's gathering. Catching the unfamiliar name, Nia silently questions the identity of this mysterious absent figure. Quickly running through the noble family tree in her head, Nia deduces that Recap must be the elusive second daughter they never actually met. Caught completely off guard, Lord Silver awkwardly stammers while struggling to explain his second daughter's conspicuous absence. A heavy, uncomfortable silence falls over the group as Relia averts her gaze with a deeply pained expression. Sensing the thick emotional tension, Nia swiftly deduces the family situation is incredibly complicated and decides against pressing the delicate issue. Flashing a brilliant smile, the tiny warrior strategically plays the innocent child card by loudly complaining about her empty stomach to break the tension. Instantly relieved by the welcome distraction, Lord Silver cheerfully invites the hungry guests inside to enjoy the territory's fabled pork dinner. The grand dining hall fills with joyous chatter as the noble guests eagerly devour a magnificent, sprawling feast. Savoring the legendary meat, Nia completely melts into a state of absolute culinary bliss. Sweating heavily beneath the glaring sun the next day, Nia pants with utter exhaustion during their latest outdoor broadcasting shoot. Noting her extreme fatigue, Relia anxiously asks if Nia truly doesn't mind jumping straight into production after surviving so many recent shoots back home. Catching her breath, Nia confidently smirks and claims that everything feels like mere child's play compared to her previous hellish week of filming. Presenting a brand new camping concept, Relia admits she is genuinely excited because her channel's focus is completely different from Nia's. She explains that while Nia's broadcasts highlight different workplaces, the Silver Channel focuses heavily on thrilling outdoor adventuring. Smiling fondly, Relia reveals the adventurous theme was actually her father's brilliant idea since he always dreamed of exploring the wild. Surprised by Nia's ignorance of her content, Relia asks if her strict parents still limit her viewing habits and prevent her from watching the wilderness survival show. Pouting bitterly, Nia complains about her lack of viewing choices while Relia playfully teases the sheltered noble girl. A staff member loudly announces they are ready to begin, prompting Relia to drag Nia forward while wishing Neil had joined them in the wild. Meanwhile, a highly focused Neil vigorously practices his powerful sword swings back at the peaceful Silver estate. Recalling their earlier conversation, Neil explains he stayed behind to avoid being a distraction while Relia boasts about the intense joys of nature. Pouting aggressively, Relia complains that Neil completely stopped attending their shoots because she always forcefully dragged him onto the set to participate. Remembering the grueling demands of production, Neil nods sagely and praises the absolute wisdom of setting firm personal boundaries. Gripping his heavy training blade, the young nobleman pants deeply as he relentlessly pushes his physical limits. When Rinox gently offers him a necessary break, the determined boy fiercely refuses and insists he can keep swinging. Far away from the estate, Nia mentally laments her packed schedule, heavily regretting that she completely lacks the free time to properly train Rinox. Questioning if she foolishly accepted too much work, her sharp martial senses are suddenly triggered by an ominous rustling in the nearby bushes. Stopping dead in her tracks, the tiny warrior whips her head around to glare intensely at the shifting green foliage. Narrowing her deadly eyes at the hidden stalker, Nia coldly reflects that she has been catching fleeting glimpses of this mysterious girl all week long. Spotting an unknown girl wearing a formal dress hiding behind a pillar, Nia narrows her eyes in suspicion. Analyzing the mysterious figure, the tiny warrior deduces there is only one logical explanation for her true identity. Hesitating to approach, Nia worries about accidentally offending the girl since her parents aren't around to clean up any political messes. Peeking nervously from behind the thick stone pillar, the mysterious girl watches them while panting heavily. Overwhelmed by the miraculous presence of both Nia and Neil, the girl clutches her racing heart as her palms sweat profusely. Spiraling into deep self-deprecation, the second daughter Recap Silver mentally berates herself as a sun-hating creep completely unworthy of Nia's pure gaze. Trembling with intense anxiety, Recap agonizes over her failure to properly greet their honored guest as a proud member of the Silver family. Despite forcing herself to bathe, apply makeup, and wear a formal dress, the terrified girl simply cannot muster the courage to take the final step forward. Frozen in absolute terror, she stares helplessly down the grand hallway while struggling to calm her erratic breathing. Clutching her chest, Recap nostalgically recalls the life-changing moment she first saw Nia on screen while locked away in her lonely room. Admiring the tiny warrior's incredible growth, The shut-in rejoices over how healthy and vibrant Nia has become since her frail beginnings. Consumed by a sudden wave of obsessive passion, Recap pants heavily and intensely vows to draw the beautiful girl in the nude. Reeling in her perverted fantasies, the exhausted girl sighs in total defeat and accepts that watching from afar is the best she can do. Just as Recap accepts her miserable failure, Nia suddenly pops up directly beside her and offers a cheerful greeting. Startled out of her mind, the terrified shut-in physically recoils in absolute shock at the sudden intrusion. Paralyzed by the unexpected confrontation, Recap stares wide-eyed as her mind completely shuts down. Completely unfazed by the girl's panic, the tiny warrior simply tilts her head and flashes a brilliantly innocent smile. Overwhelmed by the sheer radiance of the young noble, Recap's soul visibly attempts to escape her trembling body. Unable to handle the intense social interaction, the terrified shut-in dramatically collapses straight onto the polished stone floor. Staring down at the collapsed heap, Nia watches with mild amusement as the older girl completely short-circuits. Hearing the loud commotion, Neil confidently steps around the pillar to investigate the bizarre situation. Standing over the trembling girl, both Nia and Neil formally introduce themselves with perfect aristocratic grace. Shaking like a leaf, the terrified shut-in violently stammers while frantically begging them to simply call her Reichel. Stepping into the hallway, Lord Silver apologizes profusely for failing to properly introduce his eccentric daughter earlier. He calmly explains that forcing the anxious girl into a formal meeting would have merely spoiled the mood for everyone involved. Watching the staff disperse the chaotic scene, Nia mentally notes that despite the absolute disaster, Reichel did technically approach them on her own. Proudly boasting about his daughter's hidden talents, Lord Silver asks the siblings if they would like to view her magnificent artwork. Catching the eager glimmer in Reichel's eyes despite her frantic protests, the group happily agrees to visit her private studio. With a soft click, the heavy wooden door swings open to reveal the shut-in's massive, cluttered artistic sanctuary. Stepping inside the sprawling studio, the siblings gaze in absolute awe at the breathtaking masterpieces covering every single wall. Astonished by the sheer volume of work, Neil asks if she painted everything herself as the shy artist timidly nods in confirmation. Admiring the incredible detail, Relia admits that while she lacks artistic knowledge, the stunning pieces look completely professional. Leaning in closely to inspect a bizarre abstract painting, Relia curiously asks her sister if the strange subject is a seahorse. A sudden, crushing silence fills the room as a small plaque explicitly titles the painting as an old man with a cane. Spiraling into absolute confusion, Relia mentally screams as she utterly fails to locate any resemblance of an old man in the painting. Attempting to join the critique, Neil points at a different canvas and awkwardly guesses it depicts a flaky croissant. Hearing her beloved artwork so tragically misinterpreted, the fragile artist visibly shatters into a million devastated pieces. Neil frantically tries to correct his catastrophic guess while Relia internally argues that the supposed croissant is obviously a seahorse. Ignoring her uncultured siblings, the trembling artist timidly approaches Nia and silently offers her a personal sketchbook. Flipping the cover open, Nia's eyes widen in genuine surprise as she immediately recognizes the incredibly familiar portrait staring back at her. Staring at the detailed sketch, Nia realizes the incredible portrait is actually of her. She marvels at the lifelike warmth of the drawing, comparing it to a still Magivision broadcast. Handing over another sketch, Relia shows Neil a beautifully rendered portrait of himself. Surprised by the immense talent, Relia admits she had no idea Recap drew such beautiful artwork. Relia nostalgically recalls how her sister used to draw entire picture books for her during childhood. Recap stammers defensively, noting that Relia preferred playing outside and quickly grew bored of stories. Bursting into tears, Relia explains her sister misunderstood her actions and isolated herself, feeling entirely rejected. A heavy, emotional silence fills the room as the sisters confront their painful, long-held misunderstanding. Relia excitedly realizes that broadcasting drawings could completely bypass weather disruptions and sudden sickness. She explains that controlling the environment indoors while broadcasting drawn imagery would revolutionize production. Depicting legendary heroes of the past would become completely effortless with this innovative artistic method. Epic battles with terrifying archbeasts could finally be safely brought to life on the screen. Relia enthusiastically declares that Magivision makes all these incredible visual concepts entirely possible. Struck by sudden inspiration, Nia realizes that broadcasting drawing-based stories could be massively successful. Recognizing the immense value of Recap's talent, Nia silently plots to reserve the artist's services. Relia suddenly zeroes in on Nia, accurately guessing her competitive plotting regarding the artwork. Panicking internally, Nia realizes any slip-up will allow the Silver Channel to steal her idea. Desperate to distract her rival, Nia forcefully grabs Relia's hand with a painfully crushing grip. Screaming in agony, Relia demands an explanation while the tiny warrior casually admires her own grip. Neil frantically intervenes, demanding Nia stop crushing Relia's hand with her monstrous physical strength. Recovering from the assault, Relia excitedly pivots back to the drawing broadcast concept. She passionately encourages Recalvita to share her stunning art with the masses instead of just royalty. Relia realizes they can broadcast adventurer fables entirely through Recalvita's artwork without physically acting. Relia eagerly announces her production plans, completely oblivious to Nia's massive internal frustration. Admitting defeat, Nia rationally accepts that stealing Recalvita away from her family would be impossible. Plotting her next move, Nia decides to let Silva test the waters while Benderio finds an artist. Relia apologizes deeply for her family's busy schedule as the Liston siblings prepare to depart. Nia graciously dismisses the concern, noting that everyone is incredibly busy with the expanding broadcasts. Bidding a cheerful farewell, Nia eagerly anticipates their upcoming true summer vacation. The Liston siblings board their wooden airship to continue their relentless, exhausting summer schedule. Leaving the Silver Territory behind, the siblings head straight for the capital for even more shoots. Observing the new filming location, Nia notes that Hilda's current environment differs from her formal shoots. Hilda explains her strategic decision to expand her content beyond visiting sick children and official duties. Driven by fierce competition, Hilda declares she absolutely cannot afford to lose to her hardworking friends. Acknowledging the princess's unwavering determination, Nia respectfully agrees with her highly competitive mindset. Nia internally reflects that Hilda is the most desperate for Magivision's ultimate commercial success. Understanding the high stakes, Nia notes the massive investor money resting entirely on Hilda's shoulders. Bearing the heavy weight of national importance, Hilda absolutely cannot allow the broadcasting project to fail. Shrugging off the intense pressure, Hilda confidently states this new broadcast isn't too different from past work. The elegant princess casually prepares to milk a cow, proving her willingness to tackle any challenge. An elderly farmer publicly appeals for young helpers, explaining that he cannot retire until he finds capable replacements to take over his grueling work. Observing the broadcast, Hilda notes that the physically demanding nature of farming requires early mornings and constant animal care. She emphasizes that society's ability to live without starving relies entirely on the tireless efforts of those tending the fields. Despite the crucial importance of agriculture, she acknowledges that many young people might dismiss the grueling labor as simply not worth the massive exertion. Countering this mindset, Hilda firmly declares that farming is a highly noble profession that deeply deserves to be celebrated by the masses. Watching the broadcast, Nia realizes that heavily promoting agricultural work is just another clever way the princess actively supports her citizens. Nia quietly praises her friend's impressive oratorical skills, noting that Hilda successfully managed to make exhausting farm labor sound genuinely compelling. The chaotic capital broadcasts aggressively march forward as Nia dramatically participates in a bizarre foot race against a local dog. Transitioning to another segment, the tiny warrior leads an energetic tour of the bustling capital alongside the famous Ice Rose troupe. On the very final day before their highly anticipated vacation, Hilda approaches Nia with a deeply apologetic expression to announce a sudden change of plans. Holding up a hand in absolute dread, Nia desperately begs Hilda to stop speaking because she completely refuses to hear any bad news. Devastated by the impending announcement, the exhausted warrior furiously asks if her long-awaited break has been cruelly cancelled. Hilda quickly clarifies that the trip is still happening, while Nia mentally laments rushing through her hellish homework for absolutely nothing. Reassuring her panicked friend, Hilda firmly promises that they will still spend all 5 vacation days together exactly as they originally planned. A profound sense of relief visibly washes over Nia's face as the terrifying threat of a cancelled vacation completely vanishes. Hesitating slightly, Hilda nervously drops the massive caveat that her father unexpectedly departed for their private island that very morning. Piecing the puzzle together, Nia stares in absolute shock and asks if the Sovereign King is currently vacationing at their exact destination. Rationalizing the frustrating development, Nia begrudgingly admits they cannot truly fault the king for visiting his own family's private island. Shrugging off the heavy royal presence, the confident martial artist boldly declares that she is perfectly fine with the unexpected addition. Hilda anxiously asks if watching the king loiter in a hammock won't ruin the mood, prompting Nia to mentally admit he will definitely be an annoying obstacle. Nia casually threatens to punch the monarch unconscious if he bothers them, though she concedes that the overworked king genuinely deserves a relaxing break. Shifting her concern away from herself, Nia accurately points out that the highly anxious Relia is definitely going to hate this complicated royal arrangement. A sudden visual of Relia's impending shock flashes through their minds, confirming their deepest fears about her fragile emotional state. Hilda solemnly nods her head in silent agreement, fully anticipating the catastrophic meltdown their friend is about to experience. Arriving at the sun-drenched private island the very next day, a terrified Relia screams hysterically that she absolutely cannot deal with the king's presence. Clutching her head in pure panic, Relia furiously demands to know why they waited until she was trapped on the island to reveal this terrifying detail. Refusing to believe it merely slipped Nia's mind, the frantic girl loudly accuses her friend of deliberately hiding the truth until retreat was impossible. Trying to calm the hysterical girl, Nia insists they can easily ignore the monarch since Hilda assured them he actively avoids children anyway. Stepping forward with a genuinely apologetic expression, Hilda admits it deeply pained her to watch Relia's radiant vacation smile instantly shatter into dread. Despite her heartfelt apology, the cunning princess flashes a dark smile and demands absolute forgiveness for her ruthless deception. Revealing her true sinister motive, Hilda claims this terrifying trap is simply a tiny moment of petty revenge for Relia stealing her drawing broadcast idea. Declaring the broadcasting industry a ruthless battlefield, Hilda vows to never stay down after a loss while the trapped Relia wails in sheer agony. Completely defeated by the royal manipulation, the trembling girl collapses onto the sandy beach in a puddle of pure despair. Shattering their plans to avoid him entirely, Nia deadpans that they have immediately run into the dreaded monarch right out of the gate. Casually flipping through a book while ignoring his surroundings, the relaxed man is quickly identified by Hilda as her eccentric royal father. Lowering his reading material, the casually dressed man finally directs his lazy gaze toward the noisy group of newly arrived children. Basking in the warm island breeze, Hulen's Altoaya officially makes his grand appearance as the 14th reigning monarch of the kingdom. Trembling in absolute terror, Relia stammers out a fearful greeting to the lounging monarch. The lazy monarch bluntly declares he has no intention of doing kingly duties on his vacation and tells them to pretend he isn't even there. Hilda glares at her father in sheer disbelief. Frustrated by his constant evasion of responsibility, the princess demands he spare just 1 minute to properly greet her friends. Flipping a page in his book, the king cold shoulders his own daughter and brutally orders her not to speak to him. Sighing in utter defeat, Hilda tells her friends to follow the king's advice and completely ignore his existence as they walk away watching the bizarre family dynamic. Nia mentally notes the monarch's incredibly dismissive attitude. Suddenly, the lazy king shifts his sharp gaze away from his book and locks eyes directly onto the retreating martial artist. Calling out Nia's full name, the monarch abruptly demands to know when she plans to make the Magivision project a massive success. Halting in her tracks, the tiny warrior turns around in genuine confusion and questions what the king is talking about. Unfazed by her confusion, the sharp-eyed ruler notes he can sense a massive resolve radiating from her. He claims she looks as though she is betting her very life on the broadcasting project's ultimate success. Leaning forward with intense scrutiny, the king aggressively repeats his demand to know when that highly anticipated success will finally happen. Mentally scoffing at the dramatic accusation, Nia notes her life is actually bet on keeping her fragile body and the Liston family alive. She certainly does not recall ever wagering her soul on a mere broadcasting company. Warning her of a sudden collapse, the king firmly states she lacks the necessary aggression and advises her to ruthlessly exploit every available resource. He bluntly reminds the young noblewoman that a business simply cannot survive indefinitely on investor capital alone. Returning his attention to his reading material, the dismissive monarch casually waves them off and orders the stunned children to leave. Walking away from the tense encounter, Nia quietly asks her loyal butler what he knows about the eccentric ruler's true nature. Rhinox solemnly explains the king is widely reputed to be a remarkably sharp and level-headed man, albeit one with a notorious love for women. Glancing back toward the lounging monarch, the tiny warrior quietly agrees that the man certainly lives up to his formidable reputation. Analyzing their brief interaction, she acknowledges his clear grasp on politics and logical foresight, though she remains unconvinced about his scandalous romantic rumors. Meanwhile, a completely traumatized Relia violently slams her bedroom door shut and outright refuses to step outside. Noting the ruined exploration plans, Rhinox calmly asks his master what she intends to do with her suddenly free schedule. Ignoring the butler's question, Nia vividly recalls the king's sharp criticism regarding her severe lack of business aggression. She mentally scoffs at his advice, frustrated that she is heavily restricted by the absolute necessity of maintaining her innocent child facade. Despite her ancient pride, she begrudgingly admits the king is entirely correct about the ticking financial clock. She acknowledges her grand ambitions are currently shackled by the Liston family's limited financial situation. Interrupting her deep tactical thoughts, the diligent butler respectfully places a refreshing iced beverage onto the table. Staring intently at the clinking ice, the tiny warrior's mind races as she rapidly formulates a brand new, highly aggressive strategy. Assessing her loyal maid's current combat prowess, Nia realizes the young fighter simply lacks the necessary experience to execute her new plan. Shifting her focus to her seasoned butler, Nia calls out to Rhinox and notes their severe lack of time. Flashing a sinister smile, she boldly suggests that Rhinox should step up and officially become the strongest woman in the entire kingdom. Completely blindsided by the absurd proposition, the disguised butler stares at his tiny master in absolute, stunned silence. Recovering his composure, Rhinox clarifies if his master truly expects him to earn massive funding by dominating a martial arts tournament. Confirming his exact thoughts, Nia passionately reveals her ultimate dream of hosting a massive global tournament featuring fighters from every country. She eagerly visualizes a blood-soaked arena where the absolute strongest warriors from across the world gather to brutally crown a single champion. Clenching her fists with overwhelming excitement, the battle-hungry noblewoman declares she desperately wants to broadcast such an epic spectacle on Magivision. However, she quickly grounds herself in reality, noting that other nations lack the necessary broadcasting infrastructure to make it viable right now. Prompting her to continue, the attentive butler asks what other major obstacle stands in the way of her violent dream. Sighing in deep frustration, the ancient warrior bluntly admits that her current vessel is simply far too young to safely host such a massive event. While absolutely confident she could personally slaughter every single combatant, she rationally fears that broadcasting a child dominating adults would tragically inspire other kids to get themselves killed. Rhinox nods in complete agreement, adding that no serious adult would ever fund or arrange such a massive international project simply because a toddler asked. Explaining her original timeline, Nia reveals she intended to spend several years quietly building the necessary financial and political backing before officially participating. Staring intensely at her butler, the tiny master chillingly echoes the king's warning that they simply do not have the luxury of time anymore. Pointing directly at the disguised fighter, Nia aggressively declares that this accelerated timeline is exactly why she desperately needs his services. Reflecting on her broadcasting connections, Nia realizes that while she cannot arrange a global event, a national tournament is entirely possible. Holding up a single finger, she boldly vows to forge her servant into the absolute strongest fighter in the kingdom within exactly 1 year. Caught completely off guard by the aggressive declaration, the hesitant maid stammers nervously. Admitting she always wanted to become stronger solely to protect her master, the reluctant servant confesses she has absolutely no desire to become a flashy tournament showgirl. Accepting the disappointing rejection without a fight, Nia simply nods and calmly drops the ambitious subject. Agreeing that tournament fighting heavily deviates from a maid's proper duties, the tiny master completely dismisses her servant's frantic apologies. Coldly stating there is no point in forcing the issue, Nia declares she simply lacks the time to train an unmotivated fighter. Casually turning away, she ruthlessly threatens to ask Gandalf or Ansel to become her champion instead, causing the maid to violently twitch. Desperately grabbing her master's attention, the furious maid demands to know if those two men are somehow more important than her. Screaming that Gandalf uses a completely different style and Ansel is just a tavern owner, the jealous servant fiercely asserts her rightful place as Nia's true disciple. Slamming her hands down in pure frustration, the maid angrily shouts that she absolutely refuses to let her master abandon her to train someone else. Losing all composure, the frantic servant declares that Nia already owns her body and soul, demanding to know if her hesitation is truly a problem. Snapping back into a fiercely submissive stance, the motivated maid aggressively demands her master look only at her and resume the brutal training. Leaning away from the intense outburst, Nia dryly clarifies she absolutely does not own the maid's body, though she does hold an exclusive reservation for it. As the flustered servant huffs heavily, the smug master mercilessly teases that she will simply cancel that bodily reservation when the time finally comes. Secretly pleased with the successful psychological manipulation, Nia mentally notes her disciple is finally motivated and prepares to begin the grueling regimen. The warm morning sun brilliantly illuminates the peaceful training grounds as a new day of intense martial arts instruction officially begins. Standing at strict attention in her comfortable training gear, the deeply focused maid prepares to receive her master's profound martial wisdom. Wasting absolutely no time, the tiny warrior confidently announces her plan to teach her loyal disciple a single, devastating technique. Clarifying that her previous lessons were merely basic strikes, Nia prepares to elevate her servant's combat prowess far beyond simple martial stances. Radiating a sudden, deadly intent, the ancient warrior chillingly warns that her true techniques are designed exclusively for absolute slaughter. Strictly forbidding accidental murder, Nia orders her disciple to use lethal force only when absolutely necessary and to accept the grim consequences. Staring intensely into her servant's eyes, the strict master firmly declares that an irresponsible fighter is the absolute worst kind of warrior. Accepting her own heavy burden as a mentor, Nia acknowledges she shares total responsibility for unleashing such deadly skills upon the world. Promising total victory, the master vows this singular lethal technique will effortlessly conquer the upcoming tournament if strictly practiced for an entire year. Interrupting the intense martial lesson, the nervous maid timidly asks for a moment to clarify a burning question before they officially begin. Assuming her disciple is anxious about learning the deadly move, Nia is completely caught off guard when the maid shifts the topic entirely. Fidgeting anxiously under her master's sharp gaze, the hesitant servant struggles to vocalize a deeply guarded, unspoken secret. Raising a curious eyebrow, the tiny warrior silently waits for her stuttering disciple to finally spit out the hidden question. Dropping a massive bombshell, the loyal servant bluntly asks if Nia has finally decided to stop hiding her true identity as a reincarnated heroic soul. A suffocating silence violently crashes over the training courtyard as the deeply hidden truth is suddenly dragged into the blinding light. Refusing to back down, the perceptive maid maintains intense eye contact, proving she has completely figured out her master's ancient secret. Feigning genuine ignorance, the startled warrior cautiously questions what on earth her servant means by the term heroic soul. The knowledgeable maid calmly explains the modern phenomenon known as a heroic soul bond, where an ancient spirit suddenly hijacks a deceased body. Referencing the Holy Church's official doctrines, she describes how the powerful souls of ancient heroes occasionally possess the recently dead to resurrect them. Detailing the supernatural process, she notes the ancient soul seamlessly replaces the original host immediately after their tragic death without leaving a single trace. Connecting the historical dots, the sharp maid confidently deduces this exact phenomenon occurred the night a dying 4-year-old Nia miraculously recovered. Exposing the medical miracle, she notes the supposedly terminal illness vanished exactly when the new heroic soul utilized powerful Kai to forcefully heal the failing vessel. Softening her aggressive interrogation, the servant sympathetically adds that reincarnated heroes almost never retain their original, past life memories. Concluding her thorough explanation, the maid states that resurrected legends usually only possess a vague, fragmented idea of their previous glorious lives. Listening intently, the maid deduces that her master's incredible prowess perfectly aligns with the legendary traits of a great warrior from the past. Pondering the sharp deduction, Nia closes her eyes and silently weighs the undeniable truth of the maid's heavy words. With a calm smirk, the tiny warrior openly concedes that the heroic soul description fits her current supernatural situation perfectly. Admitting her complete ignorance of the official terminology, Nia casually asks how long her loyal servant has been hiding this profound realization. The hesitant maid confesses she simply refused to assume the original Liston daughter was truly dead, prompting Nia to express mild surprise at her long silence. Lowering her gaze in deep sorrow, the loyal servant admits her deep attachment to the original child made the grim reality completely unbearable to accept. Accepting the servant's heartfelt reasoning, Nia shifts the heavy conversation by questioning whether her sharp parents have also noticed the supernatural swap. The perceptive maid theorizes that the highly intelligent parents likely suspect the truth but desperately avoid confirming it to protect themselves from absolute grief. A somber silence hangs over the narrative as the unspoken sorrow of the grieving noble parents silently echoes through the grand estate. Resigning herself to the tragic reality, Nia laments the finality of the situation since bringing the original soul back to life is utterly impossible. Pivoting immediately to tactical matters, the reincarnated warrior asks if she must continuously hide her true supernatural nature from the outside world. Nodding gravely, the maid issues a chilling warning that the formidable Holy Church would immediately hunt her down if the dangerous secret ever leaked. Recounting dark historical lore, the servant explains how a ruthless saintess once fabricated massive crimes to forcefully kidnap and weaponize suspected heroic souls. Highlighting the terrifying reach of the religious order, the maid notes that even powerful royalty completely failed to escape the Church's absolute grasp in the past. However, the maid offers a glimmer of hope by noting the modern Church has lost much of its former political authority and might lack the sheer power for a forceful abduction. Unfazed by the looming threat of religious zealots, the tiny powerhouse flashes an intensely arrogant smirk while preparing her bold response. Laughing with overwhelming, terrifying confidence, the overpowered girl violently declares that the entire church combined could never take her alive anyway. Accepting her master's monstrous physical strength, the practical maid still begs Nia to maintain her innocent facade just to actively avoid unnecessary political headaches. Reflecting on her entirely forgotten past, the ancient warrior decides that adopting the official title of a heroic soul perfectly satisfies her lingering identity crisis. Fiercely clenching her tiny fist, she ruthlessly discards her past to focus entirely on dominating the present as the reborn Nia Liston. Channeling her potent energy, the strict master formally announces the intense demonstration of a devastating beginner technique known as the thunderclap. She explains the lethal move relies entirely on a single, blindingly quick strike identical to the one she used to utterly crush her previous opponents. Warning her disciple not to blink, Nia admits her fragile child body can only withstand the immense physical strain of this explosive technique exactly once per day. Dropping seamlessly into a flawless martial stance, the tiny warrior silently prepares to unleash a terrifying amount of concentrated physical destruction. Instructing her student to flood their entire body with inner kai, Nia violently clenches her muscles in absolute, terrifying martial focus. Stepping forward with bone-crushing force, she violently thrusts her fist into the air to unleash a deafening, explosive shockwave. The sheer kinetic terror of the strike violently parts the massive lake, sending a colossal geyser of displaced water rocketing straight into the sky. Despite her disciple stammering in absolute awe, the hypercritical master glares at the massive destruction and coldly mutters that the strike was pathetically weak. Dismissing the awe-inspiring display of power, Nia complains the loud bang would realistically only neutralize a mid-grade beast at absolute best. When the stunned maid asks if the parted lake was the result of external kai, Nia quickly corrects her, stating it was merely the raw physical shockwave of her punch. Diving into deep martial theory, the master breaks down the 8 complex components of kai into internal gathering and external explosive release. Commanding absolute focus, Nia strictly orders her disciple to completely ignore the flashy shockwave and concentrate solely on recreating the strike's thunderous roar. Reiterating the technique's namesake, she explains that stepping with immense force to generate the roaring physical clap is the true absolute goal of the lethal attack. Knowing her student heavily favors ending fights instantly, the confident master smirks and asks if this one-hit kill technique perfectly suits her aggressive combat style. Deeply inspired by the devastating physical power, the eager disciple immediately leaps into action and viciously throws a heavy practice punch. Smirking at the immediate display of absolute motivation, the tiny master formally moves on to the next critical phase of her aggressive master plan. Transitioning entirely away from the training grounds, the narrative silently shifts focus back to the lazy monarch lounging peacefully in his island hammock. Shattering the king's peaceful vacation, the bold little warrior confidently marches straight up to the monarch and demands his absolute attention. Instantly annoyed by the sudden intrusion, the lazy king strictly forbids her from speaking, but Nia fearlessly plows forward to present a massive request. When the king outright refuses to entertain a child's whims, Nia violently weaponizes his own previous advice, loudly demanding to exploit his absolute royal authority. A tense silence hangs in the air as the tiny warrior stands before the lounging monarch. Inhaling sharply, the king glares down at the bold child who dared to aggressively disturb his peace. Glaring intensely, the monarch demands to know if she truly believes she can boldly exploit her own king. Radiating immense pressure, the ruler coldly commands the young noblewoman to know her proper place. Feeling the crackle of his intimidating aura, Nia mentally acknowledges that the king possesses the terrifying backbone of a seasoned politician. Scoffing at his regal arrogance despite his casual bathrobe, Nia listens as the king challenges her to speak without boring him. Staring him down, Nia formally requests his royal support to host a kingdom-wide martial arts tournament within a year to find the strongest fighter in Altoaya. Unimpressed by the proposal, the king demands she provide 5 distinct benefits for him before he will even consider the idea. Assuming the child cannot produce 5 reasons, the dismissive king attempts to brutally shut the entire conversation down. Surprising the monarch, Nia confidently claims she has far more than 5 reasons and eagerly prepares to list them. Launching into her pitch, the tiny warrior explains that participating in the planning stage will allow him to add regulations to extract massive financial profit. Acknowledging financial opportunities as her first solid point, the king promptly demands to hear her next argument. Referencing their past success, she argues that a kingdom-wide tournament broadcast will drastically boost their Magivision crystal panel sales. Tallying Magivision sales as the second valid reason, the monarch crosses his arms and waits for her third point. A heavy silence falls over the hammock as the young noble suddenly struggles to come up with another compelling argument. Attempting to stall for time, Nia awkwardly offers the king a massage, which he dryly rejects since she is neither a foreign envoy nor a world-class beauty. Admitting her only remaining reason is her personal enjoyment, Nia completely gives up on the negotiation as the king scoffs at her failure. Sighing heavily in deep disappointment, the sharp-minded king states there are actually far more valid reasons she completely missed. Taking over the pitch, the king explains that inviting foreign guests would bring an influx of foreign currency and allow them to spy on Vandru's airship technology. He continues by noting a grand tournament would drastically raise foreign opinions, ultimately making his children prime candidates for highly advantageous political marriages. Listing even more benefits, he notes that projecting strength will attract skilled adventurers who could secure brand new resources from unexplored islands. Glaring down at the stunned child, the disappointed monarch coldly questions how she failed to think of any of those obvious political advantages. Frantically trying to recover, Nia nervously claps her hands and showers the king with excessive, desperate praise to avoid looking like a complete fool. Suddenly, Hilda furiously dashes onto the scene and screams at her father to interrupt the bizarre interaction. Misinterpreting the situation entirely, the enraged princess screams at the king for seemingly hitting on a 6-year-old girl. Scoffing at the absurd accusation, the king clarifies he only pursues smart, beautiful women who are at least over the age of 15. Justifying his wandering eye, he claims producing excellent children is vital for the nation, while begrudgingly admitting Nia possesses the rare guts to treat him like a fool. Barely restraining the urge to punch a hole straight through the monarch, Nia realizes his notorious womanizing is actually a twisted strategy for breeding a strong next generation. Questioning his sanity, Nia is quickly validated by Hilda, who confirms her father is completely unhinged and explains why she tried to hide him. Rolling over in his comfortable hammock, the eccentric ruler arrogantly declares that the ways of the king remain entirely inscrutable to commoners. Peeking over the edge of his hammock, the sharp-eyed monarch directly addresses the tiny warrior once more. Surprising her entirely, the king reveals he had already considered her grand tournament plan and fully acknowledges its massive political usefulness. Declaring the ambitious project should be executed immediately, he casually notes there is one massive problem standing in their way. A heavy, suspenseful silence blankets the tropical island as the young noblewoman waits for the other shoe to drop. Utterly shattering her expectations, the reigning king bluntly confesses they completely lack the money to fund the tournament. The king calculates the massive scope of the tournament, estimating a bare minimum requirement of 100 million crams. Hilda gasps in sheer shock at the astronomical figure while Nia mentally notes the hefty weight of that sum. Revising his initial estimate, the monarch boldly declares he realistically wants at least 1 billion crams due to the project's immense value. He further complicates the timeline by insisting they host the grand event in 2 years rather than 1. The meticulous ruler explains that sending international invitations and recruiting fighters will easily consume the entirety of those 2 years. Despite the extended timeline, he firmly reiterates that their royal coffers remain dramatically short on the necessary funding. He admits he could personally front 50 million and tax the citizens for more, but funding a mere amusement project would enrage the lower classes. Concluding his royal assessment, the king states the plan is technically possible but carries far too much political risk for him to blindly accept. Zeroing in on the singular obstacle, Nia eagerly asks if the king will fully commit to the project if she personally solves the money problem. The monarch agrees without hesitation, asserting that he must maintain absolute control over any event involving foreign nations. Flashing a wicked smile of triumph, the tiny warrior declares the arrangement absolutely perfect. Thrilled to dump the complex political logistics onto the king, Nia mentally celebrates since her brain is strictly meant for crushing skulls. Breaking the ensuing silence, the sharp-eyed king abruptly calls out to his stunned daughter. He officially appoints Hilda as their royal liaison, strictly ordering her to bring Nia directly to him whenever the child requests an audience. Recovering from her daze, Hilda frantically asks exactly how much money Nia is expected to gather for this insane undertaking. The pieces finally click together in the princess's mind as the sheer, terrifying scale of Nia's financial burden sets in. Later in her private quarters, Nia casually asks Hilda how much 1 billion crams actually is since her butler handles all the mundane shopping. Exasperated by her friend's total ignorance, Hilda explains that 1 billion crams could easily purchase a small island or 10 mid-sized ships. Frantic with worry, the princess questions Nia's sanity, stressing that an ordinary person could never earn 1 billion crams even if they worked their entire life. Completely unfazed by the impossible odds, Nia confidently claims it will work out somehow, ignoring Hilda's rising panic. Hilda utterly loses her composure, screaming that sheer willpower won't magically materialize 500 million crams a year. He explains that only massive corporations or patent holders generate that kind of wealth, while Nia casually notes he just used her private shower. Agreeing that a regular job is useless, Nia narrows her lethal options down to high-stakes beast hunting or uncharted island exploration. Staring intently at her servant, the tiny master directly asks if he knows of any monstrous beasts carrying a billion-cram bounty. Rhinox denies knowing any billion-cram targets but notes that high-grade beasts can fetch tens of millions, instantly sparking Nia's violent interest. Despite Rhinox warning that high bounties come with immense danger, Nia insists they have no other choice now that their timeline has expanded. Shifting tactics, Nia coldly reminds Rhinox of his earlier passionate vow that she completely owns his body and soul. Vigorously agreeing with absolute loyalty, the frantic maid snaps to attention and prepares to prove her unwavering devotion. Moving with alarming speed, the maid violently tears off her clothes while a panicked Nia screams at her to immediately stop. Waving her arms frantically, the tiny master repeatedly begs her overzealous servant to keep her damn clothes on. Slamming her hands against the wall in her undergarments, the dramatic maid screams for Nia to behold the absolute extent of her devotion. Deciding to ignore the absurd display, Nia bluntly orders the half-naked maid to prove her devotion by retrieving a billion crams. Shrinking in shame, the flustered servant awkwardly apologizes for only managing to save up 10 million crams so far. Sighing in deep exasperation, Nia orders her to get dressed and clarifies she wasn't asking for her pathetic life savings or gambling money. Unveiling her grand strategy, Nia commands Rhinox to become a famous adventurer while she attends school, using the bloody career to amass massive wealth and fame. The tiny master explains that this highly dangerous path will perfectly secure their funding while serving as brutal, real-world tournament training. She tasks her loyal servant with becoming the richest, strongest adventurer alive so that legendary stories of her prowess reach foreign nations. Concluding her mastermind plot, Nia declares Rhinox will become a living advertisement before ultimately crushing the competition to win the grand tournament. Explaining her physical limitations, Nia commands her disciple to step up and fight in her place. When Rhinox worries about who will look after her, Nia casually suggests relying on Renette or the school attendants. Dismissing the maid's concerns, the master bluntly points out that Rhinox always just stands around doing nothing while the filming crew handles her shoots. Ordering her servant to go make some money instead of loitering, Nia completely ignores Rhinox's frantic protests about her important watching duties. Overwhelmed by her master's domineering attitude, a massive blush violently spreads across the flustered servant's face. Trembling with sheer emotion, the devoted maid struggles to form a coherent sentence under Nia's intense gaze. Blushing furiously, Rhinox confesses her absolute love for Nia's selfish and forceful nature, prompting the master to question why she would loudly announce something so embarrassing. With their grand financial plan officially set, the duo immediately pivots to dedicating the entire next day to brutal martial arts training. Fast-forwarding to the third day of vacation, a completely broken Rhinox gasps for air and groans in absolute physical agony. Acknowledging her hellish training regiment completely shattered the maid, Nia gently orders the gasping servant to stay in bed and recover. Firmly tucking the exhausted maid under the covers, Nia rejects Rhinox's delirious request to sleep together and orders her to rest. Succumbing entirely to her massive physical exhaustion, the battered servant instantly falls into a deep, heavy slumber. Confirming her overprotective bodyguard is completely out cold, a wicked, extremely sinister smile stretches across the tiny master's face. Chuckling darkly to herself, Nia celebrates the glorious realization that there is absolutely nobody left to supervise her actions. Throwing her arms wide open, the battle-hungry warrior rejoices in her total, unadulterated freedom. Basking in the absolute bliss of being unsupervised, she excitedly realizes she can finally do whatever her violent heart desires. A dangerous spark ignites in her eyes as she suddenly remembers the private island houses a hidden monster dungeon. Feigning innocent curiosity, the tiny powerhouse excitedly plots to go completely off the grid and locate the dangerous labyrinth. Just as she contemplates diving headfirst into the deadly dungeon, a familiar voice violently shatters her secretive plotting. Snapping her head around, Nia spots a fully recovered Relia approaching her from down the hallway. Greeting her recovered friend, Nia is immediately called out by Relia for sporting a terrifying expression that clearly screamed blood and guts. Sweating nervously, Nia mentally wonders if she is simply too obvious before quickly denying the gruesome accusation. Refusing to drop her innocent facade, Nia internally admits she only wanted to slaughter a few dungeon beasts without spilling any of her own blood. Completely shifting the topic, Relia excitedly invites her friend to go swimming in a beautiful local lake right after breakfast. Trapping Nia in a corner, the energetic princess forcefully reminds her of their strict promise to hang out together during the vacation. Her glorious dreams of violently conquering the monster dungeon physically waver and shatter as social obligations aggressively take over. Remembering their chaotic planning phase, Nia recalls they simply agreed to spontaneously do whatever fun activities they came up with on the spot. Pouting slightly in defeat, the battle-hungry warrior closes her eyes and accepts her incredibly mundane fate. Sighing softly, she begrudgingly decides she might as well play the part of a normal child and go swimming with her friends. Reflecting deeply, Nia realizes that sacrificing absolutely everything for pure martial prowess in her previous life ultimately left her feeling surprisingly hollow. Staring at her tiny hands, she firmly resolves not to repeat those same lonely mistakes in her brand new life as Nia Liston. Gazing warmly at her energetic friend, the ancient warrior vows to genuinely cherish the new, precious connections she has forged. Watching Relia beam with innocent excitement, Nia embraces the simple joy of normal childhood friendship. Chuckling at her own heavy philosophy, she mocks herself for drafting a grand life plan before she even turns 10 years old. Pushing her violent dungeon ambitions aside for another day, Nia smiles brightly and officially agrees to join the swimming trip. The cheerful mood is instantly ruined as the girls trudge through the forest, sighing in deep frustration over their cancelled swimming plans. Apologizing for her incredibly selfish father, Hilda promises they can still swim later after they finish gathering mushrooms for the king's barbecue. Trying to defend the lazy monarch, Hilda explains that hosting a barbecue is his awkward, terrible way of trying to be a welcoming host. Kneeling in the lush undergrowth, Relia happily announces that she finally spotted a cluster of wild mushrooms. Slapping her hand away, Nia coldly warns her that the mushrooms are lethally poisonous, dryly comparing their toxic nature to the royal family. Tossing a berry to Relia, Nia initially claims it is a red mantis egg before laughing and revealing it is just a regular fruit. Terrified by the cruel prank, Relia angrily asks if she can punch her friend just once while Nia chuckles mischievously. Spotting a squirrel in the dense foliage, Relia excitedly points out the adorable woodland creature. Nia instantly suggests catching and cooking the animal, prompting a horrified Relia to beg her to stop right there. Casually picking up a massive spider, Nia informs her terrified companion that the stone widow is completely non-venomous. Relia screams at Nia to stop treating creepy-crawlies as survival food since the king already provided plenty of meat and vegetables. Furiously suppressing the urge to throw a punch, Relia flatly rejects Nia's mischievous offer to taste-test the spider. The two girls sprint wildly through the dense forest, leaving a trail of chaotic energy behind them. Bursting through the tree line, a frantic Relia dramatically begs the heavens to smite the white-haired spawn of evil chasing her. The king loudly interrupts their chaotic chase, commanding the children to gather around the campsite. Enthusiastically pointing to a massive setup, the monarch declares it is finally time to grill their meat. Hilda profusely apologizes for making the king wait, while a clearly intoxicated monarch slurs that someone must fall in love with him as punishment. The drunken king aggressively commands silence so he can focus on grilling, leaving Hilda sighing in exasperation while another guest praises the delicious food. Slipping quietly away from the noisy barbecue, Nia retreats toward the peaceful shoreline. She kicks off her shoes and discards her outer clothing in preparation for a refreshing swim. Standing at the water's edge, the tiny warrior gazes out across the calm, expansive lake. She smoothly unfastens her collar with a sharp metallic clink. Zipping down her remaining garments, she sheds her physical restrictions to fully embrace the cool water. Plunging eagerly into the lake, she glides smoothly beneath the pristine surface. Surfacing with a joyful splash, Nia marvels at the crystal-clear and pleasantly cold water. Recalling Hilda's fishing spot, she decides to hunt for a massive fish to bring back to the royal grill. Taking a deep breath, the determined martial artist submerges herself into the aquatic depths. Pushing downward, she concentrates her energy to form a solid platform of blunt kai directly beneath her feet. Kicking off the invisible construct with explosive force, she violently propels herself through the water. She rockets forward like a torpedo, leaving a dense trail of bubbles in her high-speed wake. Spotting her target, she lunges forward and effortlessly snatches a struggling fish barehanded. Breaking the surface with her prize, she smugly praises her own impressive physical capabilities despite inhabiting a child's body. Pausing to consider her mastery of kai, she realizes she could potentially use the exact same technique to dance through the open air. A sudden, ominous presence violently disrupts her thoughts, drawing her sharp gaze back into the depths. A colossal, shadowy figure flits menacingly through the dark water directly beneath her. A monstrous fish lunges upward with its massive jaws opened wide to completely devour her. Unfazed by the terrifying beast, Nia casually remarks that it looks like a bizarre cross between a crocodile and a fish. Identifying the creature as a patient ambush predator, she watches calmly as the giant monster closes the distance. With a casual, lightning-fast flick of her finger, she unleashes a concentrated burst of Kai straight at the attacker. The brutal impact sends a violent shockwave through the water, instantly stunning the massive beast in its tracks. Leaving the paralyzed monster behind, she zooms away to quickly re-evaluate her culinary options. Considering the beast's muddy habitat, Nia deduces that its giant meat would be an absolute nightmare to prepare and likely inedible. Glancing around the peaceful lake, she decides to search for something much tastier and easier to grill for the royal barbecue. Suddenly, her sharp senses tingle in alarm as she completely loses track of the massive predator's energy signature. Puzzling over the sudden disappearance, she wonders if another beast ate it or if it buried itself in the mud, though she knows her senses would have easily detected either action. Tracing the vanished creature's path, Nia approaches a large, isolated rock formation in the water. Finding absolutely no holes or larger predators, she inspects the seemingly ordinary stone for any suspicious clues. Reaching out to touch the surface, her hand shockingly slips right through the solid rock. Waving her hand through the distortion, she realizes the rock is actually a massive magical illusion hiding the creature's escape route. Staring into the shimmering barrier, she deeply questions why such a powerful concealment spell would exist in this quiet lake. A wicked grin stretches across her face as her battle-hungry instincts begin to furiously itch with anticipation. Bubbling with excitement, she mentally prepares herself to dive headfirst into this thrilling new adventure. Just as she prepares to plunge into the unknown, a frantic voice violently calls out her name from across the water. Annoyed that Rhinox recovered so quickly, Nia listens as the panicked maid begs her to stay closer to the safe shoreline. Groaning in deep frustration, she laments the heartbreaking reality of abandoning her mysterious discovery just to satisfy her overprotective guard. Refusing to surrender so easily, the tiny warrior narrows her eyes and furiously formulates a brand new plan. Rejecting defeat with absolute conviction, she fiercely declares that she will not be stopped today. Realizing there is only one viable solution to her supervision problem, she enthusiastically waves her guard over. Recalling their promise to swim together, she excitedly invites Rhinox to come see the curious anomaly she discovered. Eager to join her master, the devoted maid enthusiastically leaps into the sparkling lake. Splashing excitedly through the water, Rhinox swiftly swims out to meet Nia by the mysterious rock. Reflecting on her past mistakes, Nia brilliantly concludes that dragging her supervisor directly into the danger completely circumvents the rules. Ignoring Rhinox's curious questions, Nia simply orders the maid to take a deep breath before the big reveal. Without a moment's hesitation, Nia grabs the startled maid and forcefully drags her straight into the illusory rock. The two girls plunge through the magical distortion, leaving the bright, sunny world of the lake entirely behind them. They glide deeper into a dark, submerged tunnel concealed completely beneath the magical barrier. Breaking through the final layer of the watery illusion, they suddenly find themselves slipping into a massive open cavern. Floating in the dim light, Nia calmly surveys the vast, subterranean environment stretching out before them. An ancient, sprawling underground ecosystem reveals itself, glowing with strange bioluminescence and hidden mysteries. Sensing countless new creatures in this completely alien world, Nia quickly spots the massive ambush predator that previously escaped her. Examining the monstrous beast closely, she revises her earlier assessment and identifies it as a giant, mutated catfish. Spotting a bright stream of light filtering down from above, she points toward a potential exit from the submerged cavern. Breaking the surface with a loud gasp, the two girls finally draw fresh air into their burning lungs. They gaze up in absolute awe at the towering, unnatural stone architecture surrounding their hidden pool. A massive, imposing labyrinth stretches out in every direction, proving this is no ordinary underground cave. Trembling with sudden realization, the bewildered maid stammers out her master's name as she takes in the terrifying scenery. Staring wide-eyed at the sprawling labyrinth, Rhinox fearfully asks if they have just illegally trespassed directly into a monster dungeon. Examining the fine stonework, they realize that despite its man-made appearance, dungeons actually formed naturally in the past. Acknowledging that beasts thrive in mana-rich areas, they deduce the continent's mana lines created the massive structures. Pondering if the dungeon has multiple entrances, they marvel that this island's entrance is located entirely underwater. A frantic voice suddenly cries out for Miss Nia to stop, warning her that they absolutely cannot proceed any further. Ignoring the desperate warnings, Nia charges recklessly ahead toward the mysterious and dangerous depths. Completely waving off the strict protests, Nia playfully insists on taking just a tiny peek inside the forbidden area. Her companion urgently warns that killing anything in this underwater section will completely ruin the connected surface dungeon's delicate ecosystem. Professor Rinox explains that most known dungeons are strictly managed with comprehensive maps, visitor logs, and detailed records of beast populations. Remembering their adventurer class, they acknowledge that strict observation of beast interactions is precisely what allows humans to safely utilize them as viable resources. Rinox grimly warns that going on an unauthorized killing spree will destroy the research data, ultimately forcing Nia's parents to answer for her reckless actions. Frustrated by the logical constraints, Nia stubbornly refuses to turn back, desperately needing to get this thrilling excitement out of her system. Realizing he stands no chance of stopping her, Rinox sighs heavily in defeat and reluctantly agrees to let her explore for just a little bit. Desiring to avoid a massive political mess, Rinox makes her fiercely promise not to actually kill a single creature during their brief expedition. Flashing a wild grin, Nia excitedly demands to know if her nervous companion is finally ready to start running. Absolute panic erupts as Rinox screams in terror, realizing a massive, stampeding horde of beasts is actively chasing right behind them. Sprinting at breakneck speed through the dark corridors, Nia casually acknowledges the deadly pursuit violently thundering at their heels. Spotting another lurking threat around the corner, Nia effortlessly hops over the dangerous obstacles blocking her forward path. Accidentally triggering a hidden mechanism with a loud clack, she urgently commands the terrified Rinox to jump. Rinox wildly leaps into the air, screaming in shock as he barely avoids the sudden, terrifying danger erupting directly beneath him. While a breathless Rinox desperately begs her to slow down, Nia complains that she is already moving at an agonizingly slow pace just so he can survive the sprint. The exhausted pair finally slides to a halt, panting heavily as they frantically try to catch their breath in the dim light. Closing her eyes in intense concentration, Nia silently begins seeping her powerful energy into the surrounding environment. When a confused Rinox asks what she is doing, Nia calmly explains that she is expanding her Kai to meticulously map out and scout the entire uncharted area. Rinox questions if this mysterious Kai technique is slightly overpowered, noting that humans already possess a natural intrinsic ability to grasp spatial direction. Nia clarifies that normal human spatial capabilities are incredibly weak, and Kai simply provides a dramatic boost that makes the humans themselves undeniably overpowered. Pointing confidently into the darkness, she declares that they need to immediately proceed toward a hidden downward staircase. The intrepid duo pushes confidently forward, descending even deeper into the dangerous, cavernous depths of the dungeon. Noting they must already be 6 levels deep, they discuss how small dungeons typically only contain 5 to 10 floors, though many dangerous ones eagerly break that norm. Sweating nervously in the oppressive dark, Rinox asks if she is searching for a specific treasure since they have ventured so incredibly far down. Nia brutally scoffs at the foolish question, declaring that her only true desire is facing the vastly stronger beasts that dwell in the deepest levels. Yielding slightly to reason, Rinox firmly insists they must turn back after just one more floor before the surface team begins to actively worry about their prolonged absence. A massive, ominous booming sound suddenly violently echoes upward from the pitch-black abyss below. While Rinox shivers and expresses a terrible feeling of creeping dread, Nia joyfully celebrates that dragging their bare feet all this way was finally worth the supreme effort. Rinox frantically tries to secure a promise that they will flee if the situation gets too dangerous, completely unsure if the hyperactive warrior is even listening to his desperate pleas. Sensing an overwhelmingly ominous aura radiating from the darkness, Nia intensely wonders if the lurking entity is an evil dragon, a demon, or perhaps even a mythical god of death. Trembling with pure adrenaline and hype, she boldly admits her tiny body cannot defeat a god yet, completely ignoring Rinox's terrified pleas for her immediate attention. Rinox violently points ahead in sheer, unadulterated terror, stuttering wildly as he demands to know what kind of monstrous horror has finally manifested before them. A massive, gelatinous entity ripples out of the shadows, towering menacingly over the two tiny, awestruck intruders. The colossal, formless creature lets out a strange, low hum as it slowly shifts its immense and fluid weight toward the duo. Instantly losing all of her previous battle excitement, Nia flatly remarks in supreme disappointment that the grand horror is actually just a giant slime that managed to consume an excessive amount of life force. Realizing they are unarmed, they decide retreating is the best option since punching the creatures isn't worth the effort. Regretting not punching the massive cow earlier, Nia casually mentions she can just handle it on their way back. Their escape route is suddenly cut off as the ceiling ominously shifts above them. Stepping up confidently, Nia vows to breach through the obstacle so her companion can safely escape. Confused by her dramatic repetition, Rhinox questions why she is stating the escape plan again. A sudden plop and loud pang echo through the cavern as a frantic attack is launched. Realizing physical attacks are useless because the slime regenerates, Nia notes that using external Kai allows them to attack without touching its acid. Rhinox warns her to avoid stepping on the blobs to prevent burns, drawing her attention to a strange wiggling movement. A mysterious blob ominously bounces along the dungeon floor. Spotting strange objects inside the slime, Nia wonders what kind of creature could possibly hatch eggs in pure acid. Peering closer at the gelatinous mass, she notices a massive cluster of mysterious eggs suspended inside. Analyzing the hatching conditions, Rhinox deduces the eggs likely belong to a dangerous subspecies of the hermit toad. He explains that while hermit toads naturally lay eggs in acid pools to birth toxic tadpoles, surviving a slime's corrosion is incredibly rare. Processing this terrifying information, Nia eagerly concludes they should immediately dispose of the volatile eggs. Rhinox agrees, warning that a mass hatching would release a toxic mist and completely ruin the dungeon's delicate ecosystem. Despite his agreement, he voices concern over whether simply destroying them will act as a viable long-term solution. Desperate to maintain the dungeon's structure, Rhinox begs Nia to spare the slime since it acts as a crucial barrier between levels. He strictly forbids her from destroying the slime's magic core, fearing its death will cause chaotic shifts in beast behavior. Noticing Nia's unnervingly happy expression, Rhinox watches as she joyfully declares she finally has permission to kill the eggs and demands he pick her attack method. Sighing in defeat as a squishing sound echoes, Rhinox reluctantly accepts her violent enthusiasm. Acknowledging his combat preference, Nia decides she will execute the eggs using a powerful kick. She silently reflects that kicking perfectly fits Rhinox's fighting style, as he has always favored leg techniques over simple punches. Discussing martial arts mechanics, they acknowledge that adjusting a kick's raw power is significantly harder than utilizing flexible hand strikes. Shocking her companion, Nia confidently promises to demonstrate the devastating thunderclap technique using only a kick. Rhinox loudly protests, arguing that executing thunderclap with a kick is impossible since the technique fundamentally requires a massive forward step. Stomping the ground with intense focus, Nia explains that the required forward step can easily be compensated for through alternative physical movements. Shifting her stance with blinding speed, she expertly prepares to unleash her highly improvised technique. A thunderous shockwave violently detonates, obliterating the target in a massive explosion. Staring in absolute shock, Rhinox stammers that she completely eradicated everything except the core, which Nia calmly attributes to a slight adjustment of her technique. Brushing off the devastation, Nia cheerfully declares the eggs dealt with and assures him the slime will recover soon. Smirking internally, she hopes this incredible display of overwhelming power will finally force Rhinox to respect her. Believing a true master must command respect through raw strength rather than begging, she eagerly awaits his awestruck praise. Turning around with a smug grin, she directly asks if her flawless execution makes him want to revere her. Completely ignoring her bloated ego, Rhinox frantically slaps his hands together and aggressively begs to know how she performed the impossible move. The dismissive words echo mockingly in Nia's mind as her grand expectations completely shatter. Utterly deflated by his lack of reverence, a depressed Nia mutters that they should just leave the area. The pair walks away in heavy silence, leaving the massive, regenerating slime behind them. A tense, awkward quiet settles over the dark expanse of the dungeon corridor. Sprinting fiercely forward, Nia aggressively punches beasts out of her way, casually brushing off Rhinox's terrified screams to stop. Venting her intense frustration on the roaring monsters, Nia angrily screams that she needs to hit something since Rhinox refuses to show her proper respect. Calling out into the darkness, a voice searches for Nia. Spotting her target, the seeker excitedly exclaims that she finally found her. A minion reports the discovery of an underwater dungeon entrance to Princess Hildatora, who decides she must immediately inform her father. A few days later in the school dorms, preparations for a new endeavor quietly begin. Wishing her companion the best for the second term, a woman bids a formal farewell. Returning the sentiment, her companion wishes her good luck on her upcoming debut as an adventurer. Confirming she has arranged a ship to a beast-filled island, the adventurer notes she will be gone for 3 to 6 days. Clicking her tongue in determination, the adventurer fiercely states they have no time to waste in securing 1 billion crams in 2 years. Embracing the monumental task ahead, she resolutely declares that they just have to get it done. Meanwhile, an absolutely ecstatic Nia wildly celebrates Rhinox's departure, thrilled by the sudden prospect of zero curfews and unrestricted television. Her joyous rampage abruptly halts as a stern voice calls out her name. Neil's maid, Renette, steps into the room and firmly announces that it is time for homework. Staring blankly at the unyielding maid, Nia's rebellious dreams instantly shatter. Renette ruthlessly details Rhinox's direct orders, which include confiscating her device at night and strictly banning all violent shows. Screaming in sheer agony, a devastated Nia curses Rhinox for completely ruining her fleeting taste of freedom. Reviewing the extensive list of daily chores left behind, Nia begrudgingly admits she cannot slack off while her disciple is working so hard. Shifting the conversation, Renette suddenly steps forward and respectfully requests some martial training from the young master. The maid confesses her deep fascination began the moment she witnessed Nia attempting to slice a wooden sword with another wooden sword. Blinking in mild surprise, Nia recalls the chaotic incident from her earlier summer training sessions. Willing to accept the eager student, Nia questions how the maid will manage her primary duty of watching over Neil. Renette quickly clarifies that Master Neil's early bedtime leaves her a small window every evening dedicated entirely to training. Accepting the terms with a proud smirk, Nia graciously grants the maid permission to train under her watchful eye. A sudden, devious spark ignites in Nia's eyes as a brilliant new idea takes shape. Testing her new recruit's loyalty, Nia casually asks what Renette would do if Neil demanded 1 billion crams. Radiating an insane aura of absolute devotion, Renette vows to accomplish the impossible for Neil, prompting Nia to maliciously declare her perfect. The following evening in the private training hall, Renette happily grants Nia complete authority over the spacious facility. Patting her new disciple's head in smug satisfaction, Nia revels in finally receiving the deep respect she thoroughly deserves. Analyzing her massive financial goal like a family budget, Nia deduces that having multiple people earning money is the most efficient strategy. Clenching her fists with overwhelming ambition, she fully resolves to exploit everyone currently acquainted with her. Her grand master plan completely crystallizes as she decides to brutally train them all into highly profitable moneymakers. Meanwhile, an intensely focused Rhinox meticulously checks his lethal assortment of adventuring gear to ensure he meets the absolute minimum requirements. Gripping his heavy blade, he quietly reflects on abandoning his daily sword training the moment he became Nia's dedicated disciple. Just as he marvels at returning to the adventuring life 2 years after graduation, a sudden knock interrupts his deep thoughts. Opening the door with a welcoming smile, Rhinox graciously invites his associate Charlo into the room. Stepping inside, Charlo immediately points out how incredibly strange it is to see the normally formal butler wearing casual clothes. Still reeling from the bizarre coincidence, Charlo admits he can barely believe they ended up staying in the exact same apartment block. Confirming Charlo's utter disbelief, Rhinox admits he is desperately taking on a dangerous adventuring side job to secure extra income. Reaching into a small bag, Charlo hands over the specific items Rhinox requested, fulfilling the secretive monetary exchange. Charlo warns that the cheap makeup brands will easily wash off with sweat or rain, recommending them strictly for practice. Noting that magic additive cosmetics require a special solvent to remove, Charlo highly recommends them for heavy-duty use, to which Rhinox thoughtfully agrees. Acknowledging the rough necessity of a fake name, Rhinox explains that hiding their identity as Nia Listen's maid is the only way to balance their duties and adventuring work. Preparing the cosmetic tools with an eager grin, Charlo asks Rhinox if they are ready to be transformed into something pretty. Dismissing the need for actual beauty, Rhinox insists they merely need to look completely different since their own makeup skills are painfully basic. Refusing to compromise, Charlo aggressively applies the cosmetics while declaring they will not stop until Rhinox looks absolutely beautiful. Charlo firmly explains that makeup is both a weapon and a shield, warning that a half-done job makes a person look incredibly weak. Continuing the intense application, Charlo promises to make Rhinox look the part perfectly while ensuring the strict process is memorized. Enduring the overwhelming flurry of brushes and powders, Rhinox quietly submits to the intense makeover. Examining the shockingly different reflection in the mirror, Rhinox mutters a quiet hope that the heavy disguise will be enough. Praising the flawless transformation, Charlo happily runs off to a part-time job while an exhausted Rhinox mentally groans over the exhausting ordeal. Pushing aside the lingering fatigue, Rhinox grabs their gear and sharply realizes it is finally time to get moving. Stepping out into the vibrant city, the newly disguised adventurer seamlessly blends into the bustling crowds filling the sunlit streets. Navigating through the dense sea of people, Rhinox makes steady progress toward a highly anticipated destination. Looming impressively at the end of the street, the massive headquarters of the local Adventurers Guild finally comes into full view. Gazing up at the imposing stone architecture, Rhinox takes in the grand scale of the sprawling guild facility. Staring intensely at the entrance, they nostalgically recall that joining the Adventurers Guild was an ultimate dream back in school. They remember taking a humble job at the House of Liston solely to earn enough money to kickstart this very adventuring career. Standing before the very place they once desperately coveted, a profound sense of realization completely washes over them. Rhinox warmly reflects that serving Miss Nia provides a far greater thrill, allowing them to experience incredible things they never would have encountered otherwise. A soft smile graces the disguised face as Rhinox admits that protecting the young master is undeniably as thrilling as any grand adventure. Shifting focus back to the dangerous reality, Rhinox vows to support Nia regardless of what she decides to do or how far she intends to go. Stepping confidently into the guild, Rhinox embraces this chaotic new life with absolute certainty that remaining by Nia's side is the only true goal. A quiet moment hangs over the scene, setting the stage for a new and unpredictable journey. Approaching the counter, a disguised figure happily asks to register as an adventurer while the cheerful receptionist hands over the necessary documents. Declining the offer for a team, the stoic applicant clearly states their preference to work completely solo for the time being. The receptionist pauses to observe the newcomer, calmly agreeing that they seem entirely capable of handling themselves. Leaning in closer, the guild worker bluntly notes the palpable strength radiating from the disguised applicant. Noting that the applicant looks far from a rookie or a prim lady, the receptionist curiously asks if they hail from another land. Handing back the completed paperwork, the disguised Rhinox mentally notes the receptionist's sharp observations without giving anything away. Rhinox silently reflects that despite their recent intense training under Miss Nia, they still feel impossibly weak compared to her monstrous power. Glancing over the submitted forms, the receptionist casually confirms the applicant's chosen alias as RYNN. Flashing a welcoming smile, the receptionist officially welcomes RYNN to the Adventurers Guild. Staring in quiet awe, the newly minted adventurer marvels at finally holding their very own official identification card. The scene shifts silently as the registration process fully concludes. Approaching a waiting airship, RYNN receives a brisk command to hop on board. As the mechanical gears clack, the ship's operator reiterates the strict terms of their travel agreement. The captain firmly explains the 500 grand charter fee, warning that they will only wait 10 days before abandoning RYNN, with extra fees for any delays. Confirming the harsh terms with a simple nod, RYNN braces themselves as the captain enthusiastically signals their departure. The massive airship rumbles loudly to life, taking to the skies toward the uncharted wilderness. Recalling the massive bulletin board, RYNN thinks back to the dizzying array of dangerous missions, ranging from unexplored dungeon expeditions to ghost hunting. RYNN muses with quiet excitement that official adventurers really do tackle every imaginable sort of wild job. The ship finally descends over the gloomy, sprawling expanse of the Meteora marshes. Dropping RYNN off in the treacherous terrain, the crew warns them to watch their step in the mud and shouts a final offer of help. Scanning the dreary swamp town, RYNN immediately prioritizes finding a safe place to stay before beginning the hunt. Securing a single room at the local inn, RYNN declines an offer for bug balm despite the island's heavy insect population. A quiet moment passes as the adventurer settles into their temporary lodgings. The silent atmosphere stretches on as preparations for the expedition continue. Venturing into the quiet wilderness, a tense silence precedes the impending battle. Fixing a determined glare on the path ahead, RYNN takes a deep breath and quietly declares they are ready. Locking eyes on the massive hardshell tortoises, the solo adventurer confidently initiates the hunt. Recalling their textbook knowledge, RYNN notes that these passive beasts are safe from behind but possess a dangerous forward bite. Despite their slow speed, the tortoise's skin and shell are notoriously tough enough to shatter most conventional weapons. RYNN remembers that adventurers usually resort to fire or poison, methods that ultimately devalue the precious harvestable materials. Channeling internal energy, RYNN swiftly steps forward to deliver a crushing physical blow. Exhaling sharply, the warrior focuses all their cultivated Kai into a single, devastating bare-handed strike. A breathless moment of anticipation hangs in the air directly following the brutal strike. Instant, agonizing pain shoots up RYNN's arm as they scream out, clutching their violently throbbing hand. Panicking over the intense burning sensation, RYNN frantically checks if their bones are completely shattered. Staring in utter shock at the completely unfazed beast, our Winan realizes their Kai-infused strike failed to produce a thunderclap despite using enough power to kill a person. Flashing back to Nia's nonchalant advice, our Winan remembers being confidently told that these turtles were the perfect training targets. Feeling entirely demoralized, our Winan questions if cracking the shell with mere Kai is even physically possible after such a devastating failure. Left nursing a bruised hand, the disguised adventurer stands in stunned silence before the impenetrable beast. Realizing the true purpose of their harsh training, Rhinox understands they must become strong enough to hunt these impenetrable tortoises. Admitting their current weakness, the disguised adventurer knows they are absolutely not ready to hit the armored beasts directly yet. Since they have failed to master the thunderclap technique since vacation began, they resolve to focus entirely on perfecting it first. Determined to succeed, they vow to execute the move just once so their body can permanently memorize the explosive feeling. 2 exhaustive and grueling days of relentless wilderness training pass in a flash. Trudging back into the quiet swamp town, a gentle voice suddenly calls out to the disguised warrior. Noting Rhinox's completely exhausted state, the concerned innkeeper kindly asks if everything is all right. Drained from being gone the entire day again, Rhinox quietly admits they still haven't managed to catch a single thing. Retreating slowly to their room, the tired adventurer silently hopes they can actually afford to pay the worried innkeeper. Rhinox collapses heavily onto the bed, completely physically and mentally drained from the grueling effort. Staring blankly into the quiet room, they bitterly lament another entirely unsuccessful and frustrating hunt. Despite the hunting failure, a spark of immense pride ignites as they finally manage to produce a successful thunderclap. Although it required 10,000 grueling attempts to perform it once, they can now successfully execute the deadly technique every 50 tries. Pumping a fist in sudden triumph, Rhinox boldly declares they are finally ready to obliterate the armored tortoises. The adrenaline rapidly fades as heavy exhaustion takes over, prompting them to wisely push the actual hunt to tomorrow. The very next day arrives with a massive, explosive boom violently echoing across the murky swamplands. Rhinox screams in absolute agony as another devastatingly painful barehanded strike entirely fails to pierce the beast's shell. Panicking wildly, they realize their thunderclap is still far too weak and will easily shatter their fists before breaking the armor. Deep in the red and running dangerously out of time, Rhinox frantically worries about severely disappointing Miss Nia. Staring dejectedly at their violently bruised hands, the exhausted adventurer heavily contemplates their desperate and failing situation. Refusing to completely surrender, a determined Rhinox desperately searches their mind for any viable alternative combat strategy. They intensely wonder if Miss Nia severely misjudged the tortoises or if their own physical technique is simply far too weak. Remembering that Miss Nia once split an entire lake in half, Rhinox quickly concludes their own attack is nowhere near her godly level. Realizing they cannot reach that supreme level in just 2 days, Rhinox contemplates using naturally stronger kicks to shatter the shells. The primary problem remains that they still have absolutely no idea how to properly execute a thunderclap using a leg strike. Recalling Nia's flawless demonstration, Rhinox notes her movements were so incredibly smooth it was utterly impossible to tell where the technique started. Her devastating kick was perfectly concealed within entirely ordinary motions, displaying zero stance preparation and absolutely no delay. Rhinox vividly remembers the young master chillingly stating that her current body cannot even bring out 1% of her prime strength. Deeply humbled by the memory, Rhinox intensely wonders exactly how much relentless training is required to achieve such overwhelming power. Analyzing the core mechanics of the thunderclap, the desperate fighter focuses on the absolute necessity of utilizing a pivot leg and a stepping leg. Remembering Nia's flawless execution, they realize she perfectly utilized a solid pivot leg without ever requiring a forward stepping leg. A sudden, brilliant realization sharply strikes Rhinox as they quickly shift their combat stance in the thick mud. Focusing their internal Kai directly into their leg shockingly proves to be significantly easier than channeling the energy into their bruised fists. Rhinox theorizes that the mandatory forward stepping motion can simply be replaced by the raw explosive force of the kick itself. Splashing violently through the swamp water, Rhinox unleashes a rapid, experimental strike to practically test the new theory. Shocked by the immediate success after only a few tries, crackling Kai energy violently surges as the improvised technique miraculously works. A massive wave of pure excitement washes over them upon realizing they possess a naturally greater combat affinity for kicks over punches. Brimming with fiercely renewed confidence, Rhinox sharply regains their aggressive fighting stance in the muddy water. Knowing they just need a little more rigorous training to perfect the maneuver, a fiercely determined smile finally breaks across their face. With a sharp and powerful exhale, the invigorated adventurer fiercely launches into another rapid flurry of explosive practice kicks. A tense stillness hangs over the swamp as the battle initiates. Rhinox charges forward and launches a devastatingly fast kick directly toward the armored beast. A massive explosion of Kai erupts upon impact, echoing with a violent crack across the entire marsh. The immense, rebounding force of the explosive blow sends Rhinox hurtling backward violently through the air. Tumbling aggressively through the thick mud, the disguised adventurer screams in pure agony while panicking that their leg bone just snapped. A sudden hissing sound sharply draws their attention, instantly pausing their panicked flailing in utter confusion. Steam fiercely billows from the massive tortoise's shell as the creature remains completely motionless in the dark mud. Slowly pushing up from the swamp water, an exhausted Rhinox stares intensely at the unmoving, silent beast. Realizing the loud crack came from the beast's shell, they deduce the powerful impact also completely liquefied its internal organs. The massive hardshell tortoise lies entirely defeated, permanently silenced by the singular and devastating kick. A profound wave of relief and disbelief washes over Rhinox as they finally acknowledge their impossible victory. Emboldened by this newfound success, the warrior immediately shifts their focus to the remaining monstrous targets lurking nearby. Electricity crackles violently around Rhinox's leg as they confidently charge up another explosive Kai strike. Back at the guild, the appraiser examines the 6 massive carcasses and calculates a solid payout of 200 grand per tortoise. While praising the impressive hunt, the appraiser notes the massive payout would have been much higher if the precious shells remained intact. Mentally calculating the massive ship charter fees, Rhinox realizes the total net profit equates to exactly 200,000 crams. Exhaling a tired breath, the adventurer concludes that such a heavy profit in half a day is incredibly good for a rookie. The eager guild worker quickly offers to buy the entire batch of pristine materials, to which Rhinox happily agrees. Leaning in with intense curiosity, the buyer eagerly asks exactly how the mysterious hunter managed to magically slay the impenetrable beasts. Marveling at the undamaged skin, the buyer promises a small financial bonus for perfectly preserving the highly valuable materials. Rhinox quietly listens to the high praise, struggling to hide a sharp wince as pain fiercely flares through their battered leg. Smiling brightly through the throbbing pain, Rhinox cheekily replies that the lethal hunting method is an absolute secret. Later at the Twilight Rat Tavern, the disguised butler happily greets their friends and offers a small wrapped gift from the expedition. The surprised bartender gratefully accepts the small package while casually asking what mysterious item lies inside. Rhinox reveals it is premium dried tortoise meat, noting its high reputation as an excellent, savory bar snack. Tasting the exotic meat, the local patrons eagerly agree it is absolutely delicious and urge Ansel to instantly add it to the menu. Ansel questions the actual market cost, prompting Rhinox to warn that it is currently priced like a highly expensive tourist delicacy. Concluding it might be far too pricey for a humble tavern, Ansel reluctantly decides they will still give the rare snack a trial run. A sudden, sharp glance from the bartender abruptly stops the light-hearted conversation dead in its tracks. Eyeing the disguised butler suspiciously, a patron notes that Rhinox is acting significantly friendlier today than their usual cold demeanor. Dropping the friendly act with a sharp glare, Rhinox gruffly explains that the cheerful persona is strictly necessary to maintain a covert adventuring base. The bartender calls the billion-cram goal absolute madness, but ultimately accepts the bizarre situation as long as the bar remains entirely peaceful. Chuckling at the absurd financial target, Ansel notes that their young master Lily certainly possesses massive, unbelievable ambitions. Desiring to improve their disguise, Rhinox quickly asks the seasoned barmaid Fresser for some practical and reliable makeup recommendations. Fresser cheekily explains that makeup must be chosen for its specific purpose, enthusiastically detailing products designed to survive intense physical battles in bed. Thoroughly unamused by the highly vulgar advice, Ansel swiftly orders Fresser to go back to tending the tavern's thirsty customers. Escaping the lively tavern, Rhinox slowly wanders the quiet, moonlit streets toward the sanctuary of their apartment. A familiar, cheerful voice suddenly shouts the weary butler's name through the cool evening air. An eager friend jogs over, asking if the exhausted adventurer wants to grab dinner and visit the relaxing baths together. Initially trying to politely decline due to sheer exhaustion, Rhinox instantly changes their mind upon hearing Lucaida will be joining them too. Confirming she is a big fan of the Ice Prince duo, Lucaida happily admits her deep admiration to her companions. When asked if she is also a fan, the disguised Rhinox stammers out an unsure response before quickly suggesting they leave. Brushing off the hesitation, the confident idol smirks and vows to make her fiercely wish she had asked for an autograph one day. The group continues their casual evening stroll, stepping warmly into the relaxing and steamy atmosphere of the public bathhouse. Slipping quietly into the steaming water, the wary adventurers let the soothing heat thoroughly wash away their deep fatigue. While washing up together in the baths, one of the cheerful girls enthusiastically compliments Rhinox on having incredibly great hair. A peaceful and heavy silence settles over the steaming room as the disguised butler fully embraces the rare moment of total tranquility. Sinking deeper into the restorative hot water, Rhinox sighs heavily and notes what an absolute physical relief the bath provides for a sore body. Meanwhile, on the third night of Rhinox's absence, Neil violently bursts onto the scene while frantically calling out for his younger sister. Sliding wildly into the room with reckless speed, Neil completely ignores Nia's utter confusion over why he is suddenly invading the girls' dorms. Frantically demanding to know where her MV is, Neil desperately warns his sister that she is completely missing something incredibly huge. He urgently orders her to turn on the silver channel immediately, but Nia firmly reminds him that she is strictly forbidden from watching it. Overriding the strict rules, Neil grants her special permission as her older brother and promises to tell their father it was an absolute emergency. Yielding to his frantic, overwhelming energy, Nia taps the glowing device and instantly brings the forbidden broadcast to vibrant life. A beautifully drawn animation immediately explodes across the screen, utterly captivating the young girl with its fluid and highly dynamic art style. Staring intensely at the breathtaking broadcast, a dark and bitter realization washes over Nia as she mutters that it is far too soon. Glaring viciously at the screen, she bitterly commends the Silver Territory for working incredibly quickly to perfectly execute her stolen concept. Acknowledging how recently Brelia stole her brilliant idea, Nia marvels at how the novel combination of sound and drawings is undeniably captivating enough to hook even her. Feeling the raw, undeniable power of Recalvita's art, she realizes the concept will be a massive financial success and knows Princess Hilda is currently thinking the exact same thing. Furious that she let such an incredible financial fish completely slip through her fingers, Nia mentally curses herself for being stuck racing dogs while a massive cultural trend begins. The sheer, crushing weight of the monumental financial loss completely breaks her powerful spirit, causing her physical body to violently crumble in absolute despair. Cursing a modern era where pure physical strength cannot solve every problem, Nia slowly fades from consciousness while her panicked companions violently shake her and beg her to stay with them. Bursting onto the scene with arms wide open, Rhinox theatrically announces his return to Miss Nia. He pops his head in to greet a young girl sorting clothes, but she promptly brushes him off to chat later. Dismissing him completely, she refuses a reunion hug and states that Hilda will be arriving any moment. Right on cue, Hilda knocks and announces herself, while Rhinox dramatically complains about his hard work going unappreciated. Welcoming Hilda inside, Nia admits she is still wearing the same outfit as yesterday because she couldn't decide what to wear. Shifting to business, Nia explains they are trying to think of a counterplan now that the Silvers are using drawings. Nodding in agreement, Hilda confirms she heard the rival channel's strategy has been wildly successful. The girls groan over the sweet frustration of dealing with Relia's smugness, noting it was the hot topic at school. Realizing she was too complacent, Nia admits she underestimated the true power of Magivision because she's used to solving problems with her fists. Acknowledging the fun they had, they agree that other channels can't compare to the reach and influence of a proper concept. Glancing out the window, Hilda asks if they are heading back into town for inspiration. Regretting yesterday's outing, Nia admits it was all fun and no work, yielding absolutely zero gains. Despite the setback, she assures her friend that she shouldn't rush, hinting that she has some good ideas brewing. Analyzing the competition, she points out that both the Royal and Liston channels lack a famous show. Hilda quickly reminds her that she filmed several popular dog races during the break. Pausing to consider, Nia questions if those videos are genuinely that popular. Hilda explains that everyone loves dogs and the easy-to-grasp format makes it universally enjoyable. However, she concedes that even Nia's undefeated streak doesn't gather as much attention as the Silver's new strategy. Brushing off the comparison, Nia decides they need to move forward. Stepping out into the bustling streets, she declares that they need more people on this case. Nia apologizes for dragging Neil along, but he happily assures her he has a personal interest in seeing Magivision succeed. Offering his continued help, Neil apologizes for previously leaving everything up to Nia. Time steadily ticks away on a nearby clock face. Finally taking a well-deserved break beneath a cafe sign, Nia breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Settling at a table surrounded by bags, Neil cheerfully remarks that it feels like they spent the whole day shopping. Resting her head in her hand, Nia groans that it's hard to resist buying things when she's normally trapped by official duties. She reveals she bought some birthday gifts for their dad and curiously asks Hilda about her purchases. Continuing the conversation, Nia asks Hilda if she ever gives gifts to her father. Looking incredibly pained, Hilda mutters that she tried once, but he rejected it, so she never tried again. The heavy mood instantly lifts as a server beams and delivers their order of black tea with donuts. Eyeing the treats, Nia explains that these so-called donuts are all the rage among the common folk. When Hilda wonders where the silverware is, Neil gently explains that you eat them with your hands. Without hesitation, the two immediately take simultaneous, eager bites of their pastries. Savoring the taste, Nia remarks that while they are good, the treats might be a little too heavy for her. Surprised by how much everyone loves them, she realizes the dish is just fried bread. Neil quietly continues to enjoy his donut, lost in thought. Wrapping up their excursion, they ride a carriage home while a local bids them a good day. Pulling him aside on the street, Nia asks Neil to wait up for a second. She confides that she has an idea but wasn't sure if she should bring it up in front of Princess Hilda Tora. Cut to the next day, an astonished Hilda loudly repeats Nia's wild new concept of cooking. Sitting at a table in Neil notes Hilda mostly stars in shows improving the royalty's image. Nia suggests Hilda create a successful cooking show catering to royalty and peers. Changing menus and inviting guests ensures the show never runs out of fresh options. Comparing it to an advertisement, Nia excitedly suggests filming an episode before seeking permission. Looking downcast, Hilda reminds them her royal status prevents easy project approval. Countering this, Nia argues a finished product showing political advantage secures easier approval. Pondering the strategy, Hilda thoughtfully agrees that the plan makes perfect sense. Hilda ambitiously realizes the show could improve lives and provide crucial diplomatic leverage. Bursting with sudden excitement, Hilda enthusiastically thanks Neil for his brilliant concept. While Nia sighs internally, the princess loudly promises Neil a handsome reward. Neil smiles sheepishly, finding comfort that Hilda at least liked his plan. A narrator ominously reveals this innocent plan ultimately triggers Nia's scandalous deportation. Pushing the disaster aside, the girls focus intensely on their individual ambitions. Time skips past the new term, showing a frustrated viewer screaming over a broadcast. The camera pans down to the busy, sunlit streets of the bustling city below. Neil remarks on the massive student reception to the newly launched Cooking Princess show. Refusing to be outshined, Nia confidently declares she hasn't been sitting idle. She reveals Gandalf and Renette quickly grasped Kai for actual combat. Hardening her resolve, Nia swears to make the martial arts tournament happen regardless. The scene shifts to the shadowy exterior of the Twilight Rat. Flashing an innocent smile, Nia cheerfully asks patrons to help her make 1 billion crams. Ansel silently smokes a cigarette, staring down at the girl radiating an absurd aura. Fressa laughs nervously, but Ansel sweats profusely upon realizing Nia is entirely serious. Fressa's fake smile drops as she desperately begs Nia to confirm it was a prank. Dropping the cute act, Nia apologizes and insists on explaining her terms. Ansel immediately shuts her down, but Nia calmly urges him to hear her out. She offers appropriate compensation for gathering funds, cryptically hinting at her true goal. Intrigued, Ansel questions what compensation a little girl could offer an underworld broker. Staring intensely, Nia promises to train him to become 100 times stronger. Utterly bewildered by her sheer audacity, Ansel asks if she is genuinely serious. Taking a slow drag, Ansel closes his eyes to carefully consider the impossible offer. Nia confidently asserts her seriousness, noting her underworld maids couldn't refuse such power. Arwinen calmly confirms the power boost, stating her old self wouldn't stand a chance. When Ansel mentions he relies on weapons, Nia coolly assures him it won't be an issue. Stepping closer to the counter, she orders him to follow so she can sweeten the deal. Grabbing Ansel's large hand, Nia sends a surging electric wave directly into his veins. Enveloped in a shimmering aura, Nia asks the stunned bartender if he feels the Kai. Feeling the profound change, Ansel realizes this matches the underworld elite's mysterious power. Exhaling smoke, Ansel understands the source of their power and verbally accepts the premise. Eyes flashing with battle lust, Nia completely ignores the deal, eager to fight other Kai users. Confirming the deal, Ansel verifies they just need to earn 1 billion crams to gain access to the mysterious power. Nia brutally clarifies she doesn't care what else they do, provided they accompany Arwenen and secure the money. The characters share a silent beat as they absorb the weight of their massive financial agreement. The narrative skips forward as the sun rises on the very next day. Down in the dimly lit basement of the Twilight Rat, Arwainen instructs them to grasp a fundamental skill before using Kai. When Ansel asks about Lily, Arwainen explains the girl is at school and believes her maid's guidance is sufficient. Accepting the situation, Ansel immediately demands to know what specific skill they need to learn. Arwainen instructs them to nudge the Kai freely within their bodies and train that movement to the absolute extreme. Curious about the timeline, Ansel learns it took Arwainen about a week to master the flowing energy. Eager to help, Fressa asks if Arwainen is going adventuring soon because she wants to tag along. Smirking at her eagerness, Ansel declares he will take time off too, praising the perks of having no formal contract. Fressa calls him a tightwad when he demands a price to teach her later, pointing out he would do the same. Brushing off the banter, Ansel focuses intensely and gets started on the arduous training process. Invisible energy begins to seep through the air inside the Twilight Rat as the training session commences. They focus intently in the silence, determined to master the mysterious flow of internal energy. The quiet exterior of the Twilight Rat hides the brutal, secretive martial arts training inside. Skipping back to his later conversation, Ansel bluntly states that Nia is stupidly overpowered. He stares down at her in silence, processing the sheer magnitude of her hidden strength. Nia expresses amusement that he can sense her true power despite only just getting a feel for Kai. Struggling to explain it, Ansel notes that unlike other people, her energy does not waver in the slightest. Intrigued by his keen observation, Nia smirks when he points out that her energy stability is completely abnormal. Hopping off her seat to leave, Nia prompts Ansel to ask why she even bothered visiting. She admits she came to check on his progress, fully expecting to give tips, but found it completely unnecessary. Flattered, Ansel assumes he is not good enough yet, but Nia insists he is actually too good to need help. She jokingly promises a bloody warrior's path awaits him, prompting a flat rejection from the bartender. Sighing heavily, Ansel admits his new senses finally allow him to see the horrifying truth. Now that he can properly sense Kai, it is glaringly obvious that she is not to be messed with. Staring into the void, he silently concludes that the little girl is nothing short of a literal monster. He bitterly realizes that if he had known her true nature earlier, he would have cowardly run away. Chugging his drink, he laments being neck-deep in a situation where the trouble she brings is unmatched. Accepting his dire reality, he admits it is far too late to run away and he does not even want to. Swallowing the hard liquor, he resolves to just accept his dark fate and extract some valuable training. Slamming his cup down, he rationalizes that survival in the underworld strictly dictates you are either strong or dead. The solemn realization of his harsh reality hangs heavily in the quiet atmosphere. Grimacing intensely, he wipes his mouth and complains out loud about the terrible taste of his drink. The scene shifts as someone asks Nia exactly how much money she currently has amassed. Reviewing a pile of documents, they calculate that their total bonds add up to nearly 20 million. Seizing her newfound free time during winter break, Nia eagerly declares they should go adventuring in a neighboring country. When questioned if leaving is truly a good idea, the confident girl insists she will simply wear a disguise. Arwainen warns that her recent fame makes local travel impossible while men search the bar for the famous adventurer. Arwainen agrees that it would severely burden the family if people knew Nia Liston adventured, but notes that isn't the only reason. She explains they must make her name known internationally to attract visitors to the upcoming martial arts tournament. Nia asks if they successfully secured a ship and permit to Vandrouge, which Arwainen confirms the Sidani company handled. The Sidani company, one of Altoi's largest businesses, closely cooperates with the Adventurers Guild for island transportation and beast trade. Realizing the company has been helping Rhinox for months, Nia decides she should pay them a proper visit soon. Throwing her arms up in sheer excitement, Nia declares it is finally time to enjoy their long-awaited winter break. A wide-grinning Neil suddenly interrupts her celebration, loudly announcing he has finally found her. Completely ignoring her own vessel, Neil violently yanks the stunned girl away and drags her onto his filming ship. An utterly defeated Nia realizes she has been dragged into yet another chaotic and demanding television schedule. The narrator notes that in order to go adventuring, Nia first needed to work up enough vacation days. A dramatic title card ominously hints at the grueling events that transpired immediately afterward. Exhausted and overwhelmed, she firmly describes the subsequent filming ordeal as the absolute second advent of hell. A bold completion screen proudly displays her staggering achievement of finishing 26 shoots in merely 10 days. Time skips forward to showcase a peaceful, snow-blanketed exterior view of the Liston family estate. Lady Liston tells Nia to be careful on her trip and asks her to greet Prince Hyro for them. Rhinox respectfully bows and promises Lady Liston he will take excellent care of their daughter during the journey. Nia secretly thanks Hilda for securing a travel permit by using her brother's Vandruj Magivision promotion as a convenient cover story. Stepping out into the freezing air, Lord Liston gently calls out to his daughter before she departs. Gently patting her head, her father warmly smiles and encourages her to just go out and have fun. He kindly explains that while they respect her demanding schedule, it is absolutely vital for a child to simply play. Deeply moved by his unexpected affection, Nia softens her expression and thanks him for understanding. He generously tells her not to worry and even offers to buy her a personal ship as a late school entrance gift. Overwhelmed by the pure love her parents shower upon her, a tearful Nia violently vows to repay their endless kindness. The scene transitions to the bustling, ship-filled docks of the snowy Liston territory port. Bundled up tightly in her winter coat, Lily shivers intensely against the freezing coastal winds. Footsteps crunch softly in the snow as the disguised adventurers make their way up the sturdy wooden gangplank. The heavy door firmly clicks shut behind them as they step into the vessel's warm interior. Adjusting her intricate disguise, Arwinen confidently smiles at Lily and declares she is as ready as she will ever be. Staring in awe at the sleek, metallic vessel, Lily marvels at the massive airship parked before them. Arwinen explains that the company promised their newest model, noting that its streamlined shape is specifically designed for maximum speed. Disbelieving that such a huge hunk of metal can fly, Lily mutters she would survive a crash anyway as a sharply dressed man excitedly calls out to Arwen. Arwinen offers a polite morning greeting, prompting the surprised man to ask if the young girl will be traveling alongside her. Gesturing to the dapper gentleman, Arwinen introduces Lily to Tork Sidney, the prestigious heir to the Sidney company. Struggling to define their complex relationship, Arwinen introduces her adorable disciple while Lily politely returns Tork's greeting. Noting Tork's tactful decision not to pry into their messy dynamic, Lily silently praises the heir's professional businessman instincts. Stepping into the tightly packed interior, Arwinen compliments the interesting vessel as Tork proudly boasts it is the Flight Empire's newest, speed-optimized creation. Tork declares they will reach Vandruj by sunset rather than the usual 4 days, quoting that the modern world is much smaller now. He attributes the famous quote to Yahello, the first sky pirate who liberated oppressed islanders, before explaining that their cramped quarters require separate rooms. Warning them to hold on tight because the ship accelerates rapidly, Tork initiates the booming countdown to launch. With a massive, explosive roar, the airship's engines violently ignite and propel them forward. Tearing through the sky, the incredible metallic vessel leaves a powerful exhaust trail in its wake as it zooms toward the horizon. Gazing out the window as the port completely vanishes, Lily marvels at how little movement she feels inside the smooth cabin. Tork credits the smooth ride to advanced wind protection, though he admits the high fuel costs and low capacity make it unfit for regular use. Pouring a fresh drink, the curious heir asks Arwinen if she intends to hunt beasts while visiting the Flight Kingdom. Arwinen confirms her hunting plans, vaguely explaining that she and her cuteness face operational difficulties in Altoaya and wish to keep their relationship private. Annoyed by the embarrassing nickname, Lily silently vows to correct Arwinen later as the older woman expresses a desire to travel the world together. Leaning forward with a charming smile, Arwinen smoothly asks if Tork would allow them to rent his magnificent ship for future excursions. Eagerly leaning across the table, Tork guarantees the full support of the Sidney company and practically begs to be notified if they ever relocate. Lily notes the extreme favorable treatment, initially suspecting it stems from Arwinen paying the company absurdly high service fees. Realizing the company's sole heir is personally escorting them, the sharp-minded girl deduces there must be an entirely different motive at play. Using telepathy, Lily accurately informs her master that Mr. Sidney likely wants them to eliminate a specific beast in Vandruj. Startled by her quick deduction, Tork stammers apologetically, but Arwinen graciously agrees to help since he has been so accommodating. Smirking at her correct guess, Lily decides to let the adults handle the lucrative business negotiations and excuses herself to rest. Exhausted from her chaotic schedule, the young girl heavily flops face first onto her soft cabin bed. Groaning softly into the mattress, she admits she is still completely drained from her relentless filming shoots and desperately needs a nap. Suddenly, blaring emergency sirens shatter the peace, and a violent, jarring stop throws Lily entirely off her bed. Tumbling completely out of control, the disoriented girl painfully crashes headfirst against the cabin's hard wall. Rubbing the fresh bump on her forehead, she groans in annoyance at the incredibly rude awakening. Cursing her own carelessness, she realizes her embarrassing blind spot caused her to miss a surprise attack that did not originate from a human. Peering out the window, Talk explains they responded to an emergency beacon but stands utterly helpless against the massive creature attacking a nearby ship. A colossal, terrifying sky squid wraps its massive tentacles tightly around the heavily damaged hull of a helpless transport vessel. Observing the massive beast, Arwinen correctly identifies the terrifying creature as a giant rogue squid, a dangerous type of sky fish. Talk nervously explains that while sky fish traverse the skies, spotting one of that colossal magnitude is exceptionally rare. Ignoring the rich history of these evolved ocean creatures, Arwinen immediately asks the businessman how much such a massive beast would sell for. Sweating profusely, Talk admits it is hard to say, but guesses its massive core could fetch an astronomical price on the market. Terrified by the monster, Talk declares they must abandon the victims and flee to Vandrouge because they are completely unequipped for such a fight. Refusing to abandon the sinking ship, Lily furiously bangs on the locked bridge door and demands the captain's attention. Startled by her disciple's sudden aggression, a confused Arwen asks Lily if something is the matter. Telepathically communicating with her master, Lily suggests they can make money by rescuing the other ship from the massive squid. Arwinen eagerly volunteers to handle the weakling herself, leaving a bewildered Talk completely stunned by her casual confidence. Panicking over the sudden escalation, Talk begs them to wait a minute while Arwinen forcibly drags a reluctant Lily away to prepare. Whispering furiously, Lily calls the plan ridiculous due to the beast's sheer size, but Arwinen casually insists it might go down easier than expected. Arwinen compares the terrifying monster to an extra-large dessert like a squid cake, prompting Lily to beg her not to treat it like a post-meal treat. Staring down her flustered guard, Arwinen sternly asks what Lily trained for if not to save human lives when they are on the line. Flabbergasted by the guilt trip, Lily vehemently reminds Arwen that she trained exclusively to protect her, an answer Arwinen simply accepts as fair. Challenging her guard's logic, Arwinen argues that protecting her means being able to beat the squid, leaving Lily cornered into making the only available choice. With Lily finally on board, Arwinen grins with fierce excitement, noting she did not expect to see action this early in their trip. The narrator dramatically announces that the time has finally come for Nia's very first real battle. Astonished by their absolute insanity, Talk screams in sheer disbelief that the two girls genuinely intend to go out there and fight the beast. Feigning delicate innocence, Arwinen theatrically claims Lily would be deathly worried if she got hurt, but insists that human lives matter more. An exasperated Lily glares at Arwen's dramatic performance, noting her master is completely ignoring the fact that Lily just called the plan ridiculous. Resigned to their sheer madness, Talk agrees to let them go and promises to approach safely once they put out the distress beacon. Talk announces the scooter is ready for the emergency transfer, mentally promising himself he will simply handle all the bureaucratic paperwork later. The massive sky squid violently crushes the transport vessel as its helpless crew clings desperately to the damaged exterior. As they fly toward the danger, Arwinen orders Lily to hold on tight, though she quickly struggles under her guard's crushing grip. Swooping through the freezing air on the tiny transport scooter, Talk desperately urges them to be careful out there. Soaring high above the clouds, Lily shivers intensely against the biting cold as they rapidly close the distance. The terrifying rogue squid glares down at the tiny scooter approaching its prey with unblinking, monstrous eyes. Asking for the battle plan, Arwinen initially suggests just landing on the deck, but Lily quickly points out a critical complication. Lily notes that several people are dangling from the ship's lifelines, meaning they cannot simply peel the squid off without causing massive casualties. Realizing the extreme danger to the crew, Arwinen immediately formulates a new strategy to take the beast out before it can deal any further damage. Ordering Lily to fly straight for the deck while she blocks the beast's limbs, Arwinen pedantically corrects her guard that squids have arms, not tentacles. Plunging directly into the chaotic fray, the tiny sky scooter dives fearlessly toward the massive, writhing monster. A colossal squid arm violently swats at them, but Arwinen effortlessly blocks the massive impact with a sharp clang. Clicking her tongue in mild disappointment, Arwinen notes the monstrous attack was actually far weaker than she anticipated. Leaping nimbly from the scooter, Arwinen orders Lily to grab the dangling people while she keeps the monster's full attention. Landing gracefully onto the side of the heavily damaged ship, Arwinen stares up at the colossal beast with utter fearlessness. Radiating intense combat intent, she boldly challenges the giant squid to come directly at her. Enraged by the tiny interloper, the squid screeches loudly and lashes out violently with its massive appendages. Moving with blazing speed, Arwinen brutally smacks the incoming arms away to block any attacks that might destabilize the sinking ship. Meanwhile, Lily successfully rescues a dangling crew member, tossing him onto the safety of the deck with a heavy thud. Seeing a massive arm wrapping around cargo, Arwain casually warns the beast to put it down since they are here for a reward, not to pay for lost goods. With a swift, incredibly powerful kick, Arwain knocks the massive limb entirely away from the precious cargo. Lily yells that everyone is safely secured in the cabins, prompting Arwainen to eagerly order her to find something she can use as a spear. With the helpless civilians completely out of danger, a terrifying dark aura erupts from Arwainen as she declares that playtime is officially over. Sensing the overwhelming, predatory threat radiating from the tiny girl, the massive squid violently flinches in sheer, primal terror. Shrieking in panic, the giant squid attempts to flee into the clouds, but Arwainen coldly tells the beast it isn't going anywhere. Grabbing the squid's massive arm with a vice-like grip, she anchors the terrifying monster firmly in place to begin her counterattack. Winding back her arm, Arwainen prepares to launch a devastating attack on the massive beast. Screaming for her weapon to pierce the target, she thrusts her makeshift spear forward with incredible force. The powerful strike lands directly against the squishy flesh of the monstrous sky squid. Shrieking in sheer agony, the giant creature recoils as a massive splatter of liquid erupts from its deep wound. Its strength completely failing, the colossal beast plummets heavily from the sky and crashes down below. Dusting off her hands, Arwain notes the beast offered barely any resistance and smugly boasts she could easily take on another one. Stunned by the overwhelming display, Lily asks since when her master was this strong, prompting an indignant Arwainen to demand her disciples' respect. Puffing out her chest, Arwainen declares she is hundreds of times stronger than Lily assumes and demands absolute worship from her awestruck guard. When Lily dismisses the claim as an adorable exaggeration, Arwainen angrily insists she is completely serious about her terrifying power level. Breaking the comedic tension, the awestruck captain of the damaged vessel approaches the pair and hesitantly asks if they are professional adventurers. Bowing in deep gratitude, the captain thanks the girls for saving his ship and passengers from the seemingly invincible monster. While Arwainen graciously accepts the captain's thanks, a disgruntled Lily glares daggers at the man for completely ignoring her own vital contributions. Pulling up alongside the ruined vessel, Torque leans over the railing of his scooter and loudly expresses his immense relief that Arwainen survived. Complaining about being covered in disgusting squid slime, Arwainen abruptly declares she is returning to the ship and leaves Lily to handle the remaining negotiations. Welcoming her back aboard, Torque winces at the sheer amount of viscera covering her and apologizes that his fast vessel lacks a proper bath. Sniffing her own fishy stench in disgust, the exhausted girl collapses onto her cabin bed, desperately hoping to finally secure a good nap. Sometime later, the cabin door clicks open as Torque warmly greets Lily upon her return from the damaged transport ship. Sitting up from her brief rest, Arwainen immediately turns to her returning disciple and asks if they successfully negotiated their reward. Lily explains that due to the terrified passengers and urgent ship repairs, they mutually decided to postpone the reward discussion until a later date. She proudly reveals they successfully retrieved the valuable squid core, though they had to abandon the massive carcass because their speed-optimized ship couldn't handle the weight. Pointing towards the cabin window, Lily excitedly urges her master to look outside because they have finally arrived at their destination. Peering through the thick glass, Arwainen gazes out at a breathtaking, sprawling city built vertically upon a massive floating island. Staring in pure awe at the towering mechanical architecture, Arwainen gasps softly as they make their final approach toward the magnificent flight kingdom of Vandrouge. Overlooking a sprawling mechanical skyline, the majestic city of UNESCO stands proudly as the capital of Vandrouge. Arwainen explains the empire compensates for lacking mainland with sky islands, requiring highly advanced airships. Lily notes Prince Hyro reserved their hotel using fake identities, designating her as the VIP. Stretching inside their lavish room, Lily expresses immense relief at finally changing into comfortable clothes. When Arwainen questions the change, Lily sensibly explains she doesn't need full combat gear indoors. Lily recalls their lucky check-in, noting a frantic staff member tried blocking Iron's squid stench. Drying her freshly washed hair, Arwainen sighs in absolute bliss after scrubbing away the grime. Wiggling happily, Lily confirms they begin hunting tomorrow to reach 300 million crams. She eagerly notes the Sidney company handles all logistical fees, letting them focus on hunting. Wondering about their busy schedule, Lily turns to her master and asks when they meet the prince. Arwainen mutters thoughtfully under her breath, pondering the concept of royalty and expected princely behavior. Recalling other eccentric royals, Arwainen bets Hyro won't act like a traditional prince at all. The next morning, a cheerful paperbar drops off the daily news amid chirping birds. Reviewing a sprawling map at breakfast, Arwainen marvels at the vast floating landmasses surrounding the capital. Lily confirms they will hunt on an explored island, checking if their first targets are saw deer. She describes saw deer as massive, fierce beasts with blade-like horns that are notoriously quick to escape. Happily munching breakfast, Lily notes Mr. Sidney wants 3 intact horns, undamaged hides, and cores. Arwainen recalls his numerous requests, shrugging off the heavy workload since the merchant pays well. Flipping through the newspaper, Arwainen smoothly suggests fulfilling these requests repays his generous hospitality. Noting her master's doubtful tone, Lily argues the dangerous job should logically offer a higher payout. Smirking at her tiny disciple, Arwainen observes that Lily possesses a surprisingly profit-oriented mindset. Arwainen warns that being overly demanding might cost them the company's support since respect is easily lost. Lily quickly backs down from the argument, softly insisting she was merely voicing her casual opinion. Lily internally grumbles about her master's lack of boundaries, recalling last night's aggressive bed invitations. Oblivious to the drama, Arwainen stares out at the chilly weather while happily eating carrots. Pushing her empty plate aside, a fired-up Arwainen eagerly declares she cannot wait to hunt. Her eyes burning with battle lust, Arwainen desperately hopes they encounter beasts stronger than squids. A massive transport airship smoothly touches down on the lush, vibrant terrain of Fall Island. Stepping onto the grass, Lily notes the island remains warm despite experiencing all 4 seasons. Adjusting her combat gear, Arwainen politely instructs the crew to stand by because their hunt won't take long. Without another word, the 2 deadly girls sprint rapidly into the dense, untamed island wilderness. Watching them vanish, a nervous crewman questions if the girls can actually survive hunting beasts. The captain sincerely hopes they survive, noting young Master Sidney personally vouched for their skills. Suddenly bursting from the thick foliage, a completely unharmed Arwainen loudly calls out to the captain. Waving her arms wildly, she dramatically announces they will definitely need a large transport cart. Stunned by her immediate return, the captain stammers while Arwainen cheerfully confirms the saw deer are dead. She casually adds they also killed some attacking dragonheads, assuming the creatures are worth decent money. Pointing casually over her shoulder, Arwainen directs the bewildered crew toward the pile of slaughtered beasts. Inspecting the massive pile of carcasses, the shocked captain realizes the dead monsters lack blood smell. Sweating profusely, he wonders how 2 little girls perfectly killed undamaged beasts without poison or swords. Bursting onto the scene, a frantic crewman desperately calls out for the captain. The captain slowly turns around to witness the unbelievable, gruesome sight before him. Staring in sheer disbelief, the stunned crewmen gasp and exclaim that this massive haul must be a joke. Celebrating their unexpected fortune, the ecstatic sailors cheer that today is absolutely their lucky day. Meanwhile on the freezing winter island, a shivering Lily tries to stay warm while Arwainen suggests they quickly hunt the snow tigers despite the terrible visibility. The brutal blizzard howls viciously around them, completely masking the deadly predators lurking within the thick white oat. A massive beast exhales a thick cloud of frosted breath as it silently stalks its tiny prey through the snow. Suddenly sensing their presence, Arwainen casually announces she found the targets and darts off before a confused Lily can even react. Moving with blinding speed, the fierce warrior vanishes instantly into the raging blizzard. Stopping atop a snowy ridge, Arwainen locks eyes with a gargantuan snow tiger prowling through the frozen wasteland. Impressed that the beast easily pierced her stealth in this heavy blizzard, Arwainen smirks and notes this creature is far stronger than a regular tiger. Enraged by the tiny intruder, the massive white beast unleashes a deafening roar and lunges fiercely at her. Meeting the savage beast head-on, Arwainen effortlessly delivers a devastating, bone-crushing blow directly to its skull. The colossal predator collapses onto the snowy ground with a heavy thud, prompting Arwainen to scoff that it was entirely too easy. Frantically searching through the blinding whiteoat, Lily screams for her master until Arwainen casually calls out from right beside her. Easily hoisting the massive carcass onto her shoulders, Arwainen wonders why her freezing disciple cannot hear her over the howling wind. Emerging silently from the storm, Arwainen suddenly drops the gigantic slain monster right behind the shivering girl. Startled by the monstrous corpse, a spooked Lily stammers that it looked like her master was about to get eaten. Completely ignoring her disciple's panic, Arwainen enthusiastically declares they are moving straight to the next target. What follows is an absolute massacre as Arwainen effortlessly annihilates everything in her path while a horrified Lily begs her to stop before she drives entire species to extinction. Taking a brief pause, Arwainen happily munches on a grilled roamshroom she completely ruined for trade by blowing its head off with a thunderclap. Lily furiously complains that they are knocking out legendary beasts so fast she barely has time to process it, though Arwainen casually dismisses her panic as entirely expected. Lamenting her ruined fantasies, Lily cries that she was supposed to be the cool, graduated adventurer protecting her master from dangerous creatures. Slapping some sense into her whining disciple, Arwenan sternly reminds her that they have no time to hesitate because they desperately need 1 billion crams. Noticing her exhaustion, Arwenan graciously offers a small break, prompting Lily to immediately ask if they can lie down together. Denied her cozy cuddle session, an utterly exasperated Lily screams into the snowy void about the pointlessness of it all. Completely ignoring the tantrum, Arwenan happily chews on another grilled mushroom and wonders aloud if the hotel chefs can prepare it. Exhausted but incredibly victorious, the duo finally concludes their bloody rampage as the first day of the hunt comes to an end. Arriving back at the luxurious hotel, a horrified staff member desperately blocks their path and begs them not to take another step inside. Covered entirely in monstrous gore, Arwenan sighs in annoyance as the frantic concierge refuses to let them enter the lobby in that disgusting state. Knowing the drill by now, Lily casually accepts their banishment to the staff bathroom while Arwenan hands the terrified employee a raw mushroom to cook. The scene suddenly shifts to the bustling docks of the UNESCO port where the massive trade ships are anchored. A massive crowd of dockworkers gathers in pure awe, murmuring loudly as they try to guess who brought in such an impossible haul. Spotting the literal mountain of legendary beast carcasses, Torque Sidney freezes in absolute shock. Sweating profusely, the frazzled airship captain explains to his young master that the girls hunted so much they nearly overloaded the massive vessel. Frantically asking for the inventory, Torque learns they secured 8 undamaged saw deer and 2 pristine snow tigers without a single scratch on their pelts. Trembling uncontrollably at the sheer profit margin, the ecstatic businessman realizes this miraculous haul is an absolute godsend. Overwhelmed by the pristine quality of the mythical materials, Torque buries his face in his hands because he doesn't even know where to look first. When Torque breathlessly demands to know how the tiny girls managed to kill these monsters without damaging the hides, the captain numbly admits they simply snapped their necks. Absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer physical impossibility of that claim, the businessman screams that it has to be a joke. Terrified by the snow tiger's reputation, a crewman wonders what legendary monster could easily break its neck. Caressing the pristine fur, Torque greedily estimates that the immaculate hide alone will fetch over 5 million crams. Mid-sentence, the young merchant suddenly freezes in utter astonishment as his eyes land on another impossible treasure. Spotting rare glowing butterflies, an astounded Torque demands to know why they are casually trapped inside glass bottles. Torque marvels at the glowing containers, admitting he has never seen these mythical insects alive before. Stars forming in his eyes, he frantically calculates their massive value and suggests breeding them to launch a new business. Torque completely loses his mind upon discovering a massive, essentially untouched fire serpent carcass among the haul. The narrator notes that Arwenen's undamaged, highly valuable kills completely shattered the company's already high expectations. A massive daily yield receipt tallies their earnings, revealing an absurd single-day total of over 34 million crams. Soaring through the morning sky, Arwenan politely greets the airship captain as they begin their second day of hunting. The captain promptly hands Arwenan the official quote detailing their staggering earnings from yesterday's massive haul. Staring at the receipt, Arwenan and Lily react with sheer astonishment at the astronomical payout. Lily excitedly calculates they could make 200 million crams, but Arwenan quickly dismisses the paperwork because she hates looking at numbers. The captain explains that Mr. Sidney offered an increased rate alongside several highly dangerous new requests. Reviewing the special requests, Lily notes the extreme danger of legendary targets like the blood-cross crab and bladed mantis. Lily suggests they tick off everything on the list since they have 2 cargo ships, prompting Arwenan to ask where they should head first. The crew marvels at the girl's incredible confidence while Lily internally celebrates the massive success of her operation to make Arwenan famous. The airships steadily approach Island No. 90 located deep within the lowest stratum. An infographic details how the Vandrouge Empire numbers its numerous sky islands and categorizes them by altitude into 4 distinct stratums. Arriving at the deadly unexplored island, Lily points out the legendary blood-cross crab and notes its massive 20 million cram bounty. Staring at the gargantuan crustacean, Lily wonders if Iron's thunderclap technique would even work on something so impossibly massive. Arwenan calmly explains that thunderclap aims to pierce with speed, so a technique like Fist of Kai, rolling thunder, is needed to properly disperse damage. When Lily asks if she can beat it, Arwenan smoothly steps forward and asks if her disciple really needs to question her skills. Leaping fearlessly into the air, Arwenan charges directly toward the colossal beast. The massive crab violently slams its giant claw into her, striking with absolutely devastating force. Brushing off the brutal impact, Arwainen assures a panicked Lily that she intentionally took the hit just to gather precise combat data. Analyzing her opponent, Arwainen concludes the beast is incredibly fast, heavy, and shielded by a rock-hard shell that prevents a simple one-hit kill. Preparing her next move, Arwainen tells Lily to watch closely as she promises to finish the difficult fight quickly. Stepping into a fierce combat stance, Arwainen declares she will demonstrate a technique a level entirely above Thunderclap. A blinding aura of Kai erupts around her as she initiates Fist of Kai, Comet. She explains the brutal sequence, noting the first step picks up speed, the second breaks sound, and the third turns into pure light. Launching a barrage of devastating strikes, Arwainen complains that the technique requires a running start while delivering earth-shattering blows. Soaring through the air with unstoppable momentum, she prepares a final obliterating kick while declaring she doesn't need a running start for this mere pest. The scene abruptly shifts to the bustling exterior of the Adventurers Guild in the capital of Vandrush. Chaos erupts inside the guild hall as adventurers scream in utter disbelief that someone actually managed to kill the legendary Blood-Cross Crab. As rumors spread wildly through the streets, the shocking news reaches the highest echelons of the Vandrush military. A panicked soldier confirms to her superior that the Adventurers Guild officially verified the massive bounty on the crab. Stepping out of the shadows, Gorin firmly notes that reports reaching this high up in the military chain cannot possibly be a hoax. Kakana sternly admits she knows it isn't a hoax but still finds the miraculous news incredibly hard to believe. Kakana furiously recalls how their best military men failed to scratch the crab even after both branches swallowed their pride to combine forces. Gorin solemnly agrees, lamenting the shame they endured when the Empire explicitly forbade further attempts due to massive casualties. Refusing to miss this historic moment, Kakana orders her subordinates to immediately ready a flight unit so she can witness the dead beast herself. Buttoning her military coat, Kakana grimly states that bringing this good news to their fallen comrades will have to suffice. A fiery determination burns in Kakana's eyes as she declares she wants to see exactly what the bastard looks like dead. Dismissing Gorin, Kakana tells him to follow later because she doesn't want to be seen with him, though Gorin stubbornly insists on joining her. Warning her about optics, Gorin points out that arriving separately might make citizens think the infantry and air force had another fallout. Reluctantly yielding to his logic, Kakana sighs heavily and agrees to let him ride with her. Exiting the room, an exasperated Kakana rejects Gorin's sudden marriage proposal while furiously reminding him that she is a grown woman. The scene shifts back to the UNESCO port, where a massive crowd swarms the docks in a clamoring frenzy. Inspecting the massive dents from cannonballs on the carapace, the military commanders confirm that this is indeed the very same legendary crab. When Kakana demands to know which famous mercenary managed to kill the beast, a soldier reports that it was actually a young adventurer from Altoaya named Arwainen. Kakana admits she has never heard of this Arwainen, but before she can process the information, Gorin interrupts and demands a private word with her. Pulling her aside, Gorin sternly warns Kakana that she needs to stay entirely out of this newly developing situation. Kakana immediately pieces the puzzle together, narrowing her eyes as she asks if a certain dangerous faction is preparing to make a move. Exchanging a tense glance, the two commanders solemnly agree that this unexpected variable is making the case incredibly messy. Gorin orders Kakana to withhold the beast from the other faction if they can handle the situation cleanly, a directive she reluctantly accepts. Kakana angrily denies caring about an international scandal, insisting she simply doesn't want to drag a foreign adventurer into their dark underworld affairs. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowy recesses of the city, a sinister figure plots their next move. A hidden subordinate asks the shadowy boss if they should immediately take care of the troublesome Altoaya adventurer. The boss coldly declares that violence is unnecessary if Arwainen cooperates, but promises swift, brutal action if the girl refuses to comply. Stepping out of the shadows, the confident mercenary smirks and greets the old boss, glad to see the veteran still alive and kicking. An abacus aggressively clacks away as the merchants tally Arwen's second day of hunting, revealing an astronomical final yield of over 68 million crams. Arriving at the hotel lobby on the dawn of their third hunting day, a concierge respectfully presents Arwainen with a stack of urgent messages. The employee explains that these 10 specific letters have been officially verified and come from highly confirmed senders. Lily notes with excitement that Prince Hyro is finally reaching out, while the concierge adds that 35 unverified messages were outright refused. Teasing her master about her newfound fame, Lily smiles brightly, though Arwainen simply shrugs it off as the natural result of yesterday's massive haul. Arwainen practically suggests they prioritize the prince's letter immediately and save the rest of the fan mail for their airship commute. Handing back a response, Arwinen instructs the concierge to inform any royal messengers that they have officially acknowledged the prince's communication. Leaving the lavish hotel behind, the duo quickly makes their way through the quiet morning streets toward the docks. Arriving at the airfield, the energetic ship captain greets Arwinen loudly, enthusiastically congratulating her for causing such a massive ruckus yesterday. Exhausted by the unwanted attention, Lily begs the captain to keep their identities a secret because they had to sneak out the hotel's back exit to avoid crowds. The captain happily agrees, confirming that Mr. Sidney already ordered his crew to redirect all public inquiries straight to the company's official handlers. Eager to get back to work, Arwinen asks for today's hunting plan while Lily proudly puffs out her chest and promises to handle the logistics. Handing over the updated bounty list, the captain suggests they focus exclusively on the highest-paying targets now that they understand the local market rates. Staring at the unbelievable 60 million cram total, Lily stammers in sheer awe while the captain praises their truly incredible combat achievements. When Arwinen asks if their wealthy patron has any specific new requests, the captain reveals that Mr. Sidney specifically wants another fire serpent. The captain notes a giant serpent could easily fetch 10 million crams, eagerly proposing that they use a special hunting method with Arwen's help. With the hunting strategy settled, Lily finally sits down in the airship cabin and begins sorting through the massive pile of forwarded messages. Lily quickly catalogues the senders, noting letters from powerful guilds, the Holy Church, elite nobility, the army commander, and surprisingly, a local children's home. Skimming the contents, Lily sighs that they are just the usual requests for meetings, discussions, and financial donations. Arwinen casually dismisses the Vandruj elite since they are citizens of Altoaya, telling Lily they shouldn't waste their time with the privileged class. However, her heart softens at the children's home, suggesting they have the Sidney company verify the orphanage situation before making a generous donation. Putting the letters aside, Lily reminds her master that they must make the absolute best use of their short hunting day before tonight's royal meeting. Suddenly, a massive fire serpent violently erupts from the ocean depths, its glowing red maw proving why legends claim the beast eats pure fire. The colossal sea monster brutally slams into the ship's bait, prompting Arwinen to calmly crack her knuckles as she prepares to do the honors. Water explodes high into the air as the terrifying marine predator fully breaches the ocean surface to claim its metallic meal. Launching herself directly off the deck like a bullet, Arwinen eagerly dives straight toward the terrifying leviathan. Lily watches from safety, recalling that the captain's special method involved flying the ship dangerously low to bait the serpent right into Arwen's lethal strike zone. Having already split the beast's skull with a single, devastating kick, Lily casually notes that Arwinen is just putting on a dramatic show for the crew's benefit. Bursting violently from the ocean surface, Torque gasps for air and screams that the water is absolutely freezing. While a shivering Torque begs to be rescued, Arwinen calmly remarks that freezing water makes for excellent training. Lily watches in jealous awe as Arwinen calmly spots another massive serpent rapidly approaching through the waves. The merchants rapidly tally the massive yield of their third day, calculating an absurd total of 52 million crams. Night falls over the bustling capital, shifting the scene to the grand exterior of a luxurious hotel. Inside an upscale suite, a heavily stressed Prince Yahello firmly suggests that his royal guest should leave immediately. Scoffing at the suggestion, Christ confidently retorts that he already snuck out of his dorms and refuses to leave. The eager fourth Prince of Vandruj excitedly explains this is his only chance to personally meet the legendary Nia Liston. Glaring at the vibrating boy, an utterly disgusted Yahello internally wishes the Vandruj prince would just drop dead. Yahello silently reflects on Nia's maturity, recalling how the young diplomatic asset boldly stood up to his own father. Recognizing her irreplaceable value to Magivision, the prince considers her a true gem destined to charm the entire world. Oblivious to Yahello's deep thoughts, Christ suddenly interrupts to ask if Nia can actually run as fast as she appears on screen. Christ cynically bets they just use camera tricks to fake her speed, fueling Yahello's intense fury at such a blind pest. Yahello silently loathes the shallow, loose-lipped prince who shamelessly hits on young women. Swallowing his pride, the second prince admits he only tolerates the boy because Christ eagerly consumes promotional material. Yahello strategically acknowledges that if Magivision is to go global, this insufferable royal could serve as a vital link. Despite the political necessity, Yahello mentally vows absolute violence if Christ does anything to offend Nia. Christ nervously points out that Yahello looks ready to murder someone, prompting the Altoaya prince to darkly mutter threats. The narrative jumps forward to the stormy morning of their fourth hunting day as fierce winds whip across the city. Staring into the raging tempest, Lily notes the Sidani company cannot provide a ship today and completely understands their decision. The airship captain offers Ryn the official earnings quota from yesterday's massive hunt. Ryn refuses the paperwork, so Lily calculates their staggering total is just under 155 million crams. Ryn notes they reached half her goal, while Lily admits the immense wealth is warping her concept of money. Lily suggests squeezing in half a day of hunting tomorrow if they can secure the high-speed ship homeward. With hunting temporarily stalled by the weather, Ryn questions if they should explore other avenues of making money. Lily vehemently opposes the idea, but Ryn insists on accepting last night's lucrative royal offer. Glaring fiercely, Lily demands her master avoid the prince, declaring him the shallowest man to ever exist. Ryn sighs internally, recalling that Lily has been complaining about this exact issue since last night's dinner. Flashing back to the dinner, an ecstatic Christ practically vibrated with excitement upon meeting the real Nia Liston. Remembering the royal's intense energy, Ryn admits that Prince Christ was certainly a passionate individual. Christ showed immense interest in Magivision, eagerly discussing their broadcasted shows and praising her specific performances. Ryn realizes the energetic boy acts exactly like someone tailor-made to operate a massive broadcasting company. She deduces that Prince Yahello deliberately chose Christ to spearhead Vandruj's Magivision cultural expansion for a specific reason. Ryn acknowledges that finding a royal possessing Prince Christ's level of genuine motivation is incredibly rare. Wanting to converse further, Christ formally invited her to attend an exclusive royal family assembly. Snapping back to reality, Lily furiously questions if Ryn will genuinely meet the shallow prince again for mere business. Dismissing the perceived danger, Ryn logically points out the massive age gap between her and the 18-year-old prince. Lily stares at her master in pure exasperation, lamenting that the powerful girl truly doesn't understand the threat. Lily frantically declares that despicable people will ruthlessly target Ryn's cuteness, proudly naming herself their ultimate forerunner. Begging her master to be more judgmental of adults, Lily warns that predators might completely ignore her young age. Ignoring the impassioned warning, Ryn calmly instructs the hotel staff to inform the prince of her arrival. Utterly defeated, Lily screams that the prince is shallow through and through, begging Ryn to cancel. Tuning out her screeching maid entirely, Ryn casually glances at the freezing weather outside the window. As Lily hilariously shrieks about the prince's shallowness, Ryn sighs that she can never fully trust her erratic maid. Sighing deeply, the shadow operative realizes it makes perfect sense. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the veteran mercenary gathers his thoughts. He notes that a person capable of defeating a beast that crushed an entire army obviously wouldn't respond to standard summons. Reflecting on the monster's durability, he recalls how the massive crab's shell withstood hundreds of cannonballs and completely resisted poison. Recalling their disastrous harpoon fleet strategy, he notes that with the beast finally dead, they can salvage wrecked ships and explore the island. Imagining future opportunities, he mentions the island must have abundant food and suggests they can safely go crabbing there now. Licking his lips, he idly dreams about how delicious the regular edible crabs must taste. Staring into the distance, he acknowledges the island as a massive treasure trove they failed to unlock countless times. Shifting his focus to the mysterious savior, he wonders aloud how a nameless foreign adventurer managed to accomplish the impossible. Analyzing the corpse, he notes the crab was struck by a blunt force rather than a projectile, yet the girl carried no matching weapon. Narrowing his eyes, he deduces she must possess a concealed weapon vastly superior to standard military cannons. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he recognizes the immense threat this unknown power poses to their operations. He firmly declares they cannot afford to ignore a hidden arsenal capable of effortlessly leveling entire buildings. Paranoia sets in as he frantically questions if she is genuinely an Altoaya citizen or a heavily armed spy from the Mech Kingdom. Tapping his finger anxiously, he wonders if her hunt was merely a successful field test for a devastating new experimental weapon. Steeling his resolve, he concludes that if the official military cannot handle this anomaly cleanly, alternative measures are strictly required. Rising from the shadows, he ominously vows that the underworld will step in to act as the Empire's hidden protectors. Meanwhile, a sleek miniature airship swoops gracefully through the daytime city skies. Relaxing in the luxurious cabin, Nia politely thanks Prince Yahello for picking them up. Fascinated by the transport, Nia questions the use of miniature city airships while Yahello explains their speed limits and exclusive royal usage. Yahello envisions a future where everyday citizens own them, though he admits mid-air collisions would quickly become a serious hazard. Shifting the conversation to serious matters, Yahello softly calls out Nia's name to grab her full attention. Staring intently at the young star, Yahello asks if her acceptance of Krist's invitation signifies her readiness to help him spread Magivision. Nia firmly confirms her willingness to assist, adding that she will immediately step back if her presence hinders his plans. Mentally analyzing the political landscape, Nia realizes she must not jeopardize Yahello's ongoing efforts to pitch Magivision to the Empire's elites. Smiling warmly, Yahello reassures her that she will do perfectly fine since she handled Krist's overwhelming presence so well yesterday. Deflecting the praise, Nia credits Krist's easygoing nature, noting the prince exclusively discussed TV programs instead of complex politics. Yahello completely agrees, stating that Krist's approachable eloquence and genuinely easygoing personality are his greatest diplomatic assets. Leaning back in his seat, the Altoaya prince expresses his deep appreciation for Nia's sharp self-awareness. Taking control of the upcoming meeting, Yahello politely requests that Nia strictly follow his lead today. Changing the subject out of curiosity, Nia asks Yahello how he originally became the broadcasting company's main representative. Yahello casually explains that the prestigious position was simply handed to him immediately after he graduated from the top royal course. He confesses that while he used to be obsessed with claiming the throne, Magivision's limitless potential completely captivated his soul. Eagerly pulling out a portable crystal panel and recording stone, he proudly demonstrates how he watches shows at any given time. Staring lovingly at the glowing screen, Yahello passionately declares he would surrender his royal title before giving up his broadcasting career. Sweat dropping at his intense fanboy energy, Nia internally remarks that Yahello is just as dangerously passionate as Hilda. Bursting into the venue with unbridled joy, Prince Krist screams Nia's name and celebrates her actual arrival. Shaking the vibrating prince, an annoyed companion tells Krist to wake up from his delusions while the royal obsessively thanks Nia for coming. Stepping forward with elegant grace, a distinguished nobleman formally welcomes Nia to the Grand Haskerton estate. Zackford Haskerton flashes a polite smile, announcing they are gathered today specifically to celebrate his lovely fiancée's birthday. The 5th Imperial Princess of Vandrouge, Clorwen Volt Vandrouge, narrows her eyes as she recognizes Nia Listen's name. When the royal dismissively refers to her as the dog girl, an annoyed Nia quickly fires back that she is no such thing. Fildia Corculis playfully corrects the princess before marveling that Nia is the first child her fiancé Zackford is not terrified of. The young nobles settle into their seats, casting curious and intrigued glances at the tiny foreign guest. As Lily waits on standby in another room, the group explains that everyone besides Clorwen will graduate next year before Zack and Fildia immediately tie the knot. Observing the elite gathering, Nia calculates that their incredibly high social status presents a massive opportunity. She realizes that if they play their cards perfectly, this royal connection could violently propel Magivision's progress forward. Wasting no time, Fildia eagerly shifts the conversation to business and demands to discuss the true profitability of Magivision. While Prince Yahello provided extensive details, the nobles insist on hearing the financial reality directly from a performer on the other side of the screen. Fildia rests her chin on her hand, astutely pointing out that the broadcasting technology requires an incredibly pricey initial investment. Despite Zackford's skepticism that the tech is only useful for the military, Nia enthusiastically guarantees they will recoup their money in no time. Recalling her strict rehearsal, the confident young star smoothly explains that broadcasting advertisements generates massive, reliable profits. The wealthy nobles lean forward in genuine confusion, entirely unfamiliar with the revolutionary concept of televised advertisements. Nia illustrates her point by describing how showcasing an actor enjoying a specific brand of wine naturally makes viewers crave it. She explains that captivated audiences will immediately rush out to purchase the featured products they saw on their screens. Gesturing confidently, she reveals that this direct consumer manipulation is exactly where the endless profits begin trickling in. Flashing a sharp business smile, Nia declares that savvy investors can push that lucrative marketing concept even further. She proudly highlights Magivision's unparalleled ability to reach a massive audience, allowing them to effortlessly advertise stores, local specialties, and theater plays. Having delivered her flawless pitch, Nia shoots a subtle glance toward Prince Yahello to silently confirm she did a good job. Instead of praising her, Prince Yahello gently challenges the young girl by asking if she is forgetting something crucial. The prince softly encourages her to share her fascinating personal backstory, assuring her he will not force the issue. Piquing Fildia's intense curiosity, Nia humbly bows her head and agrees to share her harrowing past. Warning them that the tale is a bit lengthy, the young star begins recounting the darkest moments of her life. A grim flashback reveals a frail, dying Nia violently coughing in bed as her parents desperately searched for a cure. The desperate parents utilized a nationwide Magivision broadcast to plead for any capable healers to save their fading daughter. Zachford gasps in sheer disbelief, realizing her parents leveraged the experimental broadcasting network to pull her back from the brink of death. The stunned nobleman respectfully admits that such a miraculous rescue perfectly demonstrates the absolute power of widespread outreach. Fildia highly praises Prince Hyro for bringing up a concrete, first-hand example that brilliantly showcases the technology's true potential. When asked about her current health, a beaming Nia proudly declares she is now vital enough to race against hunting dogs. Cutting through the sentimental atmosphere, Princess Clawin narrows her eyes and aggressively questions how Nia possesses such impossible speed. The fierce princess admits Nia's abnormal velocity was so utterly captivating that she barely even noticed the dogs during the broadcast. Nia internally notes the Vandruz royals lack peacetime complacency, suspecting the sharp princess is actively sizing her up as a potential military threat. Flashing a perfectly innocent smile, Nia completely dismisses the intense scrutiny by claiming her speed is merely the result of hard training. Zachford casually suggests the two fast girls should have a foot race, instantly filling Nia with a deep sense of incoming dread. Stepping in to maintain diplomatic peace, Prince Hyro raises a hand and firmly advises against the impromptu competition. Desperate to avoid sparking an international grudge match, Hyro loudly proclaims that Nia is the undisputed, undefeated champion of Altoaya. Hyro smoothly claims a non-professional couldn't possibly match her, completely shattering his own diplomatic cover by blatantly provoking the Vandruz princess. Instantly swallowing the obvious bait, a fired-up Clawin aggressively boasts that she is undeniably faster than any racing hound. Resting her chin on her hand, a thoroughly amused Fildia flashes a wicked smile as the tension violently escalates. While a panicking Zachford desperately tries to keep things friendly, Fildia ruthlessly fans the flames by suggesting they turn the race into a high-stakes bet. Ignoring Prince Hyro's frantic pleas, Fildia happily agrees to the bet and allows Princess Clawin to determine the stakes. Clawin slyly remarks that it is only natural for the famous child star to put in a good word for Magivision. Meeting the fierce royal's gaze, Nia confidently accepts the proposed terms without hesitation. Leaning forward, Clawin promises to directly discuss the broadcasting network with her father if Nia manages to win the race. The confident Vandruz princess then turns the tables, asking what the tiny Altoaya champion demands in return. Prince Hyro stares intensely at his young asset, silently willing her to just accept the monumental wager. A dizzying blur of chaotic motion flashes across the screen as the girls completely abandon all royal decorum. Bright bells chime loudly as a massive winning jackpot screen suddenly declares a definitive victory. The intense atmosphere completely vanishes as an energetic Zachford cheerfully suggests they play a friendly board game instead. Groaning in utter despair, Nia lands on a brutal bankruptcy space and laments that she cannot escape losing money even in fiction. Fildia gushes over the girl's adorable frustration while Nia silently prays Rinox never witnesses her terrible luck. Glancing at the clock, someone suddenly points out the incredibly late hour and breaks the game's immersive trance. Prince Hyro politely announces their immediate departure while a gracious Zachford offers to escort them out. As the Altoaya guests finally take their leave, Clawin loudly demands a rematch while the others express genuine disappointment. Collapsing exhausted into her carriage seat, Nia sighs heavily and remarks that the grueling meeting felt like a day and a half. Smiling brightly, Prince Hyro highly praises the young star for executing her diplomatic role flawlessly. Hyro gleefully declares her visit an absolute blessing that successfully completed the crucial first step of his grand plan. He notes the immense difficulty of charming the skeptical Fildia, marveling that Nia somehow made both nobles genuinely like her. Humbly accepting the high praise, Nia admits the overwhelmingly positive reception was a very pleasant surprise. Back at the lavish estate, Clawin and Fildia share a deeply mischievous, plotting grin with one another. Utterly confused by their sudden shift in demeanor, Zachford nervously asks the two women why they are smiling like that. The two elite noblewomen silently continue to share their secret, entirely ignoring his desperate confusion. Flashing a dangerous smile, Fildia playfully apologizes and claims they cannot reveal their devious plans just yet. She teasingly hints to her terrified fiancé that they might have a very special job for him soon. Bursting into Nia's hotel room later that night, an anxious Lily urgently announces a slight problem. Staring blankly at her homework, an exhausted Nia groans that her head is already full and absolutely refuses to look at more numbers. Lily gently encourages her to finish the final two math equations, prompting a deeply reluctant sigh of compliance from the tired girl. Shifting directly to business, Lily reveals the Adventurers Guild is suddenly summoning them on incredibly short notice. She explains the official reason is to distribute the massive crab bounty, but her suspicious tone hints at an underlying motive. Leaning back in her chair, Nia notes that such a direct summons for a standard bounty payout is highly unusual. She questions why the massive financial transaction isn't simply being handled through the Seedany company as originally established. Lily explains the guild specifically demands to see RYNN in person, prompting Nia to casually suggest they just ignore the summons entirely. A concerned Lily warns that the guild might leverage the grey areas in their rules to withhold the massive payout if they refuse to attend. Surprised by the notoriously shady bureaucracy, Nia raises an eyebrow and asks her maid for clarification. Lily explains that seasoned adventurers frequently exploit these exact grey areas to ruthlessly settle kill-stealing disputes. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, Nia admits she is genuinely curious about the true nature of this sudden invitation. Confident in her staggering new wealth, she wonders if the guild intends to talk business or simply rip her off. Lily nods solemnly, fully agreeing with her master's highly suspicious line of thinking. Reconsidering the inherent risks, Nia notes 20 million crams isn't worth serious trouble and suggests ignoring the summons again. However, she ultimately decides they must attend because avoiding the meeting would ruin her grand plan to establish RYNN as a fearless adventurer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nia admits that tarnishing her reputation would be a disaster. Lily stresses that losing face in a foreign nation would cost them their tournament popularity, a value far exceeding 20 million crams. Weighing her choices, Nia concludes that attending the meeting is her only option, even if the summons reeks of suspicion. When Lily eagerly volunteers to go instead, Nia firmly shuts the door in her face and states that her maid would only cause a different sort of trouble. Pouting behind the closed door, Lily resigns herself to the situation, knowing RYNN is strong enough to beat almost anyone. With the matter settled, the defeated maid slowly trudges back to finish her tedious homework. The scene shifts to the bustling exterior of the Grand Adventurers Guild. Crossing the threshold, RYNN immediately silences the rowdy, crowded guild hall with her mere presence. A heavy, oppressive quiet falls over the room as every hardened adventurer turns to stare at the tiny newcomer. Completely unfazed by the intense scrutiny, RYNN strides forward as her boots click sharply against the wooden floorboards. Suddenly, a massive hand clamps down hard onto her small shoulder. A gruff, heavily scarred adventurer asks if she is new and arrogantly offers to teach her a few things if she sits with him. Glancing back with chilling confidence, RYNN finds the gesture almost insulting and sharply demands to know what exactly he could possibly offer her. Sweating profusely under her terrifying aura, the massive man nervously chuckles and admits she really isn't normal. Backing off with a quick apology, he offers to buy her a drink instead, which RYNN agrees to accept only after her business is concluded. A polite receptionist suddenly approaches, confirming RYNN's identity before asking the young adventurer to follow her. Walking away from the crowd, RYNN realizes the guild members were actively testing her resolve, knowing any hesitation would have marked her as weak. The receptionist leads her down a quiet hallway and pushes open a heavy wooden door. Stepping inside the office, RYNN is warmly greeted by the guildmaster, a burly man named Avalan. Observing his muscular physique, RYNN deduces he is a retired adventurer as he graciously offers her a seat. She quickly pushes that observation aside, sensing that his physical strength is not the most pressing issue in the room. An unknown, sharply dressed man sitting nearby immediately interrupts the introductions to demand how she defeated the massive crab. Noting his high-class appearance, RYNN suspects this arrogant noble is the true reason she was so urgently summoned. She senses the distinct aura of a villain accustomed to abusing authority, comparing him to the corrupt peers she encountered in the Black Arena. Meeting his intense gaze flawlessly, RYNN coolly points out that she never caught his name. The haughty noble dismissively claims she doesn't need to know his identity and questions why she even cares. RYNN firmly counters that weapons and tactics are an adventurer's livelihood, refusing to do business with a man who won't even introduce himself. Twitching with sudden annoyance, the arrogant noble scoffs and asks if the tiny girl realizes exactly who she is speaking to. Refusing to yield, RYNN reminds him that nobles and commoners share equal rights, asserting that as an Altoaya citizen, she owes Vandrew's hierarchy absolutely nothing. Unfazed by his intimidation tactics, she internally confirms that this secretive meeting is indeed a high-stakes business negotiation. Glaring at the defiant child, the noble reluctantly concedes that her diplomatic logic is technically sound. He admits that directly harming a foreign citizen would strip his authority and spark a massive international scandal with severe repercussions. Leaning forward with a sinister glint in his eye, he ominously notes that indirect accidents are an entirely different matter. The cruel man confidently declares he is fully aware of one glaring weakness the young adventurer currently possesses. Flashing a dark, threatening smile, he coldly suggests she will find it in her own best interest to comply with his demands. Dropping all pretenses, he issues a thinly veiled threat and demands her absolute cooperation. Before the tense standoff can escalate any further, two sharp knocks suddenly echo from the office door.